They touch the left button and greens go.
Okay.
Just mute. Greens go. Maintainer bulls. Maintainer bulls. We need them to the makeup ring. Limousine cow calves.
Thanks.
Class 1 and 2. Maintainer bulls to the makeup ring.
Warm in here this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch the game last night? Oh man. We were dominating.
Limousine exhibitors, we need that first class of Limousine cow calves to the makeup ring. 2 minutes till showtime. Limousine cow calves to the makeup ring. Class 1, 2, and 3 maintainer bulls to the makeup ring. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's 8 a.m., and we'll try to get started as promptly on time as possible. As always, we get started out each morning with the playing of our national anthem, so if you'd please rise and remove your headgear. Thank you, Bernie. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the North American International Livestock Exposition. Getting started this morning with our 8 a.m. shows over on the east side of Freedom Hall with the Medal of Excellence National Limousine Show. Class 1 in that will be our Limousine Cow-Calf class. Over on the west side of Freedom Hall with our National Main, Anju, and Maintainer shows. We'll be starting with bulls this morning in our Maintainer show, Class 1, Maintainer bulls. Bring them on. Class 1 maintainer bulls, bring them in the ring. Class 1 Limousine cows as well. Bring them on, guys. In our manager and maintainer show, our judge for today's show is Mr. Charlay Boyd II from Mays Lick, Kentucky. Charlay and his family own and operate Boyd beef cattle, purebred Angus and Hereford operation in Mays Lick, Kentucky. Charlay and his family have had the opportunity to breed and raise many champions right here in Freedom Hall, and very recognized nationally purebred cattle operation, and Charlay definitely no stranger here to the show ring in Freedom Hall. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome back to judge our maintainer show, Mr. Charlay Boyd.
Thank you, Eddie, and folks, good morning. It's always an honor and a privilege to be at the North American and to evaluate your main Anjou and maintainer cattle this afternoon. Really nice single entry March bull calf to begin this show. Bull that's really got a nice shape down his top and through his stifle. I really like the way he blends in through his shoulder up through that neck head juncture. Very clean about his sheath and underpinning. Very nice single entry bull calf to start your show this morning.
Class 1 Junior Bull Calves in our maintainer show, first place, entry number 3, GR8 Sure Thing 5B, exhibited by Harris Show Cattle, Casttown, Ohio. Coming into the ring now will be Class 2 maintainer bulls. Class 3 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class Over in our Limousine show, our judge today is Mr. Shane Bedwell from Fort Collins, Colorado. Shane is the livestock judging coach at Colorado State University. Shane was born and raised in Kansas, where he received his bachelor's degree at Kansas State. Shane competed on the 2003 Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging Team right here at the North American. Shane went on to receive his master's degree from the University of Illinois in Beef Cattle Nutrition. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome to Freedom Hall Mr. Shane Bedwell to judge our Limousine show.
We've got Class 4.
It's not a Class 4.
Class 3.
All right. You can go on and bring the remainder of those maintainer bulls, all maintainer bulls, to the makeup ring. Start bringing those first classes of main Anjou bulls to the makeup ring.
Another nice single entry bull calf in this class. I really like this bull in terms of his structure. He's really moves around the ring with a lot of freedom and ease off of both ends. He's really nice and through his hock and the way he sets down on his pastern. You analyze him from the side, he's really long and level down his top, really square and dimensional out through his hip. Very nice single entry bull calf in this class.
Placings in Class 2, Maintainer Bulls. First place, entry number 5, MCCF Selfie, exhibited by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. And coming into the ring now will be Class 3, Maintainer Bulls. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our bull calf champion. Class 18 and 22, Maintainer Bulls, into the makeup ring.
Certainly a pleasure to come and be here at the North American and have the opportunity to sort the Limousine and Limflex show here today. And we get it started with an outstanding set of females, a couple 4 2-year-old females and an 09 model. But I think a good testament to where this breed has come and what it's done as you study these cows and their progeny at side. Female that I'm going to use, I think, puts together a lot of good relative to kind for me. She's definitely one of the sound, good structured, and good footed females in this particular lineup. She's shaped like I like them in terms of their body and their rib, and still very feminine and correct there from the side. I think she's acceptable and good in terms of her udder structure. Maybe not as much volume to her bag as some of the other cows in this class, but I think she's got a very nice coupon at her side, and the heifer calf puts together a broody, real cow appearance, and I think a good rig here to start the show off with. The red cow is just super quality from the side. So much femininity. I love the smoothness and her joint work. She's a moderate female, and I do like and appreciate that. She's a female that does show a little bit more udder, a little bit more bag. I guess in her back teats she gets a little shorter, a little bigger there for me. The bull calf is nice and very long-bodied, a lot of extension to him. Maybe one that comes apart just a little bit in his front end, and I thought that's where this pair maybe wasn't quite as stout, maybe, and competitive really to the cows on either side of them. But the cow is really unique. It offers a lot of donor quality, particularly when you evaluate her MTI and some of the carcass values that she ties in with that kind of look and Cavaney's value. The dark red heifer here in third, and the cow here comes out massive and bold in terms of her rib and body, and I want to tell you, this heifer calf at side puts together a lot of quality for me, is good in terms of her joint work. I got a little critical. I think she's a little longer in terms of her teat structure, I'd like to change the shape of her rear foot just a little bit, but I really appreciate the mass and the power and the presentation of that pair. Outstanding trio of cows, and you can mix those up a lot of different ways. The oldest female in this lineup comes in a pretty good rig, and I really like the doability, the moderation that she has. In terms of weight, she's pretty close to the rest of the class. She's just very moderate and puts together a lot of dimension and volume. A little bit too much for me, a little bit to her undoing, a little coarser than I like them. The female that'll wrap up the class with has put a lot of performance into her calf. I like the length of body, a little smoother in terms of her structure. I think she gets a little off in terms of that udder development, a little close there in terms of that teat spacing. I think an outstanding set of 5 pairs. Please give them a good hand.
We'll get pictures of those 2 pairs, and then we'll be ready to start our heifer show. So Limousine exhibitors, we need class 4 and 5 Limousine heifers to the makeup ring. Go ahead, Judge Boyd.
Here's got a nice pair of bull January calves in this class. A bit different, a lot of quality in both. Bull calf we're going to begin the class with, to me, just excels in terms of his completeness. I like him in terms of his structure and his foot size. He's really well balanced. I really like him the way he's made out through his hip, and he's really wide pinned. Really good when he goes down his top, the way he blends into his shoulder. I like his youthfulness up through his head and neck. If I were to change him, I'd like to tighten him up in that sheath just a bit relative to the bull in second. The bull in second I certainly appreciate in terms of his performance and his rib shape. He's a bull, when you get behind him, has a lot of true width and dimension. I do like his the way he's made under his underpinning. He does get a bit coarser up through that shoulder, opens up just a bit down his top, and when he gets on the move, he wants to drop in his pin set just a bit relative to your class winner. But an excellent pair of January bull calves in this class.
In our Limousine show, Class 1 cow calves, first place, and automatically your champion cow calves. Entry number 2, CYWD Zesty 22Z, exhibited by Michaela Fosdick, Chinowa, Illinois. Second place, and automatically reserved champion cow calf. Entry number 4, CBLX Zane, exhibited by Edwards Landing Cattle, Beulahville, North Carolina. Third place, entry number 1, exhibited by Inglewood Farms, Lexington, Kentucky. Fourth place, entry number 5, exhibited by Sarah Ann Johnson, Williamsport, Ohio. And fifth place, entry number 3, exhibited by John Alexander Walker, McMinnville, Tennessee. We need class 4 and 5 Limousine heifers to the scales. In our maintainer show, class 3, first place, entry number 7, Ride on Curlin, exhibited by Campbell Co., Cedarville, Ohio. Second place, entry number 8, CHBB My Kinda Party, exhibited by Banter Show Calves, Eaton, Indiana. We're now selecting our junior bull calf champion in the main NJU show.
In your first division in the bull calf classes this morning, got 3 really nice class winners and a second place individual as well. The bull calf that won that very first class, really a nice individual. He's very youthful in his appearance. I really like his rib shape. I think a calf that's certainly more than adequate in terms of his structure. If you were just to be a little bit nitpicky with him, he wants to get up in his top just a bit and dropping his pin set when he gets out in motion. But I think that's a calf that's got quite a bit of future. This bull calf that comes out of class 2, when you analyze him from the side, he's just really beautiful in terms of his balance and his symmetry, the way he blends in through that shoulder and top line out through his hip. He's the bull calf in the division that probably gives up the most amount of true muscle and internal dimension in terms of rib shape, but I really like his completeness and his look, and I think a bull, it's going to be a really nice yearling. The 2 calves, they were in the third class, the January bulls, as we discussed, a bit different, but certainly both very high quality. Those will be your 2 division champions today. Thank you.
In our maintainer bull show, junior bull calf champion, entry number 7, Ride On, exhibited by Campbell Co., Cedarville, Ohio. Your reserve junior bull calf champion, entry number 8, exhibited by Banter Show Calves, Eaton, Indiana.
Hey Chuck, is Linda back there?
She's helping on the other side. We're okay.
Okay, you're good?
Coming into the ring now is Class 18 maintainer bulls. 2 entries in this class. Single class in the division, so these will automatically be your junior champion bulls. We need those first classes of men and Jew bulls to the makeup ring. Class 27, 28, 29.
Nice pair of individuals in this class. The bull leads off this class, just really is impressive from just the total look standpoint. You look at him from the side, he's really well balanced, he's really good in his hip, and he's down his top line. Really where he excels is up through that shoulder, way it lays into his forerib, his neck comes out really high. Very clean about his sheath, and I really like him in terms of his testicle size and shape. I think he's certainly adequate in terms of his structure. I like his foot size. I'd like to maybe see him reach out just a bit longer stride off of that rear leg, but I think an individual that's certainly very, very high quality. The bull that's in second, I appreciate very much from a performance perspective. Really a high weight per day of age bull, with a tremendous amount of rib shape and muscle. Bull maybe has a bit more condition, and I would like to change him up through that front end, set him back in that shoulder, give him a bit more slope, see him blend in just a bit better there when he gets out on the move. But certainly a high-performing individual, an excellent pair of bulls in this class.
Class 18 Maintainer Bulls, first in class, and automatically your junior champion bulls, entry number 11, MCCF Jackson, exhibited by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. Second in class, and automatically your reserve junior champion bull, entry number 10, AKS ADTs, exhibited by Orchard Acres and Paige Priest, Brandon, Wisconsin. Coming into the ring now is Class 22 Maintainer Bull, single entry in this class, single entry in the division. He'll automatically be your senior champion bull. He's entry 12, BPF Beast 513Y, exhibited by Bushy Park Cattle Company, LLC, Highland, Maryland.
This 2-year-old bull, the single entry is really impressive. A bull that's extremely good from the ground up. I like his foot size and shape. He travels around the ring with a lot of freedom and ease. And with the really good structure, the bull's really the right kind in terms of his muscle size and shape, the way he's made out through his hip. I love that rib he's got, and still a bull with that much mass and power. Really lays in really nicely up through his shoulder, and the way his neck comes out really high. I think a tremendous 2-year-old bull to represent this division.
We're now ready to select our champion maintainer bull. So we need those division champion reserves into the ring. Entry 7 and 8, entry 11 and 10 to go along with entry 12 that's in the ring.
Right after that, we got a dress.
Eddie on the main.
Mananju, entry 20, Kevin Stahl. We need you to the scales. Need class 28, 29, 36, 44, 45. Mananju exhibitors, those bull classes are small. Bring all Mananju bulls to the scales. Ready to start our Limousine Heifer show. Class 4 Limousine Heifers, bring them in the ring. Class 5 Limousine Heifers should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 8 Limousine Heifers.
For your champion maintainer bull this morning, I think we got three really exceptional individuals out here to represent the three divisions. As we discussed earlier, the calf that wins the first division is really nice, very, very complete bull. It's very good in terms of his structure and his look, his testicle size and shape at this age. As we had mentioned in that division, if you were to change him just a bit, you'd like to tighten him up in that sheath relative to the other two bulls in the lineup, but I think a bull that's got a lot of future. Bull that wins the junior yearling division, extremely good in terms of his look. Bull that's really well presented. I really like his top, the way he lays into that hip. Really big testicles, very clean sheath. I think an excellent individual. 2-year-old bull, just a really good one. Bull, it's got a tremendous amount of rib shape, muscle, good in his testicle size and shape. You get him out on the move, this bull can really reach out and go. He's big-footed, really just the right kind. I think 3 excellent division champions, 2 really nice reserve division champions. There's a bull that really suits me really well for champion, gets a bit closer for reserve, but an excellent lineup. Congratulations to each of you. Let's give all these exhibitors a big hand.
Grand Champion Maintainer Bull, entry number 12, BPF Beast 513Y, exhibited by Bushy Park Cattle Company, Highland, Maryland. And your reserve Grand Champion Maintainer Bull, entry number 11, MCCF Jackson, exhibited by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. We'll get pictures of those 2 champions, and then we'll be ready for our Mananju Bull Show.
Excellent class to start off in our show here, and to me, a totals female that wins this class pretty handily for me. She ties together so much right in terms of the right type of body type and body and rib and doability, and then a female that to me is better in terms of her hip and her hind leg from the side, combines it with some added front end quality and balance as you study her through her front end. Just a little sounder and better in terms of her feet and leg structure than the Heifer in second. Undoubtedly the one that comes next offers the most performance and weight per day of age, and really like the power and width that you gain in this female. I think at times, and she's fighting the halter so much it's hard to tell, but she just doesn't blend it together quite as good up through her front 1/3. Maybe gets a little shorter in terms of and how she sets down off of her hind leg relative to her stride. Pair heifers come next in 3rd and 4th, and they're both greener conditioned cattle. They offer a nice petite and quality look there from the side. Both of those cattle, in my opinion, just need to be a little looser and more correct in their joints. The young man's heifer in 3rd just offers more in volume, in my opinion. 1 and 4th is stronger in her top line and more shape relative to her width. Just gets a little tight and petite there at the ground. Female that closes the class offers as much muscle and dimension and shape from behind, just a little rounder and coarser in terms of her general build. Give those exhibitors a good hand, please.
Class 4, Limousine Females, first place to entry number 6, ENGD Banana 4063B, exhibited by Inglewood Farms, Lexington, Kentucky. Second place, entry number 9, LMCC Fly by Night 234 by Korean Harrison, Minor, Illinois. Third place, entry number 7, exhibited by Cameron Bryant, Pikeville, Tennessee. Fourth place, entry number 8, exhibited by Corinne Harrison, Minor, Illinois. And fifth place, entry number 10, exhibited by Circle L Limousine Land Company, Wadsworth, Ohio. Coming into the ring now is Class 5 Limousine Heifers. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting Division I champion. We need Class 8 and 9 Limousine Heifers in the makeup ring. On that champion bull in the maintainer show, he was owned by Bushy Park Cattle Company, Highland, Maryland, in conjunction with Garwood Cattle Company of Ohio and Executive Sires Incorporated of Virginia. We're ready. We're waiting on you. No, you're waiting on you. I don't think you have a judge, though. There he is.
Really an outstanding class of females here, Aprils that we have, and quite a bit of difference in type and kind, and kind of have to put your priorities where you want them. But I think at the end of the day, there's a great set of them here at the front end, and I like this female to win that puts together such an incredible look and just quality there from the side. I really like how she steps down and the set of her attractiveness there in her hip and her hind leg. I think she's shaped really good in terms of her lower body and how she draws that back into the rear third, and just a really sound female that's got a lot of quality and good to her. Just a little more genuine in terms of her width as you step in behind her than the red heifer, and really doesn't sacrifice any in terms of the look and balance. And so really not female to win this class. The red heifer is nice, and I really like how she gets her neck out of the top of her shoulders. She's a bigger footed heifer at the ground and probably a little longer striding off of her hock. She's fighting this gentleman today and not showing quite as good. She kinks up maybe just a little bit more than she times in terms of her top line, and I think ground maybe one that could maybe just use just a little bit more base width, but a good female, definitely a quality heifer. Thought those were the two better profiling cattle in this particular class that tied a lot of cow potential together. Female that was on her champion cow comes in here in third in this class, and I still really like this heifer quite a bit. Very stout and massive relative to her body, and just the performance and natural width that she maintains through her entire skeleton. For me, relative to those two cattle, maybe comes apart just a little bit more there through her shoulder. Doesn't have quite the length of front end as those two cattle really on either. Here's an interesting heifer that I like quite a bit at the stand. She's a moderate female. It has a good shape of body. She's got a really alert and quality look up through her front end, and I like how that neck ties into the top of her shoulder. Up front, this heifer is just a little straighter in her knee, and she gets a little toed out up front. I'd like to change how that tail head lays into her body just ever so slightly, but a quality female that really has a moderate, low input look with some front end quality. Pair of bigger frame, longer bodied cattle that come out next, and in my opinion, both of them just need to have a little more strength in their forerib, a little more shape in terms of their middle, and just offer a little more doability relative to that top cut in this particular class. And the female that we'll close with, very moderate and deep ribbed, just a little plainer in terms of her look and gives up some of that strength in terms of soundness off of her hind legs. Give those young people a good hand, and we'll keep moving on.
Your first class of main Anjou bull calves this morning really got an exceptional individual to lead off in this class. Bull with a tremendous amount of performance with that. He's really constructed good from the ground up, really big-footed, really good in terms of his bone size and shape. Moves around the ring with a lot of freedom and ease. I like his rib shape, I like his muscle, and I like his performance. Bull calf in seconds, very attractive. I really appreciate him the way he lays into that shoulder and his forerib. He's a calf that gets a bit more restricted in his top and his movement relative to the calf that wins the class.
Class 5, Limousine Heifers, first place. Entry number 15, Otto Beatrice, 216B, exhibited by Penniger Limousine, Springfield, Missouri. Second place, entry number 17, FC Beloved Angel, exhibited by Michaela Fosdick, Chenoa, Illinois. Third place, entry number 16, also exhibited by Michaela Fosdick, Chenoa, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 12, exhibited by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. Fifth place, entry number 11, exhibited by Edwards Land and Cattle, Beulahville, North Carolina. Sixth place, entry number 13, exhibited by Thomas Stillman, Woodbury, Tennessee. And seventh place, entry number 14, exhibited by Cross Creek and Light Farms, Rogersville, Tennessee. We're now selecting our Division I champion Limousine female. Class 8 and 9 should be in the makeup ring. In your Man Anjou Bull Show, Class 27, first place to GECG Rumors True 14B, owned by Circle G Show Cattle, Danville, Indiana. Second place to ACLM Legit, exhibited by Amanda Lifton, Wampakoneta, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 28 Man Anjou Bulls.
Outstanding division to start off with, and both of the females up in front of me here tie together the look and presence that I like. They stay good in terms of their feet and leg structure down at the ground, and just have the cow potential and shape of body that I'm after today. Good pair of seconds there and behind them, but let's give all the exhibitors a good hand here, and I'll go select you to my favorites.
Nice single entry main bull in this class. This bull is really exceptional in terms of his balance and his symmetry, and with that, he's got performance. You get behind him, he's really good in that hip, and when he's in his pin set, his muscle ties down really deep into that stifle. Really good way he lays in that spine and up through his front end. I love his rib shape. But most importantly, when this bull gets in motion, he really travels out with a lot of freedom and flex off of both ends. An exceptional individual to represent this class.
Division I champion female in the Limousine show goes to entry number 15, Otto Beatrice 216B, exhibited by Penniger Limousine, Springfield, Missouri. And your reserve division champion out of that same class, entry number 17, FC Beloved Angel, exhibited by Michaela Fosdick, Chenoa, Illinois. Coming into the ring now is Class 8 Limousine Heifers. Class 9 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 12 and 13. In our Man Anjou Bull Show, first place, Class 28, entry number 27, JPF Juke 74B, exhibited by John Columbia, Tennessee, or excuse me, Columbia City, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 29 Man Anjou Bulls.
This single entry main bull calf, really a nice individual, really beautiful fronted. I like the character about his head, his youthfulness, really nice way his neck comes out of that shoulder. Bull calf is certainly more than adequate in terms of his structure, really nice in terms of his testicle size and shape. If you just change him just a bit around that tail head and level him out in that hip just a scotch, but really a nice individual to represent this class.
Placings in Class 29 Man-Anjou Bulls. First place, entry number 29, BPF Common Ground 504B, exhibited by Bushy Park, Highland, Maryland. Now ready to select our junior bull calf champion, Man-Anjou. I can make a bill.
Well, why don't you? I'll take it to him.
I don't have anything to put it on other than just a blank piece of paper.
They had a notepad here yesterday.
Need a piece of paper?
Eddie, we need main bull entry 36.
Man-Anjou entry 36. Man-Anjou entry 36. Questing Hills Landing Cattle. We need you to the scales.
First division in your Man-Anjou Bull Show. Really got three nice class winners to select from. The bull calf that wins that very first class, really nice in terms of his rib shape. I like that softness in his center rib. Bull that is very nice and sound in terms of his structure. Maybe gets a bit more opened up in the top of his shoulder than the other two bulls in the lineup, but I think there's a lot of quality and a lot of usefulness in this individual from a production standpoint. Bull that represents the second class, just extremely complete, very fault-free. Bull that's really good out through his hip, a lot of dimension. Really like him in terms of his structure. Where he excels is in terms of his rib shape and the way that forerib transitions into that shoulder. I think a tremendous bull with a lot of future. I really like the bull that represents the Class 3. A bull that's exceptionally long-spined. He's really good in terms of his testicle size and shape. Again, he's very, very sound in terms of his structure. Maybe where he is not quite as good as the Class 2 winner, maybe doesn't transition that shoulder and forerib as well, but again, I think a very high-quality individual. Today we're going to use the bull out of Class 2 to win this division and the bull out of Class 3 to be reserved. Congratulations to each of you.
Junior bull calf champion in the Man-Anjou show goes to entry number 27, JPF Juke 74B, exhibited by Jonathan Pettigrew, Columbia City, Indiana. The reserve to entry number 29, BPF Common Ground 504B, exhibited by Bushy Park Cattle Company, Highland, Maryland. We're now ready for Class 36 in our Man and Jew show. Single entry in this class, single class in the division, so he's automatically your senior bull calf champion. He's entry number 30, ELE Alaskan, exhibited by Encore Livestock Enterprises, Gillum, Illinois. Attention exhibitors in the makeup ring. There are no aerosol cans allowed in Freedom Hall. Exhibitors, no aerosol cans in Freedom Hall.
Outstanding class of females here, and as you evaluate them, again, some variation as we work from the top to bottom of this class, and I think you've got to make some calls on a few females, find a lot of value in and a lot of good in. Heifer that wins the class for me is just not the most of everything, but I land on her because she blends together a quality look with a moderate body type and style, and is very good in terms of the shape of her rib. I think she's set better up through her front end and her shoulder and how that lays into her body. She's so attractive in terms of her hip. Maybe could use just a little bit more foot and bone down at the ground, but I think as you study that female and the genuineness and the kind in her, she's going to do nothing but get better long term. Heifer in second offers the most body volume and is definitely an improvement relative to foot size. I like the looseness of structure and the flexibility that she has down at the ground off of her rear leg, and just the body volume and just genuine cow look that female offers. Up front, she's a little plainer for me. I'd like to change her ever so slightly and how she turns out of her front end just a little bit more. I think she loses maybe some of that balance from the side, really, compared to the two heifers on either side of her. But I kept her up in second in this class because, in my opinion, she's shaped a little stronger there in her forerib. She takes a deeper and just softer turn back through the rear third of her body. At first glance, the heifer in third really hits me with a lot of presence and a lot of quality, and she's one that continues to shine as you study them here in this lineup. I like the strength of the top line and the length of body that she offers. She's got a nice shape to her upper rib. In my opinion, she gets a little tighter back into her rear rib and flank, and up front in terms of that female structure. I would just like to set her down just a little bit there in terms of that front skeleton. Female coming out in fourth offers a lot of length of body and a very feminine look. I like how that neck sits in the top of her shoulder. Relatively sound and good in terms of her joints. Again, she's just a little bit greener and maybe not quite as far along, and I don't mind that. The issue that I take with this heifer is in terms of her hip and her hind leg. She's a little shorter there and gets a little tighter off of her hock and her pastern there down at the ground. Here's an interesting heifer that is somewhat striking, I guess, for some, and she has that bone and kind of that turn and added muscle and width to her. To me, I just need to see her a little cowier in terms of her build and her kind. Up front, she a little bit more than I like them there at the top of her shoulder. Just like to see her a little smoother and more feminine built. Here's a bob-eared heifer next in this lineup that is just a good cow, and I like the volume. I like the rib and the body to her. For me, she gets a little coarser there in that front end, and that shoulder gets a little rounder in terms of her bone. I finished up the class with a red female, the young man's female here at the back end of the lineup. They're longer bodied, stronger top cattle than the ones I put in front of them. I think structurally, though, I would change them there off of their rear joints and their hind leg. They get a little flatter and narrower in terms of their base width. But let's give those exhibitors a good hand, an excellent class, very good top end.
Nice single entry November bull to represent this class. Real exceptionally long spine. He's very youthful. The bull is extremely extended up through his front end. I like that about him. I think the bullet's really good in terms of his foot size. He's a bit greener and maybe in his condition than some of the other individuals we've seen today, but a bull that's very, very sound and very functional in his appearance.
Placings in Class 8 Limousine Heifers. First place, entry number 25, ELCX Bellflower 361B, exhibited by Edwards Landing Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. Second, number 22, LMCC Natalie 34B, exhibited by Michael Oat, Danvers, Illinois. Third place, entry number 24, exhibited by Ellie Sennett, Waynetown, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 19, exhibited by Michaela Fosdick, Chenoa, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 20, exhibited by Alexis Jane O'Boyle, New Florence, Pennsylvania. Sixth place, entry number 23, exhibited by ATAC Limousine, Avon, Illinois. Seventh place, entry 21, also exhibited by ATAC Limousine, Avon, Illinois. Eighth place, entry number 18, exhibited by Alex Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 9 Limousine Heifers. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select Division II champion. We need Class 12, 13, and 14 Limousine Heifers in the makeup ring.
This April, a single entry yearling bull. Bull that's got a tremendous amount of muscle to him, a bull that is very long and level down his top, very clean about his sheath. I think a bull that's got certainly more than adequate amount of rib shape. If I were to change this individual, I'd like to see him move out with some more freedom and flex off of both ends, see him lay back into that shoulder with more slope, but a nice bull to represent this class.
Placings in Class 44 Mananju Bulls. Entry number 32 was first, GECG Remington 25A, exhibited by Nicholas Rice, Augusta, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is Class 45. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our junior champion bull.
class of females here and a good pair of them to talk about on the front end of this class, and they come to the front based on their body type and just their turn and just a real maternal cow look about them. This female that I choose to win the class takes it a step further up through her front end, and I like the shape of her neck, the femininity that she has, and how that shoulder lays into her body just a little bit nicer. She ties that in a little smoother and more correct there at the top end of her shoulder. I think both of the heifers are a little different in how they move, but I like her up front and how she toes ahead just a little truer and square. I think that's relative to how she's built in her shoulder, and undeniably the most striking there from the side. Really like the foot size, and they added just body volume and turn through the rear third of the body, and this the female in second. From the word go, I was like, man, that's a strong cow. I like the body and just turn and the stoutness that female has. She's not handling it as good up through her front end. She wants to come apart a little bit more there through her front end, get a little outside of herself there in that front knee, but a female that turns a lot of body and a lot of volume together. I think the female that wins the class is just a little more correct up through that front end. Pair of heifers that come next in third and fourth just need a little bit more time. They're cattle that could just use a little more strength there in their forerib. And this heifer, the ground's a little frailer in terms of size and foot, but a nice heifer just needs a little more time. Long-bodied heifer maybe has just a little bit more length of body and strength there to her top line. As you study this female from behind, she gets a little narrower there relative to her base width. She gets a little straighter up through that front end. More moderate female, it has a little more body, finishes out her class. Just a little coarser in terms of her rear joint, a little rounder in terms of her shoulder. Let's give those guys a good hand. Nice class.
Over on your main Anjou bull side, an exceptional pair of bulls represent this class and division. Probably the closest placing we've had yet today. I like a lot of things about both of these bulls. Bull that wins the class to me just excels in terms of his softness and his rib shape. I really like him in terms of his structure and his foot size. And when you get behind him, I really like his hip structure. He's really long and level out through his hip. He's really wide pinned. His tail head sets in there really nicely. He's a bigger testicled bull as well. And with that much performance, I think a bull that's very attractive up through his front end. I like the way his shoulder lays into that forerib. The bull in second, it's a bull that's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape, and it's true muscle down his top and out through his hip and his stifle. Bull that's very clean about his sheath. He's really nicely balanced. Again, just being nitpicky with two exceptional individuals, he maybe gets a bit more open at the top of his shoulder, and maybe he's not the way that tail head sets up. But two very good bulls to represent this class and division.
In our limousine show, Class 9, first place, entry number 28, TMCK Bordeaux 095B, exhibited by Tummel Creek and Circle R Ranch, Jacksonville. Jacksonville, Florida. Second place, entry number 27, OCC Bliss 142B, exhibited by Olin Cattle Company, Hornbeak, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 29, exhibited by ATAC Limousine, Avon, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 30, exhibited by Edwards Land and Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. And fifth place, entry 26, exhibited by ATAC Limousine, Avon, Illinois. We're now selecting our Division II Limousine champion.
A very good division. Pair of heifers here that we can talk about just a little bit. I think both of them tie together. A nice quality look from the side. They've got enough shape to their lower body, and I think their best days are just in front of them and going to do nothing but get better. I really like the heifer out of the first class. She won a tough one, and her front end quality and the strength there in her forerib. Get that heifer set up from the side. She's really stunning and has a lot of quality about her. We talked in that particular class down at the ground. She could maybe just have a little bit more foot size, a little bit more bone, but I'm not too worried about those things. I guess, I think feet are important and the shape of them are correct, and if they have that, that makes them pretty good in my mind. But she does maybe need to have just a little bit more attractiveness to her hind leg, and she's not near as deep as the heifer that follows her here in this particular class. Another really quality female, and behind her a lot of front end balance and quality, and how she lays that up through her front end, like the length of body and her. I think she's a little stronger in terms of her back leg relative to that set from the side, and just a little better there in terms of her structure. And I like the turn that she has there through the rear third of her body. Just a very good pair of heifers, two really good seconds that could very well be up here as well. Let's give them a good hand, and I'll select my two favorites.
Over on your main Anjou bull side in this junior yearling division, we're going to use the two bulls that just came out of the last class, as we discussed. Two exceptional individuals. They're very close. One thing I didn't mention that I appreciate, again, about both of these bulls, they're both about 2 pounds below breed average on birth weight. They are below breed average on yearling weight as well, but above breed maternal. And, I think certainly there's a place for bulls like that, particularly when you can get a birth weight EPD that low with as much mass and power and muscle and the structural integrity that these two bulls represent. Congratulations to both of you.
Your Division II Limousine champion goes to entry number 28, TMCK Bordeaux 095B, exhibited by Tummel Creek, New Florence, Pennsylvania, and Circle R Ranch, Jacksonville, Florida. Your reserve Division II female, entry number 25, ELCX Bellflower 361B, exhibited by Edwards Landing Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. Now ready for Class 12 Limousine females. Over in our Mananju Bull Show, Class 45, first place, and just selected your junior champion bull, entry 35, BPF Middleman 511A, exhibited by Bushy Park Cattle Company, Highland, Maryland. Second place, and just selected as your reserve junior champion bull, entry 34, JPF Team Blake 2A, exhibited by Martin Livestock, Burgersville, Indiana. If you're following along in your program, entry 36 for Class 48 is scratched. So we're ready to select our champion Mananju bull. I'm going to stick my neck out and say it.
Couldn't have two more different heifers in the particular class come together, but I think the kind that I like and what I want to stay true to is soundness, feet and leg structure, very feminine look, and just making cows, and that's what this deal is all about. And we just have an avenue here to showcase them and market them, but they've got to work when they get done with this show career. And in my opinion, this heifer's condition and her front end just reads to be a little more female-like and feminine. How she's made, she's better up front relative to her knee and her structure. she's a little bigger, and she offers maybe a frame score maybe bigger than I like them, but I'm here to tell you she still has enough body and rib to handle that, and I think a very quality heifer that puts together a lot of doability and cow character. Heifer in second is stouter boned, and she's more massive and she's more moderate. There's probably more top and width in that heifer as you study her. And from behind, she's undoubtedly stouter and thicker in terms of that pin set. For me, she's a little jammed up there through her front end and her knee. I just need to modify that a little bit more. Off of her rump and her rear leg just needs to go with a little bit more comfort. But a very striking heifer. I appreciate the way that they put this heifer together. They spent some time this morning. So let's give her and that gentleman a good hand as they head on out the gate. Good pair of heifers.
Over on your main Anjou Bulls side, really got some exceptional individuals out here to select for your champion and reserve bull this morning. This bull calf that wins the very first division, he's really good, folks. This bull is extremely good in his structure. I like his foot size, his bone work, way he gets out and travels off of both ends. He's good in his hip. He's really good in his rib shape, lays in nice in his shoulder. Only a neat calf to look at today, but this is one that's going to be really good down the road as a big bull. Bull that wins the middle division, maybe a little bit leaner, a little bit greener in his condition, but a bull that's exceptionally long spine. He's a bull that's very youthful about his front end and his appearance. I think a calf with a little more time, just a nickel more groceries, will certainly come into his own and be an excellent bull for this exhibitor. The bull that wins the last division, as we discussed, both of those bulls, exceptional individuals from a structural integrity standpoint. Their bulls are very functional. They're the right kind in terms of their muscle shape, rib shape, and with an exceptional EPD package. I'm going to go out and select your two champions. Before we do that, if you watching around ringside would join me in congratulating these exhibitors on a very nice bull show this morning.
Grand Champion Man Anjou Bull goes to entry 35, BPF Middleman 511A, exhibited by Bushy Park Cattle Company, Highland, Maryland. And your reserve out of that same division, entry 34, JPF Team Blake 2A, exhibited by Martin Livestock, Bargersville, Indiana. We'll get pictures of those two champion bulls with our judge. We'll be ready to move right into our maintainer heifer show. Class 53 and 54 maintainer heifers to the scales.
Sure, very nice single entry here to win this particular class, and a very long-bodied, very feminine-made heifer relative to her head. I like the shape of her neck. You know, a female that we could maybe see be a little square as she steps down there from behind in her hock. She gets a little more base narrow, but I like the length of the body and the strength she has relative to her foot, relative to her bone.
Back over on our Limousine side, I'm a class behind. Class 12, first place, went to entry 32. PBRS Aspen 3203A, exhibited by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. Second place, entry number 31, TASF Avalon 807A, exhibited by Taylor Green, Crossville, Tennessee. Class 13 was single entry in that class. First place went to entry 33, WLR American Beauty, exhibited by Ashley Oberling, Plainville, Illinois. Coming into the ring now is Class 14 Limousine heifers. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our Division III champion. Class 17 and 20 and 21 Limousine heifers to the makeup ring.
Back in the barns, and your maintainer show, Class 54, Junior Heifer Calves. We need them brought to the makeup ring, please. Class 54 and the maintainer show, bring those calves to the makeup ring. Maintainer entries 24 and 62, final call. Bring them to the makeup ring. Maintainer entries 24 and 62 to the makeup ring.
Really good class females here, and a lot of difference relative to kind. And the young man's heifer that wins this class ties together a lot of things that I like. I looked at them just a little bit longer because I don't know if she's just quite perfect, but at the same time, there's a lot of good in her, and she's undoubtedly the highest presented heifer that offers the most look and quality from the side. Her neck ties into her very well. I think what's unique about this heifer, if you study her foot size and her joint, she's stout and she's heavy structured, but still handles it really, really well relative to the length of stride and the flexibility that she has down in her hock and pastern. She's smooth jointed still and really offers a good shape and a lot of body there from the side. She's not the deepest, but at the same time, she has more than enough, and in my opinion, sets up with the most quality and presence from the side and puts together some pretty unique things, I guess, for a female. Heifer in second, the dark red heifer, really like in terms of the strength in her forerib and the turn that she takes back through the body. A lot of doability and just cow shape and her underline, and I appreciate that in that female. She's very strong topped, very correct in how she plants from the side in terms of her hip and hind leg. Up front, this heifer is maybe just a little shorter and plainer for me. She gets maybe ever so slightly a little straighter there up in her knee, but from her shoulder back, she's as good as anything in this particular class and I really like the doability and just body volume that she offers. Heifer here in third, very sound, very fluid moving heifer, and that's why I gave her a second look, is when you get her out on the walk, she holds herself together very, very well, and she actually probably has a little more extension there up through her front end. You get right on top of her and study her in her forerib and study the shape coming back through the rear third of her body. I don't know if she's just quite as strong as both of those heifers that I decided to lead off the class with. Really high-performing, long-bodied, light red heifer coming out next, and the young lady does such a getting her head up and showing the quality that this female has through her front end. She's soft and deep there in her side. I guess off of either end, I would like to modify this heifer ever so slightly up through her shoulder, and then off of her back leg, maybe just a little more uncoordinated in how she steps down there at the ground. A really low rib female that's going to finish up our class here. Like that natural fleshing ability that she has, and I think that's a little bit to her undoing here. Gets maybe a little staler relative to her look and her appearance. Just like to see her maybe a little more correct there over her loin, but a very good class. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings in Class 14, Limousine heifers. First place, entry number 37. Auto, Usually Yours, 290A, exhibited by Cody Heaven, Springfield, Missouri. Second place, entry number 36, ENGD, Adeline, 3608A, exhibited by Drew Shryrock, Versailles, Kentucky. Third place, entry number 39, exhibited by Carly Henderson, Wellsville, Missouri. Fourth place, entry number 34, exhibited by Callie Hicks, Midway, Kentucky. Entry number 38, Hodges, Bethpage, Tennessee. Now ready to select our Division III champion in the Limousine show. Over in our main Angier show ring, we're ready to start with Maintainer heifers, Class 53. 3 entries, bring them on.
Very competitive fall division here, and definitely a lot of decisions that you can make in relative to your breeding programs and where you want to be. Just trying to put them together and just see them give you my opinion here today, and that's all it is. The female out of the first class I like a lot. I think there's just a very useful, functional female that still has a lot of look and quality to her up through her front end. And this division lineup, where she holds an advantage to me, is that she still keeps her chest up in her very good, and then has a very maternal sweep and turn there through the rear third of her body. She's very attractive relative to her hip and her hind leg, and very fluid in terms of her joints. She's maybe not as far along relative to presentation and just hair and those things, but I think that's genuinely a very good cow that ties together a lot of very good things that we value at home. The heifer out of the second class, a lot of bone and foot underneath this heifer, and she puts it together with still a lot of feminine character in terms of her head and her look. as you evaluate her and study her, and we talked a little bit about it in class, as you get right in behind her and study her base width, this heifer narrows up just a little bit more in terms of her track, and I think that explains a little bit of the shape of rib that, in my opinion, she needs coming out of her spine and her forerib. I think there just needs to be a little more strength in that heifer relative to her length of body and her frame. Female that won the last class, and a very good class, some challenge in that particular set of them because they're just different in type, and we talked about the unrivaled amount of presence, and you can see that back here in this division that this female has. She goes to the ground on a very stout structure, very good foot, and still active in terms of that look there from the side. What I saw in that particular class, and I think you can see maybe a little bit out here in this particular division, she has maybe just a little bit more chest, and right in behind her shoulder there in her forerib, I would like to see her a little stronger right there. But a good set of females. I'm going to go show you my two favorites. Again, thank the division winners here for a nice set of cattle.
Really nice class to begin your maintainer show this morning. Have an exceptional individual to lead off this class. She's wanting to fight the halter just a bit, probably a first show deal. But when you get past that, I really love this heifer from a structural standpoint. Beautiful in terms of the way she sets down that rear leg and through her hock into her pastern, reaches out with a lot of freedom and flex off of both ends. And beyond the structural integrity she gives you, I really like her out there, her hip. She's really exceptional in terms of her rib shape, the way she goes into that forerib. I think it's just an exceptional heifer calf to lead off this class. Gets a bit closer in second and third. Heifer it leads off in second, I think, just has a bit more internal dimension, and with that is very attractive up through her front end. I like that angle to her shoulder. She doesn't have the sweep to her rib and the softness in that mid 1/3 of her body as the class winner, but I think a heifer calf with a really nice future. Heifer concludes the class, maybe gets a bit plainer, maybe opens up the top of her shoulder just a bit, doesn't have quite that character and pizzazz up through that front 1/3, but I do appreciate her rib shape, and I think a female that's very sound in terms of her structure.
In your Limousine show, Division III champion female goes to entry number 32, PBRS Aspen, 3203A, exhibited by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. Your reserve Division III champion, entry number 37, Otto, usually yours, 290A, exhibited by Cody Haven, Springfield, Missouri. We're now ready for Class 17 Limousine females. Single class in this division, so they'll automatically be your Division IV champion in reserve. In our main Angus show, Class 53 maintainer heifers, first place to entry number 12, BPF Miss Wisdom 121B, exhibited by Park Cattle Company, Highland, Maryland. Second place, entry 16, CFF Clara, exhibited by Mason Love, Baltimore, Ohio. In third place, entry number 14, exhibited by Kaylee Cater Henry, St. Mary's, Ohio. Coming into the ring now is Class 54 maintainers. Class 55 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 58 maintainers.
Good pairs, pair of heifers here to start off our junior yearling division, and May female that wins the class to me is just a little lower input in her kind. She comes together with a more moderate frame package, and I like the strength she has there in her forerib. Just higher quality in how she comes back through the rear third of her body and the set of her hip and her hind leg. Heifer in second is longer bodied and has that added performance and length of body advantage that she offers there from the side. A little smoother up through her shoulder, but at the same time, I think a heifer that just needs a little more strength to her relative to her forerib and just her structure.
Class 17, Limousine females. First place in automatically your Division 4 champion female, entry 40, ENGD, Audacious Lady, 3064A, exhibited by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. Second place in automatically your Division 4 Reserve Division champion, entry 41, Wolf's Angel Fish, 3146A, exhibited by Alex Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. We're now ready for Class 20, Limousine females. Class 21 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 22, 23, and 26. Limousine, entry 47, Madeline Ethington. We need you to the scales. Entry 47. Maintainer entry 63. Maintainer entry 63. Maintainer entry 63. Crite show cattle. We need you to do the scales immediately.
Outstanding quality within these females, and a pair of them that come up front, I guess for different reasons. But the things that I like about the white flanked heifer is the fact that she's just a little fresher. She's more correct in her condition, and we don't lose, in my opinion, enough depth of body and rib shape and body volume. She still has enough and offers an unrivaled amount of look there from the side. She's a little better on her front feet, and I like the structure that she has there coming out of her front end. A long striding heifer that puts together a lot of good. A lot of body volume and a lot of rib and natural doability in the heifer that comes in second. I think some of that is a little bit to her undoing, though. As you study this female up through her chest and up through her front end, I think she's pushing a little bit more condition than she needs personally for me, and that hinders her movement out of her front end, and I'd like to modify her there. Just lean her up. She's a little small in her vulva size as well, and that bothers me a little bit. Heifer that comes next and third in this particular lineup, a lot of strength to her in terms of her top line and the dimension and width that she has. Fairly fluid in terms of her structure, but at the same time she kind of kinks up there in her top and her back just a little bit. And one thing for me, I would like to see her a little more refined there in terms of the teat size that she's starting to form in her udder. Heifer that finishes up the class relative to the values that I gave here relative to her genetic information, very good. Cavanese female, puts together a strong MTI, and she's deep-ribbed and easy fleshing, just a little plainer in terms of her kind for me, though. A nice set of 4 heifers. Please give them a good hand.
Class 20 Limousine females. First place, entry number 43, TASB Aurora 257A, exhibited by Kelsey Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. Second place, entry 44, ELCX Anastasia 323A, exhibited by Edwards and Owen Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. Third place, entry 45, exhibited by Dominique Rupert, Whit, Illinois. And fourth place, entry number 42, exhibited by Alex Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is Class 21 Limousine. Class 22 should be in the makeup ring. Class 23 and 26. If you've just joined us this morning, our judges for today's show over in our maintainer show is Mr. Charlay Boyd of Mayslick, Kentucky. Over in our Limousine show, our judge today is Shane Bedwell from Fort Collins, Colorado. Testing 1, 2.
Thanks, Eddie. This class is extremely deep, a lot of quality all the way through. Folks watching this show, let's give all these exhibitors in this class a big hand, a tremendous group of females. We get in the top end of this class, some really neat heifer calves, a lot of good in each one of them. Obviously, there's some minute differences, and that's how they sort to the top. And the heifer that leads off the class to me combines the things that I like. She's extremely sound in terms of her structure. She's really good-footed. I really like the way she pushes off of that rear leg. She's got a nice angle to her shoulder. Beautiful up through her front end. Transitions to a beautiful rib shape, a lot of dimension. Where she excels over the heifer in seconds is the way she ties in from that shoulder into her forerib. Then when you get her out on the move, she's so elegant and comfortable as she goes away from you. I really like the heifer calf in second. I really like her in terms of her freshness and her condition. She's very attractive. She's very youthful. She's a heifer calf that's really good in terms of her bone work and shape, very sound in terms of her structure. Maybe gets just a bit more opened up at the top of that shoulder relative to your class winner, but a very nice heifer in second. I really appreciate the performance and the dimension that we see in the heifer in third. Really big top, big hip female with a lot of shape to her rib. When you get her out on the move, she's wanting, just like she is right now, wants to fight the halter just a bit, wants to rise up in her top just a little relative to those two heifers in 1 and 2. Nice heifer coming out in 4. A little bit greener in her condition, but a female with a lot of future. She's extremely sound. She's really nice the way she handles her top, out there her hip on the move. Doesn't have quite that softness or rib that we saw in the 3 heifers above her. Really an interesting female coming out next. Really big top, really big hip, very sound in terms of her structure. Maybe wants to open up in that shoulder just a bit and just wants to rise up in her top a little bit when you get her out on the move. White stocking-footed heifer coming out next, really soft-middled. Female I really appreciate in terms of her width and dimension out through her hip. Where I would change her would be up through her front end, give her a bit more length up through her neck and a more femininity about her head. Black heifer coming out in front of me, really attractive, a female that's nicely balanced, presented very well. Female just doesn't have quite the rib shape and body of the heifer that stood directly above her. Baldy heifer next, extremely sound structure. She really reaches out, very free and easy off of both ends. Change her just a bit in her shoulder, the way she ties in into that forerib relative to the black heifer that stood ahead of her. Then we conclude with some 4 heifers that I would change in terms of from a structural standpoint, give them a bit more freedom and ease when they get them out in motion, soften them up in their rib shape just a bit. But a very, very nice class of maintainer heifer calves.
Definitely a lot of give and take amongst a set of March heifers here, and I'm going to go ahead and use the early March-born red heifer to win this class. And stopped, and at the stand, there's not another female in this class that ties together as much cow character and shape of body as she does, with the amount of freshness and correctness of shape through her front end. And I think that's a definite advantage that this female has. She comes maybe a little bit more moderate for some, but in my opinion, I think she ties it together very, very well. When we get her on the lead, you know, I think there's some differences and maybe some sort in these cattle there. She's sound enough for me. I wish she maybe was a little square off the ground there from behind, but she still holds it together very well relative to her joints and movement, and just a lot of quality, a lot of femininity. I love the shape of body and the freshness that you get in that heifer to go ahead and win. Undoubtedly one of the more striking heifers in the class, comes in second, and so much performance and length of body in this heifer, a tremendous amount of volume and rib shape that she offers. Really appreciate that, and one of the biggest footed, if not the stoutest boned females in the class, and in my opinion, she needs to stay up in this lineup relative to that look that you guys in the crowd are getting there from the side, and how she puts it all together there. The things where I would like to modify her as she gets out and travels, she's different than the heifer that wins the class. The one that wins the class is maybe a little in at her hock. She wants to throw her hind leg and get outside of her body wall just a little bit more than I like, and I would change that in that heifer. And she's not as feminine, she's not as evenly spaced in terms of the udder structure that they're starting to form. But at the stand, that heifer puts together a lot of good. It's interesting as we're talking about their movement and their joints. I don't know if we gain enough of a structural improvement, and neither of the heifers here in 3, 4, or 5 to get you know, and not use that added body volume and style. And I think this is just a very useful, very moderate, good functional heifer here that comes in third. When we get her parked on the side, though, I think she falls apart just a little bit more than I like them. Her chest kind of sticks out of her, and that throws her off, in my opinion. That begins to explain maybe a little bit of the staleness that I see in this heifer. She needs to be fresher and maybe just a little bit more genuine as you study her all the way through her body and her dimension. A bigger frame, longer bodied heifer in fourth, and I thought maybe a close placing there tie together a lot of good. I like the length of body. She's stronger. There's more dimension and width in this heifer, and personally she needs a shot more forerib in her. I think she's just a little more uncoordinated and awkward in how she steps down off of either end. The red female that'll finish up her clasp offers a lot of depth of body. I like the rib and the spring and just the performance that this female puts. In my opinion, though, just a little plainer relative to her look, and then off of her hind leg, she wants to throw them and just needs to sit down with a little more comfort. Congratulations, a very good set of March big junior yearling females. Give them a good hand, please.
Maintainer exhibitors, class 54 maintainers. Class 54 maintainers. First place, entry number 83, AHFF Foxy 425B, exhibited by Emily Campbell, Pennsylvania Firm, Pennsylvania. Second place, entry number 20, BBR Brandy 485B, exhibited by Blind Badger Ranch, Fort Morgan, Colorado. Third place, entry number 59, exhibited by Whitney Betts Keelan. Fourth place, entry number 84, exhibited by Leslie Rogers. Fifth place, entry number 21, exhibited by Gerald Green, East Lansing, Michigan. Sixth place, entry number 25, exhibited by Dykstra Show Cattle, Romney, Indiana, and Beckett Cattle Company. Seventh place, entry number 24, exhibited by Neil Wise, New Philadelphia, Ohio. Eighth place, entry number 17, exhibited by Deal Show Cattle, Galatia, Illinois. Ninth place, entry number 27, exhibited by Jeff Miller, Cutler, Indiana. 10th place, entry number 18, exhibited by Kyle and Gail Marshall, Churubusco, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 5 maintainer heifers. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our junior heifer calf champion. We need Class 58 and 60 maintainers to the makeup ring. What cell book you got there? Oh.
Eddie, we need maintain.
Maintainer, entry 50. Campbell Co. Need you to the makeup ring.
Pair of females here on the front end of this class, and I think there is some give and take in between them, but to me the female that wins the class ties together all the things that I like and value quite a bit, and that's a tremendous cow, and both of them have a lot of volume, a lot of shape there to the rear part of their body, and carry it very well and still stay good and right in terms of their condition. Where this female wins it for me is that I think she has just a little more length there through her front end. Her shoulder ties a little better there into her body. Personally, for me, takes a little longer stride off of her hip and her hind leg. She's more attractive in how that steps down there from the side. I think she just balances up just a little bit nicer stays a little more fluid there in terms of her joints and just the profile that she offers there from the side. Really like the smoothness in her forerib and just the length of body that she offers. A little more moderate-sized heifer that comes next in this lineup, and I actually appreciate the fact that she's a little leaner relative to her condition as you study her there from behind, and probably more genuine as you get right in behind that female and study her out of her pin set. Up front, to me, she's just a little shorter up through her front end, and then off of her back leg, she's just not quite as attractive in how she steps down there from the side. Still very functional in how she gets out and moves, just not quite the presence, in my opinion, of the heifer that wins the class. The one here in third, a really stout structured, big-footed heifer, a lot of length of body and just shape in this female. And I do appreciate the condition and the rig that this young man's brought her in. With that, though, I think she falls apart just a little bit more in comparison from a balance standpoint to those females up above her. A little weaker right there and behind her loin, a little higher there in her tail head, but an awfully very good heifer. Just ran into a pair of really good ones here on the top end. Heifer that finishes up her class is unmistakably the stoutest and heaviest muscled female. A lot of power and shape to her in terms of muscle and width. In my opinion, maybe just a little rounder, maybe a little coarser in terms of her feature out here, but you have to appreciate all the power and dimension that she offers. Congratulations. Let's give those exhibitors a really good hand.
Really got an exceptional class over on the maintainer side of the arena. I asked these exhibitors to bring out these top three heifers. I think these three young females are really very exceptional. I like the heifer to lead off the class. To me, she's the combination heifer in terms of rib shape. I really like her out through her hip. She's beautiful fronted. Where she excels, you get her out in motion. She just travels so free and easy and so comfortably, and I like that about her. To me, where she truly separates herself from the two heifers in second and third is in that shoulder and that front one-third of her body, just that length of neck, and the freshness and the youthfulness that she gives me. I like her quite a bit. Two heifers in second and third, I think, are actually very similar. They're both very long and loose in their spine. Again, they're females that get out and go and reach with a lot of freedom and flex. The heifer in second, I like her the way she ties into her shoulder just a bit better than the heifer in three. I like the angle and the way she comes out of her knee to the ground just a notch better. But the heifer in third is exceptional in terms of power and dimension down her top and through her hip. I really like the way she goes off of that rear leg. I just like to elevate her just a bit the top of that shoulder and give her a bit more length of her neck relative to those other two females. Big, high-performing individual in fourth. Huge bodied. I love that about her. She gives you a lot of cow look, a female with a lot of dimension and power. Just gets a bit more opened up there at the top of her shoulder and is carrying a bit more condition relative to those three heifers in the top three. Nice, youthful, very fresh sound, attractive heifer coming out in the exhibitor 126. She maybe gets just a bit frailer boned and smaller footed, not quite the strength of foundation that we see in the top end of the class. Next two females, very similar. Females that are very attractive. They're females that are very good down their top and through their hip. Where I'd like to see change them a bit is give them a bit more rib shape and softness than some of the other heifers in the class. Next two heifers, as we conclude, females that get a bit more open-shouldered, maybe just a nickel bit plainer in their look than some of the others that we saw, but a really nice class of maintainer heifer calves.
Placings in Class 22 Limousine females. First place, entry number 52, LLJB, Absolute Style, 3056, Shelby Hennessy, North Dakota. Second place, entry number 53, EF Amos 935A, exhibited by Mark Blake, Earl Park, Indiana. Third place, entry number 54, exhibited by Dominica Rupert, Whit, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 51, exhibited by August Trenner, Walcott, Iowa. In the ring now is Class 23 Limousine females. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our Division 5 champion. Class 26 and 27, Limousine females should be in the makeup ring. In our maintainer show, Class 55, first place went to entry number 33, MGK Phoenix 293B, exhibited by Caitlin Schwab, Wampakoneta, Ohio. Second place, entry 6, exhibited by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. Third place, entry number 30, exhibited by Campbell Co., Cedarville, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 41, exhibited by Hannah Topmiller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Fifth place, entry 126, exhibited by Connor Cross, Wilkinson, Indiana. Sixth place, entry 32, exhibited by Cooper, Canada, Lexington, Kentucky. Seventh place, entry 29, exhibited by Circle G Show Cattle, Danville, Indiana. Eighth place, entry 36, exhibited by Brandon Freed, Elwell, Michigan. And ninth place, entry 37, exhibited by Harris Show Cattle, Casstown, Ohio. We're now selecting our junior heifer calf champion maintainer. Class 58 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 62 and 63 maintainers.
Another really good set of 5 here in a January class, big bred females that we have, and the way that the female that wins the class ties together all of her look and her balance with the right type of condition, in my opinion, and the freshness just brings her to the front pretty quick in my mind. I think she's more attractive, how she comes out of her hip and sits down in her hind leg than the heifer that follows her right there next in this lineup, and just a lot of strength, a lot of turn to this heifer, and I appreciate the condition that we've kept this female in. Good heifer to win this particular set. Heifer in second, really a lot of doability, a lot of body volume and rib. I like the strength that she has right there in her forerib. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of body volume and just usefulness in this female. I think that's where she separates over the one in third. I guess comparatively to the one that wins the class, maybe not quite as good in terms of the shape of her neck. I think she maybe hesitates just a little bit more in the stride that she takes off of her front end. Maybe not quite as petite and refined there in terms of her udder structure as the female that wins the class. But a lot of volume, a lot of rib and doability, a very strong cow candidate in my opinion. Female in third that we have here, I think from a presentation-wise, the young man's done a good job of putting her together, and she has a good hair coat on her. That gives you kind of a second look about her. Really a bold female, has some dimension and top to her, and her upper rib's pretty good. Where I take a little issue with her is down through her lower body. She needs a more maternal sweep there, and then structurally maybe just needs to be a little more athletic in how she steps down off of either end. Get that and gain that in the fourth place heifer in this lineup in terms of volume and depth of body. In my opinion, she comes apart a little bit too much in her top line. She gets a little too uncoordinated off of her rear leg, and so that's why she sets in fourth. The female that'll finish up her class, a real deep ribbed heifer, a lot of volume. I don't think fleshing ability is necessarily maybe a big issue in this class. They all have it. She just gets a little plainer, a little higher in her tail head for me. Congratulations. Let's give them a good hand.
Got an exceptional, 3 exceptional class winners to select for your first division this morning, the maintainers show, and 3 extremely good second place females as well. Real briefly, the heifer calf that wins that first class, maybe your first show, and she's not wanting to lead out just the best today, but I really like her. I think when she does relax at times, she gets out and goes real good off of both ends. Beautiful sweep to her rib. I like that about her quite a bit. Really good out through her hip. Stands on a lot of bone, a big foot, has a lot of flex and freedom. Heifer calf that wins this second class in the middle of this division, really nicely balanced, very elegant in her design, really good down her top and through her hip. She carries herself very well. Really like her underneath where she transitions to her forerib and her flank. Heifer wins the third class, really big bodied, really big hip, exceptionally good fronted. You get her out, she goes very free and easy off of both ends. 3 very, very good class winners, 3 exceptional seconds. This time we'll get you a division champion in reserve. Let's give all these exhibitors a big hand. Great set of heifer calves.
Placings in Class 23 Limousine Heifers. First place, entry number 87, EF, All in Fun, 851A, exhibited by Massey Limousines and Etherton. Second place, entry number 57, exhibited by Colin Campbell, Butler, Kentucky. Third place, entry 56, exhibited by Cameron Bryant, Pikeville, Tennessee. Fourth place, entry number 89, exhibited by Pilgrim and Enright Farms, Renfrew, Ontario. Fifth place, entry number 55, exhibited by Tyler Hodges, Bethpage, Tennessee. We're now selecting our Division 5 champion female. In our maintainer show, your junior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 33. She's MGK Phoenix 293B, exhibited by Caitlin Schwab, Wampakoneta, Ohio. And the reserve, entry 68 out of that same class, exhibited by Abby Collins, Ohio. We're now ready for Class 58 maintainers. Class 62 and 63 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 70. Limousine, entry 59, Shane Kendall. We need you to the makeup ring immediately. Shane Kendall, entry 59, Limousine.
Well, let's put our hands together and thank these Limousine exhibitors. Very outstanding set of females here that we have. I think it's pretty impressive, honestly, as you study all 8 of these cattle, and all of them, I think, have a tremendous amount of turnout value, and you know, the genetics and the pedigrees behind them, I'm sure, are very good. As we come back out here in the ring and study them, I think we do have some decisions make to kind, and the heifer out of the first class, the April heifer, really like the quality and the freshness comes in. She's very elite at the stand, and I'm one of those guys that really likes a tremendous amount of balance and quality to it, and I think she does put that together. We noted in her class how maybe she could use just a little bit more strength there right in her forerib, and maybe comes up a little bit in how she goes, but I think one that is awfully good from the side relative to her balance. The red heifer right in behind her, just an awesome cow. I really like her relative to that body and shape of volume and rib that she offers. Just a low input kind that still puts together a tremendous amount of look and balance out here in this lineup. I would change her a little bit down at the ground and just see her a little bit more athletic off of either end. She comes in just a little bit there at her hock from behind, but I think a tremendous female relative to the shape, relative to the cow look that she puts together. Big fan of the 1 and 3rd, and she hit me very hard when she came in the lineup. I think a heifer that ties together an unrivaled amount of quality, an unrivaled amount of volume, and just structure in her. Paints a very feminine female look there from the side in terms of that silhouette that she offers. Very attractive and good in that lower joint in her hind leg, and just a tremendous brood cow. Female that'll finish up this division lineup. We talked in that particular class, and I think she best fits in this lineup because of the freshness and the length of body and the attractiveness that heifer has. As you get her back out here in this lineup, maybe just a little bit more chest, maybe doesn't have quite the strength there right in behind her shoulder as a couple of these other heifers do, but a very elite set of Limousine cattle. Again, it's been an honor here. Put your hands together one more time for a great set of junior yearlings, and I'll show you my 2 favorites.
Division 5 Limousine Female goes to entry number 52, LLJB, Absolute Style 3056, exhibited by Shelby Hennessy, Deslax, North Dakota. That brings 53 for the reserve selection. And your reserve division champion comes out of that same class, entry 53, EF, AMS 935A, exhibited by Mark Blake, Earl Park, Indiana. We're now ready for Class 26 Limousine females. Class 27 should be in the makeup ring. You can start bringing back those division champion and reserves for our grand female drive. Limousine, entry 62, James Byers. We need that Limousine entry 62 to the makeup ring immediately. Final call.
This class of maintainer heifer calves, I really like the heifer that leads off the class, and she does so in terms of her structure. And female just glides around the ring with so much freedom and ease. She's very comfortable in her skeleton. She may not be the most of anything, but she puts the most good pieces together. She's balanced. She's very square and dimensional out through her hip. She's very attractive up through her front end. Just an exceptional female in terms of her structure. The female in second most closely follows the first place female in that typing kind. I like her in the way she sets down off of that rear leg. She's got a nice angle to her shoulder. Really a big top female. I really like that about her. Where she is not as good as the heifer in first, as you get behind her, she wants to tuck in just a bit more in her pin set, and particularly when you get her on the move, she maybe roaches up in her top just a nickel relative to your class winner. I really like the Blaze Baldy heifer coming out in 3. She's got that wow factor to her, When she's standing still, I certainly appreciate her in terms of her hip, her rib shape. Ella, soggy, soft-made female coming out. The young girl, exhibitor 127. I like a lot of things about this heifer calf. She does get a bit shorter strided, gets opened up just a bit more at the top of that shoulder relative to those top three heifers, but I think there's a nice cow prospect in her. Another very high-performing female coming out next. Wants to get a bit plainer about her head, a bit shorter and lower where her neck comes out of her shoulder. Wants to rise up in her tail head just a bit when you get her out on the move. Next black heifer coming out, female maybe gets a bit shorter body and a bit more compact in her design, but a female that is adequate in terms of her structure and presented and shown very nicely by this exhibitor. Then we conclude the class with a little bit of a bigger frame type female that's carrying just a bit more condition than some of the other heifer calves in this class.
All righty, back on the Limousine side here, we've got a good class of senior yearlings here, and I think all the exhibitors have chose to let these females maybe calve a little bit later after the first of the year, and so I think it kind of throws them off. They're just in a different stage and an age right now where it, you know, having that calf that's a little further along kind of helps them out, but they're all the same from that standpoint, and so I think the differences here are still pretty good, and they're all three good cattle, just different in terms of their type and kind. I think once that you get past the white flanked heifer's chest and recognize her body and her rib, and then put that with her foot and her structure and the soundness and length of stride that she takes off of her back leg, she becomes the class winner in my opinion. I think she's just a little sounder. She pops her pasterns just a little bit, but she's looser in her joint. She's cleaner in it and just bigger footed down at the ground, and that's why she wins this class. Her chest is a little distracting for me, but I just like the body, I like the volume, just like the looseness of structure that you get in her. At the stand, young man's heifer in second. I like the shape and turn of her. She's in terms of size, and all of her parts fit together definitely nicer. Personally, she's a little short striding off of either end there, and mainly off of her hind leg. She needs to have just a faster running gear there off of her hock. The female that will finish up her class offers the most body volume and depth aside, and I appreciate that in her. Personally, for me, just a little more general and plain in her hind leg, and gives up maybe some of the quality and balance that we get in those two cattle ahead of them.
In our Limousine show, Class 26, first place, entry 58, Otto Sophia 439Z, exhibited by Cody Haven, Springfield, Missouri. Second place, entry number 61, ELCX, zip code 289Z, exhibited by John Alexander Walker, McMinnville, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 60, exhibited by Ashlyn Light, Rogersville, Tennessee. Coming into the ring now is Class 27. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our Division 6 champion. Immediately following that, we'll be ready for Grand and Reserve. Need all those Division Champion and Reserve limousines in the makeup ring.
We have a really nice single entry November heifer in your maintainer show. Really a long spine female. I really like that about her. She's good out there. Her hip, get behind her. She has a lot of true base width and dimension to her. I like her rib shape. Maybe if you just be nitpicky, you'd like to freshen her up just a bit in her condition, give her a bit more attractiveness up through her front end, but a very nice heifer to represent this class.
In Class 58 maintainers, first place and automatically your junior heifer calf champion, entry number 44, JSC Cover Girl 31B, exhibited by Jones Show Cattle, Harriet, Ohio. Second place and automatically reserved junior heifer calf champion, entry 48, Maternal Mary 217B, exhibited by Brown Farms, Avon, Illinois. Third place, entry number 67, exhibited by Jeff Miller, Cutler, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 127, exhibited by Gross Show Cattle, Shiloh, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 47, exhibited by Alexis Wright, Philippi, West Virginia. Sixth place, entry number 52, exhibited by Montgomery, Bowling Green, Ohio. In 7th place, entry number 45, exhibited by Grower Show Cattle, Shiloh, Ohio. In Class 62 maintainers, single entry in the class, first place, entry 67, DRCC Miss Angel Candy, exhibited by Laramie Blakely, Ulagaga, Oklahoma. Entering now in our maintainer shows Class 63. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our senior heifer calf champion. We need Class 70 and 71 maintainers to the makeup ring.
See a lot of value in this senior yearling that we have here. Into September born female that's just so cowy and maternal in her look and just so useful in her structure and her kind. You know, that bigger cow, definitely, but you know, she has the spring of rib and the shape of body to handle it and just puts together. And she's not just overly tall, she's just so wide and powerful and good in terms of her rib shape. And I like the fact that she can handle it in terms of her movement and her structure. I think a very easy class winner to tie into in this particular lineup. As we work into the final three in this class, I think the one in second just upholds a little bit more feminine character from the side relative to her look and her balance when she's parked and set up. I like the smoothness and just the correctness, or the more closely correctness that she has relative to her joints and her angles. Pair heifers that'll come in third and fourth offer a lot of moderation. I like the dimension and just the volume that they have from the side in terms of their rib and body. To me, the one in third is just a little smoother and less round in terms of build and structure. Gentleman's female that'll finish up this class is probably a little thicker and stouter in terms of her muscle and her width. Maybe just takes that extremity of roundness and tightness a little bit too far. Congratulations. Let's put it there for those exhibitors.
Over on the maintainer side of the arena, we have an October fall heifer to lead off this class. Just huge bodied and super sound off of both ends. You know, I guess one word to me describes her the best. She just looks like a cow. Beautiful fronted, transitions into her forerib really good, back to her rear flank, really good out through her hip. Really nice in terms of her bone work and her foot size. The black heifer in second, it gets a bit closer in second and third. The black heifer in second, to me, just excels over the third place heifer in terms of her rib shape. Female has more depth of body and spring of rib. She yet, granted, is a bit shorter body than the heifer in third, but I like her in terms of her rib. And you get out behind her hip, she travels off of that rear leg really well, too. The heifer in third's not wanting to cooperate quite as well today. Doesn't have quite the depth of body and spring of rib of the two heifers above her, but I certainly appreciate her length of spine, her levelness of the hip, and she's presented very nicely.
In our limousine show, Class 27, first place, entry number 64, ELCX Christie 260Z, exhibited by Weiss Limousines and Edwards Landing Cattle. Second place, entry number 62, exhibited by James David Byers, Kingsport, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 63, exhibited by Circle L Limousine, Wadsworth, Ohio. And fourth place, entry number 65, also exhibited by Circle L Limousine. We're now selecting our Division 6 Limousine Champion female. In our maintainer show, Class 63, first place, entry number 73, TGSC Amaretta 022A, exhibited by Cole Clayton, Bucyrus, Kansas. Second place, entry number 74, CRLL Miss Angelina 55A, exhibited by Cheyenne Smith, Storm Lake, Iowa. Third place, entry number 75, exhibited by Jason Beal, Washington Courthouse, Ohio. We're now selecting our senior heifer calf champion. In the maintainer show, class 70 and 71 should be in the makeup ring.
Another really good division here, and I think we're going to put one in our final drive that definitely has a shot and is a good kind of cow and just good cattle. And soundness and just the smoothness and the correctness of this heifer, how she ties everything together, to me is just a little bit more to the ideal. And I think there's a lot of turnout value in the senior yearling heifer. Out of class 2, she'll be your division champion. Let's put your hands together for her. Follow up with the heifer out of the first class for a reserve division. Congratulations.
Your Division 6 Limousine champion female goes to entry 64, ELCX Christie 260Z, exhibited by Weiss Limousine, Wellsville, Missouri, and Edwards Land and Cattle Company, Bellevue, North Carolina. Second reserve division goes to entry 58, Otto Zofia 439Z, exhibited by Cody Haven, Springfield, Missouri. Now ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion Limousine females.
Over on your maintainer side for this fall division, really got 3 very exceptional females in this division, the 2 class winners and the heifer that was second in class 2. And as we discussed in that last class, I really like the heifer that won that class. I think she wins the division very handily for me. And then when you analyze the other 2 for your division reserve, I still think the black heifer that was second to our class winner more closely resembles her. I really like her structural integrity, the way she gets out and goes. Where it really probably separates those 2 females, the way she comes out of that neck-head juncture into her shoulder. But again, the heifer that wins the first class is a good female as well. Congratulations to all of you.
Senior heifer calf champion female in the maintainer show goes to entry number 73, TJSC Amaretto 022A, exhibited by Cole Clayton by Curious, Kansas. Second place, entry number 74. Your reserve senior heifer calf champion was the second place female out of that class. CRLL Miss Angelina 55A, exhibited by Cheyenne Smith, Storm Lake, Iowa. Now ready for class 70 maintainer females. Class 71 and class 72A should be in the makeup ring, and 72B. All maintainers to the makeup ring. I see that. Attention in the barn, SimAngus exhibitors. We should be right on track for a noon start for your show. SimAngus exhibitors should be on track for a noon start for your show.
This class of maintainer yearling females really got a powerful female to lead off this class. I just love her in terms of her power, her dimension out through her hip. Really huge bodied. I love that about her. She's not like, she has a lot of spring to her rib, a lot of depth, really balances out from her fore rib back to her flank. Really good up through her front end. Really tremendous in terms of her structure. Very genuine, I think, an excellent cow prospect. Gets a bit closer in second and third. I think the heifer in second, when you view them from the side, she just balances up more correctly. She's a female. It's really good hip. She handles her top very good when she's out on the move. I'd like to loosen her up in terms of her structure and see her move out with a bit more reach, but I think the heifer is certainly high quality and needs to be in second. Female in third, maybe a bit plainer, wants to open up the top of her shoulder just a bit, and when you get behind her, she goes away from you. She wants to hawk in some relative that heifer stood second.
Placings in Class 70, maintainer females. First place, entry number 91, MRY Rosebud 40ZA, exhibited by Kelsey Delaplane, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Second place, entry number 95, Harmony Hill Vogue 09A, exhibited by Morgan Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third place, entry number 35, exhibited by Scarpa Ledge Farm, Marlboro, Connecticut. We're now ready for Class 71 maintainers. Class 72A should be in the makeup ring. Maintainer entry 118. Rachel Connie, we need you in the makeup ring. Maintainer 118.
Very thankful of the opportunity to come to the North American and have the opportunity to judge such a good breed, such a useful breed, I think, relative to the industry and the value that it can put in purebred cattle as well as the commercial industry. And I do think there's a sector of the industry that these cattle fit very well in. The kind that I like are very functional cattle, very good in terms of joint flexibility and just the usefulness, the cow character that they have. And when you study the lineup and some of the divisions that we had, we're a little smaller than the others, but I think hopefully you can appreciate the quality that's out here, that these exhibitors came from all over and put together a great set of cattle, and it's tremendously been good. And heifers that I felt as we were going through the show that came out of a very competitive division, put together a lot of good. These two baby heifer calves here on the end, there's a lot of future in, there's a lot of quality in, and I wish those two exhibitors the best of luck on down the road, because I think they have two cattle that are very special. The fall yearling, just a great cow, a very maternal look about her. The May female, very moderate, a lot of doability. And then as we get down into our bigger bred cattle, that's where I think there's a faster track and some females that really have a lot of donor potential and a lot of turnout value in them. It's been a tremendous show, and I've enjoyed it very much. Again, I'd like to thank the North American as well as Mark Anderson and his crew and Joe. They do an outstanding job. Make sure and thank those guys for the job that they do and the time and effort they put in. Put your hands together for all of these Limousine exhibitors, and I'll go select you two that I like.
Grand Champion Limousine Females, entry 52, LLJB, Absolute Style, 3056A, exhibited by Shelby Lynn Hennessy, Deslax, North Dakota. That brings in entry 53 for the reserve selection.
We're on your maintainer side of yearling females. Really an exceptional class, a lot of quality all the way through these four. Heifer leads off. I really like a lot. She's really complete. She's nicely balanced. When she stands here, if you start from her tail head, you really like her hip. She really pushes off of that rear leg when you get her out and go. Really good in the middle 1/3 of her body. Nice in her top. Really good in the way she transitions from that forerib into her shoulder. Her neck comes out really high. I think a very good female to represent this class. Heifer coming out in second, extremely sound. Always she gets out and reaches and goes off of both ends with a lot of freedom and flex, and I like that about her quite a bit. Female, it's really loose made, but yet with that, when she stops, she really holds herself good, really good fronted, really good ribbed. Maybe wants to kick up in her tail head just a bit relative to the heifer that wins the class, and I'd like to shorten her up in her teat size somewhat relative to the heifers on either side of her. The heifer coming out in third is a bit more moderate, a female that I think gets a bit more restricted in her movement off of her rear leg as you watch her go away from you, but I certainly appreciate her in a lot of different areas, and female, again, is certainly more than adequate in terms of her rib shape. Maybe wants to get just a nickel shorter about her neck, but I think a very, very good one to be in third. Female concludes the class, maybe a bit bigger frame, a little looser made type female that opens up at the top of her shoulder, but I think she's got a lot of spring and rib and will make a nice cow for this exhibitor.
Your reserve grand champion, Limousine female, entry number 53, EF AMS 935A, exhibited by Mark Blake, Earl Park, Indiana. We'll get pictures of those two champion females with our judge. And then we'll be ready to move right into the Limousine Bull Show, class 32 and 33, Limousine Bulls to the makeup ring. In our maintainer show, class 71, first place, entry number 113, MRH Olivia, exhibited by Colby Manning, Union City, Ohio. Second place, entry number 106, WLFF Fergie 8A, exhibited by Kathy Lehman, Shelby, Ohio. Third place, entry 109, exhibited by Hannah Topmiller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio. And fourth place, entry number 105, exhibited by Neil Wise, New Philadelphia, Ohio. Coming into the ring now is class 72A. If you're following along in one of your programs, class 72 is going to be split into an A and B. We'll have 3 entries in this class, and the 72B will have entry 124 in it. Then we'll be ready to select our junior maintainer. There's no entries in the senior division, so immediately following that, we'll be ready for grand and reserve female in our maintainer shows. We need all those division champion reserve maintainers to the makeup ring. Start bringing class 82 and 83 man and Jew heifers to the makeup ring.
This class of yearling maintainer females, female leads off the class. I like her quite a bit. Female is really made good. She's really exceptional out in her hip, from her hooks back into her pin set. Really good down when you get behind her, carries that muscle down deep into her stifle. Good in terms of her rear leg, and then when she stops, she balances out. Really good in terms of her top and transitions into a really nice shoulder, head, neck juncture. Female in second, I really appreciate her in terms of her structure. She gets out and goes extremely free and easy off of both ends. I really like that quite a bit about her. She's a big-bodied female, a female that I think has a nice cow look. Where she is not as good as the heifer that leads off the class, and you get behind her, she wants to just drop just a nickel in her tail set, and maybe gets a bit more narrow, she goes away from you. Heifer we conclude with is one you really appreciate when she stands. She's really nicely balanced, really up-headed and attractive. When you get her on the go, she does struggles and off of relative to the two heifers in first and second.
Placings in Class 72A maintainers. First place, entry 118, GARW Miss Cupcake, exhibited by Rachel Connie, Beloit, Ohio. Second place, entry 121, Harrah's Miss Liberty 3A, exhibited by Brad Green, Bryant, Indiana. And third place, entry number 122, exhibited by Blake Penine, Hastings, Minnesota. Coming into the ring now is Class 72B. Single entry in this class. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our junior champion female. Limousine, entry 69. We need you to the makeup ring. Limousine Bull, entry 69.
Really nice single entry maintainer yearling in this class. Excuse me. Really good when you get her out going. She really goes good off of both ends. I really like that slope to her shoulder. Big-footed. I think she's exceptional in that regard. You really like her rib shape. She's good out through her hip. If you were going to be just a bit nitpicky, she wants to hawk in just a little, she goes away from you. But an exceptional single entry heifer to represent this class.
Man and Jew, classes 82 and 83 to the makeup ring. We're selecting our champion maintainer. We'll be ready for class 82 and 83, man and Jew females. All right, in our limousine show, we're ready to get started with our bull show, class 32 bulls. Bring them on. Entry 66, 67, and 68. Bring them in the ring.
Over on your maintainer side for this yearling division champion, let's give these exhibitors a big hand. This is a deep, high-quality lineup. Heifer wins this first class, folks, to me is just truly unique in terms of her rib shape. To get that much center body and rib and that hip and still be so sound as she goes around the ring. Is she a nickel big? I'm going to leave that up to you. She probably is ideally, but also she's unique in the regard to get that much body and cow look and to be so sound. If you're going to be a little nitpicky, yes, she's pushing a little chest, maybe getting a little bit there in the point of her shoulder, but again, to me, she exhibits some fleshing ability, and I like her quite a bit. I think it's an exceptional female that comes out of the next class. When you view her from the side, she's got a killer look. Just beautiful in terms of her balance and her symmetry. She's fresh in her condition. Really good way she lays into that shoulder. Her neck comes out really high. I think a very, very high quality female. Heifer comes out of class 3 as one of the best in the group in terms of her hip. When you get from her hooks to her pins, she's really got a lot of dimension. Really squares up nicely, gets off of that rear leg good, maybe gets a bit shorter necked and a bit shorter strided when you get her in motion compared to those two heifers ahead of her, but a high quality female. Heifer wins that 4th single entry class, super sound. I really like her foot. She gets around and goes good, maybe gets just a bit easier in her top, a little bit more opened up at the top of her shoulder, but that's a good functional female to represent that class. There's two heifers that suit me quite a bit. They're a little bit different in type and kind, but I'll show you your two division champions. Thank you.
Very good class of bulls to start off our Limousine show with, and a little bit different relative to type, but the one that wins the class is pretty intriguing, I guess, in my mind, in the things that he puts together, and that's a quality herd bull look at this age, a phenomenal shape there to his body. He's got a nice muscle shape into him, but it doesn't hinder his movement. He's got enough length of hip in him, and just a moderate bull that ties together a lot of neat things. The bull that comes next in second is longer bodied. He's smoother up through his front end and his shoulder, and I like that about him. I don't know if you gain a structural improvement. They're just different in how they handle themselves there in terms of their movement and their motion. But I do like his length of body. I do like the smoothness that he offers, just not quite as strong and as intriguing as the bull that wins the class. Relative to testicle development and size, the Red Bull has him beat, and I appreciate that, and I do think that is important. The length of body and natural performance that this bull indicates that he might have on down the road is excellent. My opinion, though, relative to his joint work and his foot size, just needs to be a little more correct, but I like the shape, I like the length of body that he offers.
Junior champion female in the maintainer show goes to entry number 91. MRY Rosebud 40ZA, exhibited by Kelsey Delaplane, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Your reserve junior champion, entry number 113, MRH Olivia, exhibited by Colby Manning, Union City, Ohio. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion maintainer females, class 82 and 83, Mananju females, to the makeup ring. In our limousine, class 32, first place, entry number 67, AHFF Drifter 431B, exhibited by Heartfelt Farms, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Second place, entry number 66, ELCX Bad Boy 150B, exhibited by Edwards Landing Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. Third place, entry number 68, exhibited by Alex Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is class 33 Limousine Bulls. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our Division I champion. We need class 36 and 39 Limousine Bulls to the makeup ring. Be bringing all those Limousine Bulls to the makeup ring. All Limousine Bulls to the makeup ring. Mananju, class 83 and 84 to the makeup ring.
Very strong and outstanding class of March and April bull calves, and I think there's a lot of breeding value really in all the cattle that stand in this class. It's just personal preference and where you want to put and sort them, but I think there's a pair of bulls that are striking, put together still enough masculinity and correctness from the side, and they tie it together a little bit better, and the one that does that up at the front end of the class is loose structured. Tremendous amount of strength there in his heart and his forerib. Body volume is tremendous, very strong and smooth there at the top of his shoulder. And I think he just stays together, maybe a little more collectively than the bull there in second, but a really good one to tie into there in my opinion. The one in second, like I said, is much like our class winner, maybe even a little longer up through his front end. He's got a stout bone work up underneath him and a tremendous amount of shape. A bull that's a little greener in his condition, and I think one in time will get enough strength there and behind his shoulder and his forerib. Today, though, right at the top of his shoulder and right in behind it, he maybe doesn't hook together quite as good. But that's a nice bull that's got a lot ahead of him and a lot of quality to him. Just needs a little more time. Bull in third is more massive than both of the cattle that I started with in terms of pin width and the amount of power and dimension that he offers. He's one that's fighting the halter just a bit more today, and it's tough to get just a great read on this guy. But I like the substance, I like the power, I like the shape and the turn to him. It's maybe not quite as heavy structured and big footed, quite at the ground. And like I said, maybe doesn't tie together with that striking amount of balance there today. A really moderate low input bull the gentleman has next and fourth that offers a tremendous amount of doability. The heaviest bull in this class, but he's also the oldest. And I think there's just the kind of females that he can generate relative to flesh and ability and volume. He's a big testicle bull, and I like all those things about him. Relative to that top cut, maybe he's a little more awkward in how he steps off either end of his skeleton, a little more general in terms of his hind leg and how he plants it. Bull that'll finish up our class is more expressive relative to his muscle, maybe a little heavier in terms of his bone, but again, relative to his build and his joint work, maybe one that gets a little tighter and a little more upright relative to his hock. Congratulations, good luck with those cattle on down the road. A very excellent set of calves.
Over on the maintainer side, certainly been an exceptional female show this morning. A lot of depth and quality in these classes, and really, really deep in our calf classes, like the heifer calf that comes out of the division. She had quite a bit of heat in that in her class and in the division, and I really like her. When you look at her from the side, she balances up so good. Really big hipped and wide pin, sets down on a really good rear leg. Love her rib shape, her extension up through her front end. I think she's going to be really good down the road. Maybe just a little concern as a big heifer. I hope she doesn't push too much lower shoulder, but I tell you what, I'll take my chances. I think she's pretty good. Heifer wins the second calf division. Is really beautiful up through her front end. She probably lays in as nice in her shoulder and transitions into her forerib as good as any female in the lineup. No, she is not the most powerful. She does not have the most hip and dimension, but she is so good in terms of her structure, her bone work, her foot size. When she gets out and goes, she's so comfortable getting around the ring. That's a female that'll be good for a long, long time. Heifer comes out of the fall division, as I said, in that division. I really like her from a cow perspective. I love her rib shape. She's so functional in her type and kind. She's good in terms of her bone work and her foot. Maybe not quite as wild up through her front end as a couple of the other females in the lineup, but I think she's certainly more than acceptable in that area. The big heifer wins the last division, as we've said earlier. She's just unique. She's a unique beast in terms of rib shape and performance and structure and foot size and power. Me, I would get nitpicky, just kind of like me. You might want to lean her up just a little bit, freshen her up just a tick, but she's an awfully good one, folks. Your division reserves, again, are tremendous representatives in those divisions. A great lineup of females. They've been presented very nicely. Let's give these folks a big hand for an excellent female show.
Grand Champion Maintainer Female, entry 91, MRY Rosebud 40ZA, exhibited by Kelsey Delaplane, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Brings in entry 113 for that reserve selection.
Should go or wait or, huh?
Come back to the Limousine side for a great first calf division here in our bull show. I think we've got 4 exceptional individuals out here. A pair of them here up front. The young man's bull calf there, Rugged. I like his masculinity that he shows. He's got a really intriguing look about him, very massive relative to his muscle, and still puts together the right kind of body type. One out of the second class, and I thought that was an excellent set of bulls all the way through, and a lot of quality, a lot of softness and correctness in that dude, and I think he's going to get nothing but get better on down the road. So congratulations. I wanted to give these exhibitors their credit. Put your hands together for them for an outstanding set of bull calves. We're going to use the one out of the second class and keep those 2 bulls together here in this division. Congratulations.
Reserve champion female comes out of that same division. She's entry 113, MRH Olivia, exhibited by Colby Manning, Union City, Ohio. We'll get pictures of those 2 champions with our judge, and we'll be ready to start our Man and Jew female show. Class 82 should be in the makeup ring, class 83 and 84 to the makeup ring. Over in our Limousine show, class 33 bulls, first place, and just named Division I champion, entry 70. TASF Believe 854B, exhibited by Thomas and Son Farms, Boonesboro, Maryland. Second place in your reserve Division I champion, entry 72, owned by Penninger Limousine, Springfield, Missouri. Third place, entry number 69, Edwards Landing Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. Fourth place, entry number 88, exhibited by Englewood Farms, Lexington, Kentucky. And fifth place, entry number 71, exhibited by Sarah Johnson, Williamsport, Ohio. We're now ready for class 36 Limousine, single class in this division, so they'll automatically be your Division II champions. Class 39, makeup ring. Class 42, 45, 48, and 51 to the makeup ring. All Limousine bulls to the makeup ring. Man and Jew, entry 7, David Sowers. We need you to the makeup ring. David Sowers, entry 47.
experience relative to kind out here in this lineup, and the bull that comes to the front offers a lot of masculinity and ruggedness about him, and I do like that about this bull. He's heavy structured, he's powerful, he's a heavy scrotum bull that puts together a lot of performance and strength there in terms of his top line and the width and dimension that he carries all the way through. Bull maybe could just be a little more relaxed there in his knee up front, but I think he's the massive rugged bull of the set that puts together a lot of good, a lot of body volume, and a lot of turn of rib and power all the way through him. Bull in second, in my opinion, is very good and very functional in terms of his joints and his structure. I do like him a little more relaxed up through his front end and his knee. Get off to the side of this bull, and he's just a little plainer, in my opinion, maybe a little flatter back through the lower 1/3 of his body. But I think relative to his body type and the functionality that this bull offers off of either end of his skeleton, you got to keep him up high in this particular lineup. Just a little plainer, though, relative to the kind. Then you got a pair of bulls here in third and fourth that are a little more moderate relative to the kind. They have a tremendous amount of shape, just genuineness of muscle all the way through them. I worry about them long term, just staying together and holding together relative to their shoulder and how they come off of their hock. They get a little rounder relative to their build and their joint work for me. We're going to close the class with a bull I think that comes in as a heifer maker relative to his cavities value, and you can see that in the bull phenotypically. He's long-bodied, smooth in his shoulder, just a little flatter and narrower than I like him though, but very interesting class, a good set of cattle all the way through. Let's give those exhibitors a good hand.
Placings in Class 36 Limousine bulls. First place and automatically your Division II champion, entry number 75, Mr. X-Man, exhibit Brooksbury, Poland, Indiana, and Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. Second place and automatically your Reserve Division champion, ELCX Benjamin 364B, exhibited by Edwards Landing Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. Third place, entry number 76, exhibited by Nada Stonebreaker, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 73, exhibited by ATAC Limousine, Avon, Illinois. And fifth place, entry 77, exhibited by Edwards Landing Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. In the ring now is Class 39 Limousine bulls. Another single class in this division, so they'll automatically be your Division III champions.
I elected to go ahead and use the December-born bull here to win this class. Relative to his body, relative to the look, a doability that he can inject into his future progeny, I just like. Stronger in his forerib, is more massive as he takes the turn back through the rear third of his body. He's a big testicle bull that has a lot of masculinity and still remains good enough relative to his joints and his structure, I think, to hold together to win this class. The one in second complements him well relative to being a little smoother up through his front end. He sets his neck on the top of his shoulder a little stronger and higher. I like that about him, and he's certainly sound relative to his joints. It's this viewpoint, though, as you take him back through the rear third of his body, down into his lower skeleton, this bull gets a little narrower for me. a little flatter relative to his rib shape down through his lower body and his width. The bull that'll finish up the class is more moderate in terms of his kind. Looks to have plenty of muscle and dimension there down his top. To me, a bull that gets a little coarser relative to his structure and his build, but nice trio of bulls to work with.
Placings in Class 39, Limousine Bulls. First place and automatically your Division III champions, entry 78. KBCY All-American Outlaw, exhibited by Tyler Hodges, Bethpage, Tennessee. Second place and automatically your Reserve Division champion, entry 80, ELCX Axle 364A, exhibited by Edwards Landing Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. Third place, entry 79, exhibited by Circle L Limousine Land Company, Wadsworth, Ohio. Coming into the ring now is Class 42 Limousine Bulls. Single entry in the class, single entry in the division. So he...
Get a call for Limousine entry 82.
Limousine entry 82, Etherton Farms, Rachel Booth. Final call, entry 82. Your class is about to enter the ring. We need all Limousine Bulls to the makeup ring.
Definitely a strong single entry the young man brings in the ring. A May bull that right on, I think, relative to his size and just the squareness and the stoutness, the ruggedness, and how this bull's put together. Very adequate relative to his depth of body and the volume. Bull that's very sound and effortless in terms of his structure and his joints and how he gets around the ring. I think a very competitive class winner that we have that could definitely stand a little more competition. Congratulations.
Placings in Class 42, Limousine Bulls. First place and automatically your Division IV champion, entry number 81. Auto New Edition 136A, exhibited by Thomas and Pinniger Partnership, Boonesboro, Maryland. Now ready for Class 45. We're ready to start our main and Jew female show, Class 82. Coming into the ring, Class 83 and 84 in the makeup ring. First call for Class 87, man and Jews. Attention in the barns, SimAngus exhibitors. Attention in the barns, SimAngus exhibitors. We should be right on time for a noon start for your show. And Charlay exhibitors, it appears we'll be on time for your show as well. I will repost you Charlay exhibitors, but I think we'll be good for a 1 o'clock start for the Charlay show.
Our first class of main Anjou heifer calves really got a big, stout, high-performing heifer calf to lead off with. Really like her in terms of her rib shape, good out through her hip and her pin set, comes down on a really nice rear leg. I would change her just a bit. I'd probably freshen her up in her condition just a scotch. Wants to open up just a bit the top of her shoulder, but that's a really nice heifer calf in this class. The baldy heifer that comes out in second, really fresh in her condition and her appearance, really nice up through her front end, nicely balanced, very adequate in terms of her structure. I'd like to change her around her tail head just a bit, the way she comes out from her hook into her pin set, but a nice heifer calf there in second. Good heifer in third, really a lot of top, a lot of dimension. She wants to get a bit more restricted in her movement as she goes away from you relative to the other two heifers in this class.
Really intriguing pair of bulls here in this particular class, and I think you can sort them different ways just depending on personal preference and how they hit you and what you like. But the strength of the bull here that wins the class and the shape of his body, his forerib and the turn that he has through the rear part of it, I'm a big fan of. And I think that's a moderate bull that ties together still a lot of look and still a lot of joint flexibility. He's masculine and he's rugged, and he just puts together the body shape and the rib that I'm a big fan of. And that's where I really like him, and I think that's where he can come to the front relatively easy at first glance. I guess the longer that you break him down, the bull in second I think very much complements him and can beat him in a spot or two. And it's up front, how that shoulder ties into his top line, a little longer striding out of his front end. I like the length of body and attractiveness that he has there in his hip. I don't know if he's quite as good, though, in the strength there in his forerib. The shape of his body is maybe not quite as good as the bull that comes in second. He's still more than adequate there from that standpoint. A very attractive, stylish bull that puts together a lot of good. Down at the ground in his rear joint, he maybe wants to throw him just a little bit there that causes him to get a little bit off. But I think a good pair of bulls, you can sort those two either way. Put your hands together for those two exhibitors.
In Class 45, Limousine Bulls, first place, and automatically your Division 5 champion, entry 82, RLBH Air Force One, exhibited by Rachel Booth and Etherton Farms, Miami, Oklahoma. Second place, entry 83, and automatically reserved 5 division champion, TMCK Architect 031A, exhibited by Tub Mill Creek and Martin Limousine, New Florence, Pennsylvania. Coming into the ring now is Class 48. Another single class in the division, so they'll automatically be your Division 5 champion. Over in our main Anjou show, Class 82 females. First place, entry number 40, Spit Gypsy Queen 102B, exhibited by Thomas Crome, Paris, Illinois. Second place, entry 44, GRH Cora, exhibited by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. And third place, entry 39, exhibited by Brochers Mains, Eaton, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 83.
Really got a nice heifer calf to lead off this second class. Female, when you look at her from the side, balances up so nice from her tail head to her muzzle. Really good hip, really good in terms of her rib. Beautiful the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. Then when you get her, she goes a lot of freedom and flex. Just a really nice one to lead off this class. I like the heifer calf in second. When she's standing still, she's really big topped, has a lot of dimension out in her hip, carries that really down deep into her stifle. You get her out on the go, she wants to get a bit more restricted and shorter strided off of both ends relative to your class winner, but a nice heifer in second. Heifer calf in third gives up some performance and some power and dimension out through her hip of the two heifers above her, but a nice class in this second class of main Anjou heifer calves here this morning.
Placings in Class 83, main Anjou heifers. First place, entry 45, CRLL Miss Sweet Pea, exhibited by Pacey Hawkins, Cincinnati, Iowa. Second place, entry 46, Holly's Mitzi 502B, exhibited by Brody Norwood, Roanoke, Indiana. And third place, entry number 49, exhibited by KVO Angus, Hamilton, Michigan. Coming into the ring now is Class 84 man Anjous. Immediately following this, we'll select our junior heifer calf champion. We need Class 87 and 88 to the makeup ring. 87 and 88 to the makeup ring, man Anjou.
Bull that's going to win our senior yearling division, to me, is just a little more genuine in his kind. Really like the massive shape that he has there in his rib. He's a cleaner conditioned bull that just has a good athletic appearance about him, fairly good testicle size and squareness there to the set of it, and he holds them up a little higher and just has a more correct set to him. In my opinion, if you'd change him down at the ground, I would square up his rear foot and the shape of his rear hoof, and no, that's a one advantage that the bull coming in second definitely has, at least off of his back leg and how he sits down there in his rear foot. He's a smoother bull that has maybe a little more condition on him and just a little more length of body. Get in behind him. I'd like to change him and lean him up, maybe give him a little bit more athletic look about him relative to his condition. Gets a little narrower there from behind for me, but good pair of bulls. Again, close pair either way, but appreciate the quality in them.
Placings in Class 48 Limousine bulls. First place, and automatically your Division 6 champion bulls. Entry number 85, ELCX Remington, exhibited by Edwards Limousine and Freebird Farms, Beulahville, North Carolina. Second place, and automatically your Division 6 reserve champion. Entry 84, ENGD ZZ Top 2606, exhibited by Inglewood Farms and Circle R Ranch, Lancaster, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 51, single bull in this class, single class in the division, automatically your Division 7 champion. We'll be ready to select our champion and reserve champion Limousine bull. Need all those division champion reserves in the makeup.
Big bull that single entry here in this last show. Put together and presented in a way that's very competitive. Bull has a lot of strength to him relative to his top line and his hip. Big old heavy structure underneath him, and I definitely like the bone and just still the flatness of his joint, how he handles himself in terms of his flexibility. Very competitive single entry. Congratulations.
Class 51, first place, and automatically your Division 7 champion. Entry 86, FF Pit Crew 207Z, exhibited by Heartfelt Farms, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Now ready to select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Limousine Bull.
Really a nice class of heifer calves in your main Angus show. Got a really good pair of females in 1 and 2. As we walked in there that second time, this heifer that leads off the class just excels in terms of her structural integrity. Time goes, she's beginning to relax a little bit more than when she came into class. But boy, she goes really good off of both ends. Really nice in terms of her balance and her completeness. Where she really excels is the way she lays into that shoulder. Really beautiful up through her head and neck juncture. I think one's got quite a bit of future. I really like this heifer in second. I really appreciate her in terms of her power and her performance, the dimensions she's got when you get behind her. She's really a big-footed female, a lot of bone, but with that, still sound enough. Not quite as free and easy off of that movement up through her front end as the class winner, but this is really a good heifer calf that goes out in second. I like the power and the performance and the heifer in third. Really like the way she handles her top when she gets out and goes. I just like to change her a bit up in the front 1/3 of her body and freshen her up just a bit and see more angle to that shoulder relative to the two heifers in first and second. Good heifer coming out in 4. She gets out and moves really, really good. She's really good in terms of her balance. She lays in nicely into her shoulder. Disappoints me just a bit when you get behind her. She gets a bit more base narrow and doesn't handle that rear leg quite as well than the other heifer in this class. Two heifers coming out next, obviously a bit different, a more moderate framed heifer coming out in 5th. Female that really has some nice things about her in terms of the way she handles her top and out through her hip. I'd just like to soften her up in her rib shape relative to some of these other heifer calves. Conclude the class with a little bit of a bigger frame female, gets a bit tighter in those pasterns as she goes than some of these other heifer calves in the class.
Again, my congratulations to the exhibitors here in the bull show. I think an outstanding set of cattle, even though the numbers were maybe just a little weaker there in a few spots in those divisions. The quality of the lineup, you wouldn't know that by looking out here. I think there's a lot of useful breeding tools. All the cattle really in this show, there really hasn't been too many outliers in terms of their genetic information. I've talked about it a little bit, but I think that's more important for you breeders to focus on in the direction that you want to go relative to those cattle and use them how you see fit. I'm going to come out here and pick a couple of bulls that I like quite a bit in their respective divisions. I think there's a lot of quality as you study them all the way through. I think a pair of calves up there on the front end that are definitely good. Similar, I guess, to the heifer show where I thought, they offer a lot of future. Again, just need a little bit more time to get there, and we've got some big cattle on down the line here that impressed me quite a bit today. our fall yearling bull, just a good functional, useful cattle relative to his doability and his body. The May bull here I think is very intriguing and definitely one that offers a lot of style, a lot of quality to him, very smooth and fluid there in terms of his joints and how he handles himself relative to that structure. I would like to square his testicles up maybe just a little bit more there on his left side there, just a little bit, but that bull offers a tremendous amount of style and quality there to him. The bull out of this next division here to me is a good bull relative to that doability, relative to his body, and just a moderate frame bull that still looks like he can pass on growth, and based off of his genetic values still has that. And there's a lot of good in him. There was one that was in his class that was very competitive as well. I think both of our bigger bulls, our senior yearling bull and our coming 3-year-old bull, put together a lot of good and are very useful cattle. Congratulations. It's been an honor to come to the North American. Very honored and humbled to set foot on these green chips. It's quite a legacy, quite a tradition here in Louisville. So congratulations. Put your hands together for the exhibitors, and I'll go show you my two favorites.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our Limousine judge a nice round of applause. Mr. Shane Bedwell from Fort Collins, Colorado. Appreciate his time in our show. Your Grand Champion Limousine Bulls, entry number 82, RLBH Air Force One, exhibited by Rachel Booth and Etherton Farms, Miami, Oklahoma. That brings in entry 83 for the reserve selection.
Over on your main Angus side for this first division, we got 6 excellent heifer calves out here to work with. The heifer that wins the very first class, really appreciate her. In terms of her softness and her rib shape, really good out there. Her hip, she's really sound when you get her out on the move. If I were to change her just a bit, I'd like to tighten her up just a bit there at the top of her shoulder and sweeten her up about her neck just a bit. But that's a heifer that's going to make a tremendous yearling and a really good cow down the road. Heifer wins the second class. Really good in terms of her lines and really nicely balanced. Good in terms of her
83.
bone work and her foot size. I really like this heifer up through her front end. If I were just a scotch nitpicky with her, I'd like to change her just a bit in her forerib, but really a good heifer calf with a tremendous amount of future. Really like the heifer wins the third class in terms of her structural integrity. She goes around the ring really good off of both ends. Really good in terms of her rib shape. I love the way she transitions from her forerib into that shoulder, comes out of that neck really high. A very good heifer calf. 3 really good class winners. I like a couple of your second place ones quite a bit as well. I'll select your division champion, and then we'll look again for your reserve. Congratulations to each of you.
Reserve Grand Champion Limousine Bull, entry number 83, TMCK Architect 031A, exhibited by Tub Mill Creek and Martin Limousine, New Florence, Pennsylvania. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Limousine show. You Limousine exhibitors, we appreciate your attendance at the North American, and we'll invite you back next year. SimAngus exhibitors, will start your show in approximately 15 minutes. So start bringing those first classes of SimAngus to the makeup ring. In our Man and Jew show, class 84, Class 84, man and Jew. First place, and just named your junior heifer calf champion, JSC Lucky Lady 34B, exhibited by Jones Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. Second place, and your reserve junior heifer calf champion, entry 62, JSUL Erica's Flower, exhibited by Cagney Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. Third in class, entry number 65, ML Horizon, exhibited by Martin Livestock, Bargersville, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 58, exhibited by Kylie Barclay, Shelby, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 55, exhibited by Brochers Mains, Eaton, Indiana. And sixth place, entry number 53, exhibited by Kyle and Gail Marshall, Chorsabrusco, Indiana. In the ring now in our main Anjou shows, Class 87. Class 88 should be in the makeup ring. First call for 91 and 92. Man Anjou exhibitors, those classes get small in our winter division, so be thinking about bringing that class 96. In your Limousine show, Premier Breeder, Premier Exhibitor, both to Edwards Landing Cattle, Beulahville, North Carolina. What groups do you have? Do you know? Would a representative from Edwards Landing Cattle and Limousines come to the picture backdrop for your Premier Breeder, Premier Exhibitor Awards?
class of main Anjou heifer calves. Really a nice pair, 1 and 2, a little bit different in type and kind. Heifer that surfaces to the top is going to do that in terms of her structure. You get her out on the go, she just reaches out with more freedom and flex off of both ends. Really seems to be comfortable when she's doing that. She's a bit greener in her condition, but I like that at this stage in her life. She's really good the way she lays in her shoulder, comes out of that front end. I think it's one that's going to make a really nice older heifer down the road. I really like the dimension down her top and through the hip of the heifer calf in second. That's where she heifer in first. When you get her out on the go, she doesn't want to get off that rear leg with quite as much freedom and flex as the heifer that leads off the class, but I think that's a really good heifer calf with a lot of future. I really like the heifer when she's standing still. I appreciate her as much as any in the class in terms of expenditure in her rib, but when the female, as you watch her go away from you, it gets a bit shorter in stride and a bit steeper in her shoulder relative to those two heifers in first and second. Really a good high-performing heifer coming out in fourth. I really like that about her. I really like her structure. Where I would change her, she opens up in the top of that shoulder, gets a bit crestier up in her neck relative to those heifers that stood higher in the class. We conclude with a heifer calf that is really feminine fronted. She's nicely presented. Again, a female that gets tighter in those pasterns and doesn't move out with that freedom and ease that we see in the upper end of the class.
Placings in Class 87, Man Anjou females. First place, entry number 87, JSC Lucky Lady, 23B, exhibited by Jones Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. Second place, entry number 73, CRLL Miss Beyonce, 44B, exhibited by McKenna Striegel, Monrovia, Iowa. Third place, entry number 66, exhibited by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 75, exhibited by Circle G Show Cattle, Danville, Indiana. And fifth place, entry number 70, exhibited by Amanda Lifton, Wampakoneta, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 88. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our Division II champion female. Simmental exhibitors need Class 1 cow calves in the makeup ring. First call for Class 4 SimAngus heifers. Class 4 SimAngus heifers.
Have a really nice single entry January heifer calf in this class. I really like this female in terms of her balance. Really, really good in terms of her rib shape. You get behind her, she's got a lot of dimension out through her hip. Really good off her rear leg. If you were to be just a little bit critical, you'd like to give her a bit more slope to her shoulder, lengthen her out through her front end just a bit, but that's a really good functional female to represent this single entry class.
Class 88, Man Anjou females. First place, entry 78, M.L. Stella, exhibited by Martin Livestock, Bargersville, Indiana. Now ready to select Division II Junior Heifer Calf Champion. Class 91 and 92 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 96 and Class 99.
This division, these two class winners, I really like a lot of things about each one. They're obviously a bit different. The heifer calf that wins the first of those two classes, you know, she's a little greener in her condition, but I really like a lot of things about her. Granted, she's not the stout, heavy muscled one. She's probably not the widest pinned heifer, but I really like her structure. I like the way she gets out and goes off of both ends. Got a beautiful shoulder, really up-headed and attractive through her front end. I think one that's got a tremendous amount of future ahead of her, particularly as a yearling heifer. Heifer comes out of that second class, was a single entry. I certainly appreciate her in terms of her mass and her rib shape and her center body. She's good out through her hip, really wide out through her pins, sets down on a really good rear leg. As I'd mentioned earlier, if I were to change her, I'd like to tighten her up just a bit in that shoulder, lengthen her out through that neck, and just freshen her up just a bit. So there's give and take in both of these, and I guess today I'm going to bet on the future and use the heifer that comes out of Class 1 as your division champion.
Division 2 Junior Heifer Calf Champion goes to entry number 87. JSC Lucky Lady 23B, exhibited by Jones Show Cattle, Harriet, Ohio. That brings in entry 73 for the reserve selection.
I think for reserve in this division, it gets a bit closer. I like the second place heifer in that first class in a lot of areas in terms of her freshness and her length and her extension up through her front end. I really like her off her rear leg. Well, I guess my concerns with her is that she wants to get up in her top just a bit occasionally and drop in her pin set just a little. But I think that's a heifer calf with a lot of future. So again, her versus the January heifer that wins that second class, to me, the second place heifer more closely follows our division champion, and we'll keep them together. Congratulations.
And your reserve division champion, entry number 73, CRLL Miss Beyonce 44B, exhibited by McKinnon Striegel, Moravia, Iowa. We're now ready for class 91. We need all Mananju heifers to the makeup ring. All Mananju heifers to the makeup ring. Mananju entry 97, Ashley Moore. Mananju entry 99, Matt to the makeup ring. Y'all ready? Simmental, y'all ready? You ready? You limousine exhibitors along the rail, if we could get you to come on down towards the picture backdrop, we're going to start our Simmental show. Coming into the ring will be Class 1 cow-calf pairs, single entry in this class, single class in the division, so she'll automatically be champion cow-calf pair.
We have a single entry December heifer calf in your main Angus show. Really a long-bodied heifer calf, a heifer calf that's really extended up through her front end. Heifer is not quite as far along in her development in terms of condition as some of the others we've seen today, but a nice heifer to represent this single entry class.
Class 91, Mananju, first place. Entry 92, ELE exhibited by Encore Livestock Enterprises, Gilman, Illinois. Coming into the ring now will be Class 92, Mananjus.
Well, good afternoon. What a nice way to start your SimSolutions, SimAngus show here today. It's your North American. I know Carly and I are really looking forward to this. And what's really a nice way about this particular class is there was sure no argument or discussion as to how they were placed. And as told the exhibitors out, they spooked off all their competition. Just an incredible pair of cattle out here. Awesome representation here of your cow-calf division in this particular show. Powerful sort of a 2-year-old cow here, just tremendous in terms of her depth and width, the body, and you appreciate the structural correctness that she has. Got a really nice udder underneath her, and has an awesome April heifer calf here at the side. Hopefully, as we move on through the cattle today, I guess the comment I'd make to Carly is that hopefully we're going to be able to pick some of these young cattle that are going to project out to be as nice as this pair. Let's give these exhibitors a tremendous round of applause. What an awesome way to start your Simmental show today.
Class 1, cow-calves. First place, and automatically your grand champion cow-calf goes to entry 264, WFR Nikki Z237, exhibited by Tyler Adcock, Monweka, Illinois. We'll get picture of that cow-calf with our judge, I guess. You want...
Got a nice pair of heifers to represent this fall Mananju class. Heifer leads off the class. I think so does really pretty handily. I like her in terms of her balance and her symmetry. She's really good out her top and her hip. Really transitions good from that forerib into her shoulder. Then when you get her out on the go, she reaches out very easily with a lot of reach off of both ends. Heifer in second is extremely long spine. She's a female that has a lot of top shape, rib shape as well, where I would change her just a bit when you get her out on the go. She wants to reach up in her top just a bit and drop down in her pin set somewhat, but a nice pair of fall heifers.
Class 92, Mananjus. First place, entry number 95, BK, A Real Deal 3008, exhibited by Circle G Show Cattle, Danville, Indiana. Second place, entry 93, BK, Boca Aloha 3002, exhibited by Ladd Landgraf, Madill, Oklahoma. We're now selecting Senior Heifer Calf Champion in the Mananju show. I announced that class backwards. My fault, but not my mistake. First place was entry 93, exhibited by Ladd Landgraf, Madill, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 95, exhibited by Circle G Show Cattle, Danville, Indiana.
On your main Angus side of this fall division, not quite the numbers and maybe like the depth of quality throughout the classes we've seen earlier, but we've got two heifers to me that kind of pair up, and the two that came out of the last class, heifer won that class, is really, really nice. She's very complete. She doesn't blow you away in any particular area, but she doesn't have any major holes in her, so she's your division champion, and the heifer that was second in that class would more closely follow her type and kind. So to each of you.
Senior heifer calf champion goes to entry 9K, Boca Aloha 3002, exhibited by Ladd Landgraf, Madill, Oklahoma. Reserve senior heifer calf champion, it was out of that same class, entry 95, BK Real Deal 3008, exhibited by Circle G Show Cattle, Danville, Indiana. We're now ready for Class 96. Class 96 men and Jews. Single class in this division, they'll automatically be your summer champions. Having fun? Ready for ready for Class 4 SimAngus heifers. Bring them on, guys.
On your main Angus side, we really got a really good female lead off this class. I like a lot of things about her, particularly when she's in motion. Boy, she gets out and goes. And when you stop her, she's so good in terms of her balance and her symmetry, good out through her hip, the way she travels off that rear leg. Then when you get in that mid 1/3 of this female, that tremendous amount of sweep to her rib, I think that's a really good one. Female in second, not quite the wow factor that we see in the first place heifer, but a lot of good in her. She's really long spine. She's really extended up through her front end. Just gets a bit weaker in her loin when she gets out on the go relative to your class winner.
Placings in Class 96. First place, and automatically your summer champion female, entry 41, DNC Miss Ooh La La, A90, exhibited by Allison Manchester, Manhattan, Kansas. Second place, and automatically your reserve summer champion female, entry number 98, BRCH, Ania, Maines, Eaton, Indiana. Coming into the ring now is Class 99, Class 100 and 101 should be in the makeup ring. Over in our SimAngus show, Class 4 is in the ring. Class 5 should be in the makeup ring. If you're just joining us today, our judge for today's SimAngus SimSolutions show is Mr. Barry Wesner from Chalmers, Indiana. Barry is a graduate of Purdue University, where he received a Bachelor's of Science degree in Agriculture Education, and while there was a member of the livestock judging team. So he's very proud of his Purdue team this week, I know, as they won the collegiate contest here at the North American. Barry has judged many local, state, and national shows across the country. Barry and his 3 daughters, Courtney, Carly, and Bailey, own and operate Wesner Livestock Enterprise, Simmental Seed Stock Operation at Chalmers, Indiana. Over the last 20 years, Wesner Livestock has sold, bred, and exhibited champion bulls and females at many of the major shows throughout the United States, and the WLE prefix can be seen in many Simmental cattle pedigrees across the nation. His associate today is one of his 3 daughters, Miss Carly Wesner. Carly attended Lakeland College for 2 years, where she was a member of their very competitive livestock judging team. From there, she transferred to the University of Illinois in Champaign, where she graduated with a Bachelor's of Science in Agricultural Education as well. Currently, Carly is in the process of building her own herd of Simmental and SimAngus cattle. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a nice round of applause today. Your SimAngus judges, Barry and Carly Wesner from Chalmers, Indiana.
Got a really, really good single entry main female in this class. I really like her rib shape. I like her cow look. Good out through her hip. Transitions good up through that shoulder, that head neck juncture. Then when you get her out on the go, she is so comfortable in terms of her structure. Just a nice cow look to her, a good female to represent this class.
$109.
109.
110's a scratch. Yeah, I have. Class 99, single entry in that class. First place, entry 109, BPF Chanel 316A, exhibited by Emma Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Coming into the ring now is Class 100, man and Jew females. Class 101 should be in the makeup ring. We need the remainder of those man and Jew females in the makeup ring. Attention in the barn, Charlay exhibitors. We will start your show at 1 o'clock. Charlay exhibitors, your show at 1 o'clock.
This yearling class of main Anjou females, 3 really good females, quite a bit of differences. You could place this class, one, you could place them on the move or place them standing still, and I'm going to place them on the move. This heifer that wins the class, she's a little plainer hair to the 3 heifers, and I can relate to that because we got an Angus heifer very similar to that. But I really like her in terms of her length of spine, her length of hip. Really, really good the way she transitions from that forerib into her shoulder, very upheaded and attractive. Then when you get her out on the go, she goes with the most freedom and flex of any heifer in the class. The heifer in second more closely follows that type and kind. She doesn't go quite as well, but she's getting around better than the heifer in third in motion. The heifer here in second, though, is really nicely balanced. I really like her the way she handles her top. She's really good from her hooks down to her pins. Really sits down on a really good rear leg. I really appreciate the rib and the volume in the heifer in third, and I really like her when she's standing still. When you get her out on the go there, she just struggles out through that front end, wants this wing out off both sides relative to those top 2 heifers.
Man Anjou, entry 7, Wade Burris. Need you to makeup ring immediately.
We've got our technical difficulties figured out here. Boy, what an exciting way to start your heifer calf division here in your SimAngus show. And boy, Carly and I are really looking forward to the day and have been for quite some time. If this class is any indication of what we're going to see today, we're going to have a lot of fun. Would make just a quick comment and say, hopefully, you know, as Carly and I are out here today, we're just really trying to put ourselves in that scenario of selecting stock for ourselves, our own operations. You know, we don't have the white picket fences and the green sawdust, and usually the wind blows quite a bit harder in Chalmers than it does out here, but really, really an awesome way to start. You know, these heifers, these first 3 or 4 heifers, you know, again, depending on your program, you can swap them around. When we sum the parts together, this heifer that leads this class, she does it pretty easily for us. Boy, super refined and feminine in her features, along with that, a heifer that's got plenty of mass and body volume to her today. We get her out on the move. She's just excellent in terms of the way that she moves around the ring and hits the surface. If you want them a little bulkier, a little bigger bone, a little stouter ended, you might prefer this heifer in second, and we sure like her as well. I guess what we see in this heifer, maybe her deficiency is we compare to our class winner, maybe not just as genuine in her forerib down through the lower base of her 1/3 and her center rib and back through her flank, but boy, there's a really good-legged, good-structured, good-footed one, drives really nicely off that rear leg. I think one that's got a good future to her as well. Heifer here in 3. Boy, here's one super refined, feminine in her features, maybe in terms of her size and scale out here, maybe a bit more refined in terms of her bone work. Here's one, though, that we feel as we progress on down the road. Here's a heifer that's going to be a quite nice female for this young exhibitor as well. This heifer in 4 is probably the greenest conditioned heifer in the class. We think this heifer's got tremendous amount of future in her. Again, a heifer that's flexible in her kind. She's feminine in her features. I think she's very, very functional in terms of her muscle structure. Really like the way this heifer holds her top line and hip in her as we get her out on the move. Again, I think with some time and some feed, here's one that's going to give a couple of those in front of her all they want as we move on down the road. A little bit bigger scaled heifer next, and again, a nice heifer in her own regard. Maybe just want to tone this heifer down just a touch in terms of her maturity pattern as we study her out here today. But again, a functionally nice female for that exhibitor as well. 2 baldy heifers coming next in class there. We see them very similar in their kind. They're really big middled cattle. They're easy doing cattle. They're fairly sound in terms of their structure. They just don't put the pieces together quite as nicely, especially up through their front ends. Just need a little more balance, a little more quality in those cattle to work any higher. And then the heifer we use to close the class. She's refined, she's feminine, she's nice in terms of her kind, level down her top line. Just need more lower 1/3 in this particular heifer to compete in an awfully competitive class. Really nice way to start your show.
Simmental, entry 31, Lindsey Ferguson. Your class is going in the ring. Final call. In our Man Anjou show, class 100, first place went to entry number 3, BBR Adrian 395A, exhibited by Taylor Goring, McPherson, Kansas. Second place, entry number 4, ML Hard Seduction, exhibited by Macy Paddock, Sumner, Illinois. Third place, entry number 6, exhibited by Cole Clanton, Macuris, Kansas. In the ring now in our Man Anjou shows, class 101, Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our junior champion female. Man and Jew exhibitors, if you're interested in competing in group classes, you need to be at ringside immediately following our champion heifer selection. We'll do those group classes if you're interested in competing before we do pictures. Placings in Class 4, SimAngus first place. Entry number 13 was first. HILB, Caught Looking B929, exhibited by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Second place, entry number 4, TJSC Knockout 191B, exhibited by Jones Show Cattle, Harriet, Ohio. Third place, entry exhibited by Hearthstone Farms, Urbana, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 25, exhibited by Wishing Well Simmental, Wisconsin. Fifth place, entry number 12, exhibited by H&S Farms, Baltimore, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 6, exhibited by Prestige Cattle Company and Golf Show Cattle, Crooksville, Ohio. Seventh place, entry number 5, exhibited also by Prestige Cattle Company and Golf Show Cattle, Crooksville, Ohio. Eighth place, entry number 7, exhibited by K&K Cattle and Weimer Family Cattle, Heineman, Pennsylvania. In the ring now in our SimAngus shows Class 5. Class 6 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 7, SimAngus.
Folks, this is really an outstanding class in your main Angus show. This ones watching around the ringside, join me in giving them a big congratulations. We got 3 heifers at the top of this class that I certainly like a lot, and there's things I like about each one of those individuals. Heifer that wins this class, though, just does it on sheer power. A female that has so much hip, so much dimension. I really like her rib shape. She blends in beautifully into that forerib, into her shoulder. She is a stout boned female. She's also a big-footed one. I'd like to loosen her up just a bit when you get her out on the go, but for a female that massive, she's still more than adequate in terms of her structure. When we get into the heifers in 2 and 3, the heifer that's in second to me, I guess just excels in terms of her rib shape. I like that center body that she shows you. I really like her from her hooks to her pins. She's a female that's really attractive up through her front end, whereas she is not as competitive as your class winner. When you get behind her, she wants to taper just a bit down lower in her stifle than the heifer that leads off the class. I love the heifer in third in terms of her freshness. I really like her when you get her out on the move. She moves so comfortably with freedom and flex. For me, if a heifer this age, I'd just like to see her belly down more with more center body relative to those 2 heifers in first and second. I really like the heifer in fourth when you view her from the side. I really like her hip position. Female, and you get her out on the go there. She's just shorter strided off of both ends relative to those top 3 females. We get into a pair of heifers here that conclude the class that are a bit different. The red heifer, a bit bigger, a female again, really feminine fronted, very fresh in her condition. Again, just gets a bit stiffer and straighter out of that front end as she goes away from you. We conclude the class with a heifer that's just a bit plainer, gets a bit bolder in her shoulder, not quite the look and pizzazz that we see in the upper end of the class, but a really, really good class of main Angus females.
Placings in class 101, main Angus females. First place, entry number 8. BPF Princess 30A, exhibited by Haley Becking, Florence, South Dakota. Second place, entry number 13, Harmony Hill, Epitome 2A, exhibited by Michaela Blanding, Walcott, Indiana. Third place, entry number 9, exhibited by Lad Landgraf, Madill, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry number 11, exhibited by Lane Sanders, Greensburg, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 7, exhibited by Wade Burris, Lagodi, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 12, exhibited by Zach Altivator, Alveda, Ohio. And there's just 6 in the class. Now ready to select our junior champion female in the main Angus show. SimAngus class 6 to the makeup ring. Start bringing class 7 heifers to the makeup ring. SimAngus class 7 to the makeup ring. Man and you, entry 19, Kevin Stahl. Need you to the makeup ring immediately.
Nearest junior yearling division on the main Anju side of the arena. I think we got 3 exceptional class winners to choose from in this division. Heifer that wins this very first class, I really love her in terms of her rib shape. I like her in terms of her cow look. Really, really good from both angles, from front to rear. When you start at the back of her, she's really good out through her hip and her pin set. Really, really big ribbed. Really exceptional in terms of her forerib and the way she blends into that shoulder, her neck head juncture. And when you get her out on the move, she's so comfortable going around the ring. The heifer wins the second class, as we'd commented. She won that class of her mobility, the way she got around the ring. She just reaches out with so much freedom and flex off of both ends. I really like that slope and angle to her shoulder. She's very, very long spined. You know, she's not the muscled female of the 3, but she's a female that'll make an excellent cow for this young lady. The heifer that wins the third class, as we commented, this heifer standing still is powerfully constructed. She's big hipped, she's stout boned, she's big footed, she's big middled. She's just a female with a ton of performance. I'd like to loosen her up just a bit when she's on the go, but she's still really more than adequate in terms of her structure. 3 really good class winners, 2 excellent second place females. This time we'll give you a division champion.
Well, again, the quality continues here in your SimAngus show, and sure some decisions to make in this particular class according to what you prefer in your program, and we wouldn't put up a lot of argument here in a few spots. If you wanted to swap these heifers a little bit, we'll try to tell you what we saw in these. We opted to go ahead and go with the heifer here as we sum the parts all together. She's the one that suits us the best in terms of her moderation of size, that easy fleshing cow-like look and presentation that she has. We realize she's not the longest bodied, most extended heifer out here. Here's one though too, as you put her in motion, you just love the way this heifer hits the surface. I think she's so good in terms of her joints being tucked in a nice feminine sort of a way. One that we see has just awful lots of future in her in terms of a brood cow. We really do like this heifer in second and appreciate the good things that she brings. Heifer that's tremendously good on paper when you go to her genetic evaluations, and we notice that. Really like her length and her extension, her femininity up through her front end. All that extra length of body maybe works to her demise. Here's one as we get her out in motion. We think she's very sound and she hits the surface. She wants to just tighten ever so slightly in that top, wants to break in her loin, kind of set that tail head up a little bit. But again, there's one, you know, in terms of projecting these cattle, we feel like, you know, under the right management, she should sure give that heifer that wins this class all she wants. These next 2 heifers here in class, we really think these are just basic built brood cow prospects here. They're up here because of their structural integrity, because of their depth of body, because of the easy fleshing look that they have, their sensible size, and in terms of projecting them out into the cow herd, we really like these 2 cattle. We realize, though, they give up an awful lot of look and quality and some of those tangibles that you can grab a hold of in those first 2 cattle that go out of the class. Heifer coming here next, really an interesting female. Here's one on the stand that you just love, this heifer, really feminine and refined, really chiseled in terms of her look. We see that about her. As we set this heifer in motion, though, she wants to rock forward in that shoulder and rock up on that rear toe. We just need to make her hit the surface more comfortably to give those cattle ahead of her any more of a challenge. In class here, again, soft middled, loose structured kind of a female. We like that about her. Just gets a bit rounder off both ends of her skeleton in our viewpoint today. Here's a heifer as well. We'd like to go back to the paper, increase her genetic values. We're going to get into some cattle here a bit bigger in their frame score, showing a little bit more maturity for their particular age as they came out here. This next heifer, though, the young lady's leading out, boy, here's one that's sound in terms of her skeleton. With all that length, she really holds her top line well. We just need to set this heifer in deeper in that forerib, back through the center of her body and back through her flank. maybe just moderate her a bit, if you would, in terms of her frame size to run with those cattle ahead of her. Big, bulky, stout, high-performing heifer coming next in class. Here's one that just needs to be sounder off both ends. She wants to plant and rotate out of that front end. Not as comfortable the way that rear hock works and the way she hits the surface behind. Much can be said about the next heifer, big, stout, kind of a high weight per day of age heifer. This heifer is just quite a bit flatter in terms of a rib cage up high. Just like to moderate her and tone her down in her frame size. This young lady's heifer here that closes the class. Here's a heifer that, again, this heifer's got some sure look and eye appeal to her. Here's a heifer, though, that just needs to be stouter and bolder in terms of her rib presentation. She could also read better on paper as well. Awesome class, really nice set of females up at the top of that particular class.
On your main Angus side, we only have a single entry senior yearling, but a darn good one. This female gets out and goes so much freedom and ease off of both ends. She's big bodied, she's good hip, really, really exceptional in her bone work and her foot size. I think she's an excellent representative for this senior yearling division.
All right, on our Angus side, your junior champion female was entry number 109, BPF Chanel 316A, exhibited by Emma Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Your reserve junior champion female, entry number 8, BPF Princess 30A, exhibited by Haley Becking, Florence, South Dakota. Class 105. Single entry in this class, single entry in the division. So your class was won by entry 17. She's also your senior champion female. Entry 17, DMCC Trish 68Z, exhibited by Lucas Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. We're now showing for champion Angus female. Angus exhibitors, if you're going to compete in any group classes, need those animals at ringside. We'll do that immediately following this champion selection. In our SimAngus show, Class 5. First place to HPF, Sazerac's Queen BO77, exhibited by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Second place, entry number 21, Senate Enchantress 43B, exhibited by Emily Senate, Waynetown, Indiana. Third place, entry number 30, exhibited by Morgan Cook, Reed City, Michigan. Fourth place, entry number 16, exhibited by Olivia McWork, Kingman, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 26, exhibited by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Sixth place, entry number 19, exhibited by Phelps Farms, Milford Center, Ohio. Seventh place, entry number 31, exhibited by Lindsay Ferguson, Chardon, Ohio. Eighth place, entry number 14, exhibited by Holly Cattle Company, Bowling Green, Ohio. Ninth place, entry number 34, exhibited by Park Show Cattle, Metamora, Michigan. And 10th place, entry number 17, exhibited by Carleton Blue, Wilkinson, Indiana. In our SimAngus SimSolutions show, in the ring now is Class 6. Class 7 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 10. Charlay exhibitors, you can start bringing those first classes of heifer calves to the makeup ring. Charlay exhibitors, those first classes of heifer calves to the makeup ring. SimAngus entry 54 for Meridian Farm. Need that entry to the makeup ring.
Again, a really nice class of females here on your SimAngus side of the ring. And boy, this baldy female that leads this class, we feel like she does it quite handily in this particular grouping of cattle. Here's one that continues the trend that we started this morning to show you all that femininity and angularity. Heifer that's really sound in terms of the way that she hits the surface. She does it in a very sweet, subtle sort of a way, really gives you that nice side view profile. We think this heifer is quite nice and an easy place to start in this class. Young man's heifer coming next. We think she's the second best heifer in terms of summing those parts together. We like her angularity, we like her femininity, we like her structural integrity, really green, and one that's got, we think, a lot of future in her. She just quite simply doesn't have the forerib, center body, and flank found in that heifer that wins this class. But again, we think one in time with that beautiful neck shape, silhouette that she gives you from the side, we think this will be one that's quite good on down the road. Bulkier, stouter, heavier boned heifer coming next in class, and we sure appreciate that about her. Along with that, here's one that just wants to get bolder in terms of her front shoulder set. She's not as comfortable the way she gets off those rear two as we set her to the surface as those cattle that are in 1 and 2. But again, a big, stout, growthy, high-performance sort of a female. We do appreciate her in this class. Much can be said about the heifer coming here in 4th. Boy, here's one on the stand you really like as this young lady gets her set up. She's just really square and correct. Not quite as much feminine character up through her front end. She wants to get a bit plainer in the base of her chest, a little bit bolder in terms of her jaw set there. Here's one, though, also as we set this heifer in motion. She's just wanting to tuck a bit off those rear legs, drop in her pin placement. Just not quite as much quality as we find in those 3 cattle there ahead of her. And this young lady's baldy heifer to close the glass. Again, a heifer that's got some breeding utility to her. Just ran into some stiff competition here in terms of having cattle that have more balance, more correctness, a better set to their feet and legs off both ends. But nice class of cattle, excellent female to lead that class.
Folks over on your main Anjou side of the arena, I'm not going to keep you long. I know there's another show that's to start here in a few minutes, but I want to thank the American Main Anjou Association for the opportunity to judge this show. I had the chance to do this 2 years ago, and I will say this to you as exhibitors and breeders that your breed has made a tremendous amount of progress, and it's been an excellent group of females. Where you've made the most strides that I can see in the 2 years difference in time would be from a structural standpoint, and I would encourage you to continue on that path, and you're headed in a very, very positive direction. I'd like to thank the North American as well. As Chan mentioned yesterday during the Angus show, I've had the opportunity to 41 North Americans, and at the very first one, so that shows you how old we are. But this show is very special to me. The management here is some of the best in the livestock business. The environment to judge here is nothing like it. And again, thank you for everybody for that and for your help along ringside today. Real briefly, we'll describe the heifers to you one last time, and we'll give you a champion in reserve. This heifer calf that wins this very first division, this one's really, really good now. I would speculate she's even going to be better as time goes along. So good in terms of her structure. You know, she's really right in terms of her condition at this stage in the game. She's got ribs. She's beautiful the way she lays into that shoulder and ties into that neck. Really pushes off of that rear leg. She's just one that I think's got a tremendous amount of upside. Heifer wins the second division. On structure. She really gets around the ring very free and easy off of both ends. She, granted, is a bit leaner than a couple of the other heifers in the lineup on either side of her, not quite that center rib, I think she's a female, though, with that length of spine and extension up through her front end in combination with her structure has a very bright future. The fall heifer that wins that division maybe doesn't have quite the pizzazz that we have in a few others, but I really like her in terms of functionality. She's good from the ground up. She's good in terms of her rib. I really like her out through her hip. Heifer that wins the intermediate division, I think is really, really good. I think she's really good out through her hip. I think she's beautiful in terms of her rib shape. I think most importantly, she's a female that's so comfortable out when she gets out on the go. She's got the best slope and angle to her shoulder of any female in the lineup. She's really good up through her head and neck. I think she's a female that'll make an excellent cow. I really love this junior champion. I love her rib shape. I love her softness. I love that cow look. Really, really good out through her hip. I think as a female, again, will make a tremendous cow. She's good in terms of her structure. She's just one that I think you can do a lot of neat things with. Heifer wins this senior yearling division was a single entry, but she's really a good one, folks. She is massive in her hip and her top, and with all that mass, she holds herself together really good on the move, down her top and through her front end. Could probably be just a little bit further along in terms of when she's going to calve, but I think when she does, she'll be an excellent cow. Congratulations to all of you as exhibitors. Again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And for those of you around ringside, let's give these exhibitors a big hand for an excellent female show. Thank you.
Let's show our thanks to our judge again today, Mr. Charlay Boyd from Mayslick, Kentucky, for evaluating our main Angus show. Give him a round of applause, folks. Your grand champion, men and Jew females, entry 31, DNC, Miss Ooh La La, A90, exhibited by Allison Manchester, Manhattan, Kansas. That brings in entry 98 for that reserve selection. And your reserve grand champion, man and Jew female, entry 109, BPF Chanel 316A, exhibited by Emma Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Man and Jew exhibitors, Breeders Group. Anyone for Breeders Group, bring them in the ring. We'll do those group classes before pictures. And we would like to get us pictures of those division champion and reserves. Breeders Group, anyone competing in Breeders Group? What's the other groups? You got those group sheets? What'd you do with the sheets? In our group classes, we've got a breeders group, produce a dam, get a sire, best four head. So if you're interested in competing, come on in the ring. We'll figure it out. In our SimAngus show, Class 6, first place, entry 41, Hielb, Sherb, Caught Staring, exhibited by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clare City, Minnesota. Second place, entry number 52, GLS Brook, B142, exhibited by Grass Lunning Simmentals, Leroy, Minnesota. Third place, entry number 46, exhibited by Jackson Lashmet Farms, Winchester, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 50, exhibited by Hudson Pines Farm, Tarrytown, New York. Fifth place, entry number 47, exhibited by Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. In the ring now is Class 7 SimAngus. Immediately following this, we'll select our Division I champion. Class 10 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 11 heifers. I like the hat. Your premier breeder, premier exhibitor in your Man and Jew show, both go to Bushy Park. In your group classes in your Man and Jew show, Breeders Group, first place to Allie Muir. Produce a Dam, first place to Martin Livestock. Second place to Encore. Get a Sire, first place to Allie Muir. Best Forehead, first place to Allie Muir. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Man and Jew show. You exhibitors, we thank you for your attendance and support of the North American. We'll invite you back next year. Charlay exhibitors, we'll be ready to start your show in a matter of a few minutes. Should have class 1A and 1B in the makeup ring.
Well, again, the quality in this particular class here in your SimAngus show is sure no disappointment for Carly and I. Kind of maybe some different types and kinds in this class, in this particular class, maybe some decisions to be made. We really like this pair of first and second place heifers here, and we think they're really quite similar in terms of their kind. They're both angular made, feminine featured sort of cattle that are good in terms of their feet and legs. We see the big advantage that the heifer that wins this class is down in the lower 1/3 of her body. I think she's more genuine in terms of the forerib shape. She carries that depth more uniformly from her forerib back through her flank. You know, if you wanted to get critical of this one, maybe you'd want to just set her down in that tail head just a touch, maybe just mow a little bit of that fin off there. But here's a heifer that, again, continues the type and trend that we've set here today. She's extremely feminine, angular, very complete in her kind, reads awfully good on paper as well. Again, young lady's heifer, I think she's the logical place to go from there. She's most similar to our class winner. Again, we like the elegance, we like the style. We like the overall balance and structural correctness that this heifer brings to the table. From there, this class gets really interesting. Young man, if you want to go ahead and look around, boy, this is a heifer here that Carly and I think if this heifer would handle a little bit better in terms of the lead, here's one you'd really like even more than we do now. She's fun to fight that head, but here's a heifer that's feminine in her kind. She's green in her condition. As we project these cattle out, we really like the neck shape that this particular heifer has. She's really sleek and slender up through her front end, very loose in terms of her underpinnings. We think this is a heifer that's got a good future to her as well. Bigger outline, taller statured sort of a heifer coming next. Again, we feel like heifer that's sound in terms of her presentation. She's not as genuine back through her pin area as those cattle that are ahead of her. We get her out on the move. She wants to drop about those pin region. She's just not quite as genuine in terms of the width that she's got from her chest floor all the way back through her body. Heifer coming next in class. Here's one on the stand. You really appreciate this heifer. Feminine, refined, angular in her kind, giving up quite a bit in terms of substance. That's one reason she's down here. Here's a heifer as well. We'd like to set her back in that shoulder, just make her more comfortable as we get her out on the go. Heifer coming next in class. Boy, again, if you're a fan of those that are big and bulky and wide-centered, here's one that you'll like awfully well. Very nicely fitted heifer, big bone, good-footed, good structured heifer on the ground. Here's a heifer, though, boy, when you get her out on the move, she really wants to fly apart in that front shoulder and just get bulkier and deeper and lower set in that shoulder placement. We just need to refine her up, make her a more feminine package to compete with those cattle that are ahead of her. Nice heifer coming next. Brood cow prospect in the making. Good and basic in terms of her build. Here's one that's just not sound enough to go any higher. This heifer wants to funnel and taper from her hooks back to her pins. She wants to get close to her hock. She wants to get a bit more tangled in the way she moves off those rear two. Nice cow prospect for this young lady again coming next. Just not as much style and balance and substance to this heifer as those cattle ahead of her. And then the heifer we use to close the class. Here's a heifer that just wants to get more rigid off that skeleton off both ends of her body. Here's a heifer we'd like to just shore her up on paper. Outstanding class, nice pair of heifers on top of that class, excellent class winner.
Class 7, SimAngus females. First place, entry number 6, LAH Empress 433B, exhibited by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. Second place, entry 66, exhibited by Owen Brothers Cattle Company, Sark, Missouri. Third place, entry number 67, exhibited by Cooper Canada, Moorhead, Kentucky. Fourth place, entry number 64, exhibited by Fourth Meridian Farms, Rio, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 63, exhibited by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. Sixth place, entry number 328, exhibited by Jordan Calger, Kansas City, Missouri. Seventh place, entry number 69, exhibited by Morgan Cook, Reed City, Michigan. Eighth place, entry number 57, exhibited by Deal Show Cattle, Galatia, Illinois. Ninth place, entry number 71, exhibited by K&K Cattle and Weimer Family Cattle, Hinman, Pennsylvania. We're now selecting our Division I champion female in the SimAngus show. Final call. Charlay, entry 11, Michaela Barrett. We need that entry 11 to the scales. We're ready to get started with our Charlay show this morning. Hey, bring them on in, guys. Class 1A, Charlays. Those of you in the ring waiting for pictures, if I get part of you to go over to the left, some of you come on up to the right. Help me out, Lindy. Coming into the ring in our Charlay show, Class 1A, 3 entries in this class. Our judge for today's Charlay show is Mr. Jim Bloomberg from Berwick, Illinois. Jim and his family farm and raise registered cattle, including Simmental, Angus, and Herefords. Jim and his wife Mary have 3 children, Blake, Jamie, and Jake, and all 3 are involved in livestock evaluation. Jim has been fortunate to have judged numerous local, regional, state, and national shows, and it's indeed a pleasure to welcome him back here to the North American again this year, here in Freedom Hall, this year to evaluate our Charlay show, Mr. Jim Bloomberg. If you're just joining us for our SimAngus SimSolutions show, our judges today on that side of the ring are Barry and Carly Wesner from Chalmers, Indiana. It's a pleasure to have them with us this afternoon to evaluate our SimAngus SimSolutions show.
Well, I think as Simmental breeders over here on the Simmental side of the ring, let's give these exhibitors a heck of a nice round of applause. We got an awesome set of class winners and seconds out here today. What a lot of fun when you can come out here and find so many good cattle and so many different kinds of choices. As I said earlier this morning, really all we're trying to do is show you the cattle that we would buy, and boy, I tell you what, we'd sure like to have all of these 8 cattle that are standing out here at the ring, many of the ones that we've already sent back to the barn. That heifer that wins that first class, boy, I tell you what, just pretty as a picture. There's just no two ways about it. Professionally shown out here, but along with that, boy, here's one you put her in motion, just so sound, so fluid. I think we feel she's really appropriate in terms of the amount of bone that she's got that really good foot set underneath her, just really super sound. Heifer, as you go to the paper, she's impeccable there as well. And we're given these genetic predictions to be using out here today, and it's really fun when you find the cattle that really suit you and really hit you hard from a phenotype standpoint, that combine those with good numbers. We think that heifer's awfully good. We feel like she thrusts herself right up into the heat of competition out here in this division, even though she is the youngest calf that we're appraising in this particular drive. Young man's heifer, they're out of class 2. Boy, here's one that's a bit more sensible and more modest in terms of her frame size. We sure don't hold that against her out here. She's a bit shorter bodied, maybe as we get her out here and compare with some of these other cattle. Here's one that won that particular class, though, because of the impeccable set of feet and legs that she has. I think she's just incredible in terms of her structural integrity off both ends of her body. Really big, round, ribbed female. Again, we think this is one that's got quite a nice future to her. As we get her out here again, maybe not quite as much look up through her front end, maybe doesn't read quite as well on paper, but we're still quite satisfied for that particular heifer to represent that class. Baldy heifer there next. Boy, here's one on the stand. Again, she'll just pop your eyes out in terms of the profile that she gives you, just impeccably fitted out here, but a really nice heifer as well. You want to break this heifer down as you get out here, and you want to get really critical of her. She'll cap up in that ankle and rock up in that toe every once in a while. We think this heifer, though, has a basic brood cow build to her. We think she's quite sound in terms of her structure. She's one that, again, not a rock star on paper out here. We feel like acceptable, though. We think she's sure the kind of cattle that a lot of people can use, and again, we're very satisfied with her to represent that class. This heifer out of class 4, competitive class, a really good pair of cattle in there, pair of cattle that were similar. Here's a heifer that reads really good on paper, but we think she's quite a bit more than that. Again, really angular, really feminine in her kind. We think this heifer is just quite unique in terms of the amount of forerib, center body, and flank that she has at this young age. And this is a heifer that really doesn't read with a tremendous amount of condition on her. Again, when we talk about combining phenotypic appraisal and looking at the cattle on paper, we feel like this is one that up in really heavy competition in this division as well. Again, what a bunch of fun, what a pleasure to be out here. Charlay's going to go ahead and show you which 2 we like in this particular division. And again, congratulations to these exhibitors and these breeders of this awesome set of cattle.
What do they call this? Division 1. Your Division 1 champion, SimAngus females, entry 13, Hillbrand, caught looking B929, exhibited by Hillbrand's Cattle Company, Clare City, Minnesota. Go ahead, Judge Bloomberg.
Well, first of all, it's certainly a pleasure to be here, and I want to apologize. I've had a kind of a chest cold for a week, and if my voice gives out a little bit, I apologize for that. I'm going to try to explain them to the best of my ability, and we'll go with that. And first class, really a challenging class for me. You've got some different types and kinds out here. We've got this nice, really balanced youngest heifer, little June heifer in the class. It really puts a lot of good things together, and then we've got some big growthier heifers in our May heifers, but I'm going to prefer this little June heifer. I just like the completeness and the type and kind on this female. Super good off her feet and legs. I mean, the one that really soft from her dew claw down, really has a lot of longevity in that structure. I'd like to lengthen her out maybe a little bit in her total body pattern when you compare her to the other 2 heifers, but still when you talk weight per day of age, she's not that far off at this young age. The is the good, complete, balanced kind, and that's the kind I'll pick today. Big, growthy, long-bodied heifer. You know, maybe not the upper rib design that we have in that heifer, the one in the class. It gets a little flatter and drier in a rib design, but boy, that one's long. Dead level down her top, love her lines, and good enough when she gets out and moves. She's still comfortable enough when she gets out and moves, and the young man just lets her go. Just like to pull her apart when you get in that front 1/3 view when you compare her to our class winner. Real heavy muscled heifer here in third. And if you like one with product, and that there's nothing wrong with that, and still keep it in a feminine package, she kind of does so on the stand. Where she troubles me a little bit is how she's designed up in the front end. You know, you like to tip her back and her shoulder a little bit, just free her up on all four to make her more competitive with those other two heifers. Congratulations to all three.
Your reserve champion, Division 1 female in the SimAngus show, entry 70, LAH Empress 433 B, exhibited by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. In the ring now, is Class 10 SimAngus SimSolution females. Class 11 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 12. In our Charlay show, Class 1A. First place, entry number 1, CMR Little Bit, exhibited by Michael Langston, Huntington, Indiana. Second place, entry number 3, exhibited by Rachel Hockenberry, Woodbine, Maryland. And third place, entry number 2, exhibited by Michael Langston, Huntington, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 1B Simmentals. Immediately following this, we'll select our spring heifer calf champion. We need Class 4A and 4B in the makeup ring, Charlay.
Okay, over here, Charlay side, we got some March, April heifers just happen to turn out. The two big stout March heifers are going to be at the top, and the Aprils are going to be on the bottom of this class. But still, these two big March heifers, folks, you know, they just got a lot of balance. You love the depth, the side. You like the extra middle they have. You like how they're designed on their top, not only on the stand but on the move. You know, just look like cows, and that's what I like about it. And this one here does so in more of a degree than the one in second. You know, I like her tail head set just a little nicer, bolder sprung than anything in the class, and that's her real advantage here today. Get picky on one. I like to see her use her back foot. I like to see her put all of her weight on all of her toes. She's kind of on her outside toes on both back, and a good foot trimming's going to help that because she's good-footed. You might say, well, you know, she comes at you maybe just a little bit out, and I like that. That doesn't bother me. She'll never be pigeon-toed. Her shoulders back right, her knees set right, and that's because she does toe out just a nickel. But good, big, powerful heifer there to win the class. Young ladies heifer, you know, just a real nice design one. Length of top, big hip. Love the extra pelvic dimension this one exhibits. Another one that gets out and covers her tracks like she's supposed to. Her angles are nice. You like how she transitions from the point of that shoulder back into her forerib with a little more smoothness than maybe the next two heifers, and that's why she's going to be second here today. Just a little bit more like our class winner in her type and design. Stout female here, you know. Here's one that he really got some muscle shape, you know, really chiseled up through that front 1/3, and really looks like just doesn't put all her pieces together to me as smoothly as those two up above her. Gets a little coarser at the point of her shoulder with that extra muscle shape, maybe just a little flatter and drier in her rib design because of that, but one that's really good line, sound moving, just like to smooth her up and transition all her pieces into that nice balanced package like we had in those top two. And the heifer's coming out here next, another one, you know, a lot like her, maybe just a little smoother in her type and design. She gets a little more shallow in her body type, and you know, gets a lot shorter about her total design. You know, you like to change her out in her hip a little bit, you know, open her up in her pin set, you know, lengthen her out from pins to, and that's to her disadvantage here today. But nice top end in that class.
Well, over here in the SimAngus ring, I finally got the microphone out of my dad's hand and get a little glory here. So this is a great place to start in this class. Heifer that's pretty dominating, and in every angle we look at her. Out on the go as she is right now, she's super comfortable. Her top line and skeleton is just about ideal, and she's just about, you know, the most robust, complete, well-balanced female out here, and that young lady sure does get her set up and stamped out as good as anybody out here. Now, I will credit the baldy heifer in second. This gentleman is quite a bit fresher about her head and neck, more feminine, if you will, up through her front third. And I really applaud her for the future that she has. Her lines are as good as any, but when she gets out here and goes, she's just a little more unsure on her rear too. She kind of wants to drop out of her pins, but take nothing away from a heifer that's got a bright future. Young man's heifer coming next. Super robust, heavy boned, big structured. I guess our downfall with this one is when she gets out and goes. We'd like to loosen her up on both ends of her skeleton, maybe set her back in her shoulder and loosen her up out from her front 1/3, but nice heifer there for that young man. Heifer coming out next is probably reads as good as any on paper. Just when we get her out here, she reads a little plainer. She's super maternal in her build, but like I said, just like to chisel her out a little bit more up through her front 1/3 and maybe clean her up through her shoulder. Young lady's heifer coming next. Big bodied, big boned, high performing heifer out here. We'd like to sweeten her up on paper and maybe maybe drop her down in terms of her skeleton a little bit. young man's heifer that rounds out the class. She has quite a bit of future ahead of her. She just gets outperformed in a class of awfully, awfully nice heifers. Great class of heifers here.
Placings in Class 1B, Charlay heifers. First place, entry number 9, Summit Miss Hoodoo, 56B, exhibited by Lauren Thomas, Gatesville, Texas. Second place, entry number 11, Barron Sweet Sugar, exhibited by Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. Third place, entry number 13, exhibited by Grady Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. And fourth place, entry number 8, exhibited by Cade McCracken, Alva, Oklahoma. We're now selecting our spring heifer calf champion in the Charlay show.
I think a really nice division that we started with over here, and you can kind of see the pattern that I'd like to set. You know, balanced cattle with fewest holes, cattle that transition all their parts together in a nice, just a cow appearing package. And that's kind of what I'm hoping we're going to strive for here today in the Charlay show. And I think we've got some examples of that out here. I think our two class winners are very comparable in their type and kind. You know, and then I like that a lot. Certainly, the older heifer has the advantage here today. The extra mass that she has, you know, and just a little bit farther along. She'll be your champion in this division. We're going to follow up with the other class winner. I think two really nice heifers, sound-moving heifers, deep-side, and ones that are going to make cows for a long time, and that's what we're striving for. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
You bet, bud. Nice calf.
Cheers. Spring heifer calf champion in Charlay show was entry number 9, Summit Miss Hoodoo, 56B, exhibited by Lauren Thomas, Gatesville. And your reserve spring heifer calf champion, entry number 1, exhibited by Michael Langston, Huntington, Indiana. Coming into the ring now is Class 4A Charlay females. In our SimAngus SimSolutions show, Class 10. First place to entry number 80, Womack, exhibited by Claire Trinopole, Middletown, Indiana. Third place, entry number 82, HLVW, Classic Shiza, exhibited by Colin Harris, Tennessee. No, excuse me, I'm wrong there. Second place is entry 83, Miss CCF, She's a Lady, exhibited by CNC Farms, Jefferson, Georgia. And then third place is entry 82, exhibited by Colin Howd, Paris, Tennessee. Fourth place is entry number 79, exhibited by RS&T Simmentals, Kansas City, Missouri. Fifth place, entry number 75, exhibited by Deal Show Cattle, Galatia, Illinois. And sixth place is entry number 86, exhibited by Double D Simmentals, Jackson, Michigan. In the ring now is Class 11, SimAngus females. Class 12 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 13. Right. Right. is Scotland. Of the United Kingdom. Glasgow. Beautiful. The beer? Is that Dublin? Yeah. Belfast.
I think it's
Expensive. Now London, that'd be where, that's where it all, Queen Elizabeth and all that's at.
Yeah. That was all that. Very interesting. Very interesting city.
Have you been to Spain? Not done Spain.
You know, usually my family in Greece. That's really all you do.
But you've done Italy, so
No.
you haven't done Italy.
No, I just been to most places in England. Quite a bit of France.
Really?
That's almost everywhere in Greece.
On the Sim side, the Foster brothers, both entries for class 12, just make it free.
Foster Brothers, we need both your entries for class 12. Entry 107, entry 109.
Well, if you're standing around here watching this and you think I struggled a little bit on just grabbing one out here, believe me, I did. The one that probably puts the most good for the kind of cattle I like to go ahead and project out to make cows later on is this orange-necked heifer here. You know, does she have some problems that I'd like to correct? Yes, she does, you know, but when you put all the pieces together with more one I like a little bit, and it comes down to the shoulder set and angles up front and showing me that extra femininity up through that front 1/3. I think that's how she gets around the big bold heifer that's standing in second. More my type, you know, up in her lower heart girth. I like to give her just a little bit more upper rib shape, but she's green. She's sound, long-bodied, good-hipped. You know, I'd like to open her up in her fore-rib design like we have in the heifer in second. And that's a big bull-sprung heifer in second. You know, from her shoulders back, I like her. A little extra more muscle than what I like in a breeding female, but I just like to sweeten her up through her head and neck. I like to give her a little nicer angle up from the point of her shoulder up to the top of her shoulder. But that's a stout one that walks good with that extra amount of product that she has. You know, just my type won the class. One that I don't like quite as well got second. That's just how it came down. The heifer in third, you know, I just debated on this one. You know, I liked her a lot from the side view profile. Just looks like a front end, you know. Just watch her come at you, watch her go away from you, and just wonder, is she going to ever have enough gas? You know, she just needs to be pulled apart, coming and going, to just give her that extra dimension. You know, from the side with that extra depth, she looks like it. But really, when she comes at you and goes away, I just like to pull her apart and give her that extra dimension. The other two, I think you can project out to have later on. Young lady's heifer, I like a lot. She just got, you know, she's the lowest performing one. Not saying in the 2.5 pounds per day is bad for a young heifer. That's pretty good. But, you know, she's going to be a little smaller, not quite as much to her. And just simply put, she just got out horse. And she's a lot like the last heifer, you know, as she really goes away from me, as she really gauged out wide enough to go ahead and be as easy keeping as the ones above her. You know, that's kind of why she's down there. She gets a little shorter hip and kind of wants to roll her pins down a little bit and doesn't have that true pelvic shape that we maybe had in those other ones. Young lady, nice job. You know, you had your heifer set up, you know, really nice design. I mean, as good designed as one in the class. You know, she gets just a little ouchy and touchy off her back too. You know, she relaxed a little bit better. You'd probably like her a little better when she gets out on the travel. A challenging class, that's how I saw them. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Placings in Class 4A in our Charlay show. First place, entry number 15, Summit Miss Hoodoo, exhibited by Lauren Thomas, Gatesville, Texas. Second place, entry number 19, BGC Miss Mercedes 210B, exhibited by Garrett Charlays, Crossville, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 17, exhibited by Matthew Blankenship, Nolansville, Tennessee. Fourth place, entry number 20, exhibited by Callie Knott, Leota, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 16, exhibited by Micah Malone, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now in our Charlay shows Class 4B. Immediately following this, we'll select our junior calf champion female.
Back over here on your SimAngus side of the arena today. A little bit more of a challenging class, I'll be honest with you, for Carly and I to put together. We'll try to tell you what we saw here. We're really comfortable, though, with this heifer that leads this particular class. We feel sorry for this young man, the way that this heifer's showing. She's just fighting her halter, fighting her head, and just kind of spraddling there. But you can see when this heifer gets comfortable and she gets out, boy, here's one that can really scoot. I mean, really impeccable on her feet and legs. She's sure not the deepest bodied, calliest this particular stage in the game. Here's one, though, that we think has tremendous future to her. She reads really good on paper. I think she continues the type and trend of elegance and femininity along with that structural integrity that we're looking for. Really an interesting heifer here in second. I'll be the first to tell you, boy, here's one that is massive. I mean big-ended. Got a big engine up there, too, though, and here's why that we put this heifer in second. This heifer just gets bolder and more pronounced about that front shoulder, although we do think she's very unique from the standpoint of having all that muscle and all that mass. She's fairly loose in terms of her structural integrity. Maybe wants to wobble just a little bit out of that rear hock as we get her out in motion. Big, stout, robust heifer here coming next, and there's no doubt about it. If you're going to rank these cattle solely on their internal dimension, here's the heifer that goes first. We'll sure agree with that. From this heifer's elbow back, here's one we like a whole bunch. I mean, just tremendous in terms of her center body and mass. Just like to maybe tone this heifer down a little bit in terms of her condition, freshen her up through that front 1/3, maybe lay her in ever so slightly more at the top of that shoulder, just wedge her up a little bit, if you will, as we compare to those two cattle that are ahead of her. Just really a basic built heifer coming here next, angular and feminine in her kind. We think she's really green in terms of her condition. We think this heifer has a lot of nice future to her, just really doesn't have the horsepower to get up there with them cattle ahead of her. Really a beautifully presented baldy heifer coming next here. And where we tried maybe to build a case to move this heifer up a notch or two. This heifer is just quite simply plainer up through the front 1/3 of her body. She's shorter in her neck. She's bolder in her jaw. If we could sweeten her up a little bit, we could probably move this heifer up a notch or two compared to those cattle ahead of her. Really good numbered heifer coming next, giving up a whole lot of performance, and we understand that. Here's a heifer that we think has some future to her. She's just quite a bit more refined along with that lack of performance as we compare to the cattle ahead of her. Big, stout, robust, baldy heifer coming next. This heifer wants to just drop at her pins, become more rigid about that rear hock structure. We can't move her up any higher because of that structural. Young ladies heifer that closes the class. Here's a good numbered heifer with a lot of growth, a lot of performance. This one just gets quite simply too big for us out here relative to the amount of body cavity that she has at this stage of the game. Nice class of females there, a little bit more challenging for us to put together.
Class 11, SimAngus, first place. Entry number 91. HSF Chelsea B432, exhibited by Hexel Simmental Farms, Mayer, Minnesota. Second place, entry number 104, HPF Celeste B050, exhibited by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Third place, entry number 95, exhibited by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Fourth place, entry number 88, exhibited by Hudson Pines Farm and Fenton Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Fifth place, entry number 121, exhibited by Gertie Show Cattle and Lone Tree Simmentals, West Point, Iowa. Sixth place, entry number 93, exhibited by Swain Select Simmentals, Louisville, Kentucky. Seventh place, entry number 89, exhibited by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. And eighth place, entry number 100, exhibited by Taylor Hale, Galatia, Illinois. In the ring now is class 12, SimAngus females. Class 13 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 16, SimAngus heifers.
Over here on the Charlay side, we get these really a top-end class of January heifer calves. I mean, this is the best class we've judged today as far as quality from top to bottom, and I latched onto this one. I mean, here's one I like quite a little bit. Just the green as she should be at this stage, project out to get nothing but better, and ties all the parts together like I like to see. Length of body, strength of top, long hip, nice big pelvis, really a good curve and shape to her back leg, and the way she grabs her front too when she goes out and travels, I really like that. Nice fronted, looks like a lady. Love her head, love her jaw on that female. Just a nice complete package. Not the biggest one, not the stoutest one right now, but that one there I can project out as being really a good yearling and make a nice female for the young lady and whoever's involved. The big stout one, once again, in second. And I don't want you to think I'm too critical on these kind of cattle, folks, because there's, and I've had a few of these second and third here today, but these are good cattle. That's a deep-bodied, bold-sprung kind of female I mean, it still has some femininity about her, just a little coarser in her makeup when we compare it to the one that I had in first. You know, I mean, this is a stout one, big hipped, lots of product, good jointed for the extra structure that she exhibits. Gets out, flat, just like to, you know, sweeten her up in her shoulder set. You know, she gets a little bolder, gets a little more coarse about her head and neck, in my opinion, and two good heifers. Young lady's heifer next, you know, really nice design on the stand. You know, she wants to lock her back hock just a little bit, gets a little more tiptoe, doesn't have that big old foot like we like to see, that if you get some extra mass, but she's really made nice. You know, you love the smoothness, like how all her pieces, how the pieces and her design fit together. Like, you know, pull her apart at her hock and square her up from hock to ground when she goes away from you. That just shows me you like to pull her apart in her lower part of her body in general to make her competitive with those two that were above her. The big, stout, you know, heavy structured female, lots of mass, lots of product, you know, on the stand, just, it really throws you a nice look. Just needs to get untraveled just a little nicer. You know, she's out, she on her back too, just kind of paddles up front. I'm just not reading that one as staying sound enough in long term when you put her in production. And, you know, like I've been picking here earlier today. Nice big stout heifer, just needs to walk a little better.
Placings in Class 4B, Charlay Heifers, first place, entry number 26, AWR Girl on Fire, 407B, exhibited by Berkeley Bird, Lubbock, Texas. Second place, entry number 23, AWR Bale, 421B, exhibited by Aces Wild Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. Third place, entry 24, exhibited by Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. And fourth place, entry number 29, exhibited by Matthew Ballerling, Hampstead, Maryland. We're now ready to select our junior calf champion, Charlay. Class 7 heifers should be in the makeup ring. Class 8A. And first call for Class 12 Charlay heifers.
Over here on the Charlay side, that really, truthfully, with me, you know, there's two different types out here, you know, but there's not saying there's a good or a bad. It's just because I'm judging them today and the type I like and the type that works for me in our program is more like our class winners, just a little more chiseled, you know, just a little sweeter up front, and still have the good pieces and blend together. And our seconds are like that too. They just get a little heavier about their head and not nearly as sweet in their type and design up through their front end, but they're good cattle. But I'm going to pair these two heifers up here today. You know, I think one young lady here in the one in the second class, I just puts just a little more to her completely than the heifer in front of her. She'll be your champion. I like that heifer quite a little bit. Project her out. I mean, I'm sure going to look her up next year as a yearling. I think that one's pretty sweet. And we're going to use a young lady's heifer that's a lot like her. Not nearly as nice behind her shoulders as the one that won, but two nice heifers. Congratulations to the two gentlemen also. You know, nice females. Congratulations all these.
Junior heifer calf champion Charlay goes to entry 26. AWR Girl on Fire 407 B, exhibited by Berkeley Bird, Lubbock, Texas. Your reserve junior heifer calf champion, entry number 15. Summit Miss Hoodoo B23, exhibited by Lauren Thomas, Gatesville, Kentucky. We're now ready for Class 7 in our Charlay show. Class 8A should be in the makeup ring. Can we get Wes Marty? I'm paging Wes Marty. Would you come to the Charlay picture backdrop? Wes Marty.
Set of late January heifers here in your SimAngus ring, and again, some quality and some differences to talk about in this particular class. I guess you could probably shuffle these cattle around to touch up here in these top three if you want to, but like this heifer that leads the class, she again continues our type and trend of the kind of cattle we've been picking all day. She's the smooth, sound, angular made female heifer. As you go to the paper, she reads just impeccably on paper as well. But we really think that where she beats the baldy heifer in second is how much more comfortably she hits the surface as we get her out here on the lead. I think she's a heifer that's got a really unique shape to that belly wall as well, and we project this heifer out to be quite good. This baldy heifer, again, I'm going to use the word unique because we really feel like that's what she is. Boy, just freaky the way that neck comes up out of the top of that shoulder. We love that about her, the way she transitions back into a big back. She's a big-ended heifer as well. But along with this heifer is maybe just a tick piecey in our opinion. She wants to get a little bit deeper about her chest. We get this heifer out on the lead. She just won't do it as comfortably. She won't gap that stride as we get her out here on the lead. We love this heifer in third on the stand. Here's one that's silky smooth, really feminine, really refined in her features, and we love that about her. Here's one, though, as we put her on the lead, is where she drops down into the third place. She just really wants to scoot those rear two up underneath her, drop at her pins, but we feel like this might be a problem that with some maturity she'll come out of, and we think this heifer's got some future to her. Really a good numbered heifer coming here in fourth, and we appreciate that about her. We think she's got a good basic build to her rib cage and her overall design. Here's a heifer as we put her in motion. She wants to get close at her hock, just not near as coordinated off those rear two. Big, stout, powerful heifer coming next here. And again, one that when he's got her stopped and planted, you appreciate things about her. She just wants to fly apart as we put her in motion. She just wants to get more devoid and bare in terms of her forerib placement. She wants to get closer and at her hock as she gets out on the move, just not near comfortable enough off either end of her skeleton. Two big, stout, high-performing heifers to close the class. We do identify with that. Here's cattle, two cattle, though, that just aren't near as sound, just aren't near as smooth, just not those tangibles that you can grab a hold of like a couple of those cattle that are up on the front end of this class. But nice class of January females here in your SimAngus show.
Well, we'll jump back over here to the Charlay show, and certainly a single entry heifer, and you got to like heifers like this, folks. I mean, just a lot like my last division winners, you know, long-bodied, nice neck, good shouldered, angles are right, you know, her bone works right, her hocks are right, and then, flashy colored. That's pretty neat. I thought I went up and talked to her a little bit, and she claims she's growing more every day, so maybe by the time she calves, she'll be a big old polka dot. But that's a good heifer. Going to be interesting to see her come back in with a little more competition in this division. Congratulations to her.
We need Charlay, entry 46. Charlay, entry 46. We'll have her back. Need you to the makeup ring. Enter Charlay Show, Class 7, single entry in this class. First place, entry 31. AML Big Creek HF Vanessa 315, exhibited by Emma Dawn Hankins, Springfield, Missouri. Coming into the ring now is Class 8A. Immediately following this, we'll select our senior heifer calf champion. Class 12 should be in the makeup ring. Class 15A and 16A, Charlays to the makeup ring. Enter SimAngus Show. Class 12, first place, entry number 118, HPF Miss Knockout, BO33, exhibited by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Second place, entry number 111, HPF Empress, BO36, exhibited by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Third place, entry number 114, exhibited by Adrienne Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 115, exhibited by Hill Country Cattle Company, Fountain Run, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry 112, exhibited by Fourth Meridian Farms, Rio, Illinois. Sixth place, entry number 108, exhibited by Rockin' 3C Cattle Company, Bowling Green, Ohio. And seventh place, entry number 106, exhibited by Taylor Hale, Galatia, Illinois. In the ring now is Class 13 SimAngus females. Immediately following this, we'll select our Division II champion. First call for Class 16 and 17.
over here on the Charlay side, and these three exhibitors come out, and I just kind of walked up to them, and I said, whoa, you're going to make me kind of work for one here. You know, these are three nice heifers, you know, and you could use any of the three, and I wouldn't argue with you. I mean, there's some good things about all of them, but once again, I'm going to pick the one I think puts the most good things together in a really neat package, and I like this one quite a little bit because she does that. She gets a little ugly-headed, a little dishy-headed for me. You know, I'd like to change that about her. You know, but big-bodied. Like the elevation at the point of her shoulder back to the top of her hip, especially when we compare it to the heifer in second. You know, bold sprung. Love the upper rib shape design this female has. Not the heaviest bone one of the three. Nice bone. Good flat jointed. You know, in relationship to her body, she's still nice structured. Maybe not quite the length of stride, maybe doesn't fill her tracks as nicely as the one in second. I know I'm going to grant the one in second. I like her foot shape a little nicer. I like her reach a little nicer. But I think this one here just is more in line with what I've tried to pick today, is picking one that really ties her pieces together in this kind of package. Congratulations to that exhibitor. One in second. Now let's talk about the good things on this one. That's a big-footed, good jointed, long strided. If you want to see one the way they're supposed to get out and reach her stride and tying it together on mobility and tracking one, that one here does it. You know, so, and they say, you look at her from the side, she's a little extra longer, just a little bit of extra length to this one too. And they then got just that nickel's worth of chest, and I'm not going to ever criticize one for that. You're going to turn that one out in the real life, folks. That little bit of chest, she has that first calf, it's going to melt right off. You know, that just means she's going to maintain really easily, and I like that about her. I like to bring her up to the point of her shoulder. I like to drop in her flank and level her out in relationship to her forerib when we compare to the one in front of her. You know, those are two good heifers. Flip a coin, you know, and that's just how I saw them here today. Young man's heifer in third, big, stout, long-bodied heifer, you know. Shoulders back, I love that one. I love the hip design. I think true pelvic dimension is in this one right here. You love her pin set. You love how wide she is between her hooks. Bothers me when she comes at you, you know, for all that mass and that, you know, when you can only maybe put your fist in between the base of her front legs. I like just to pull her apart in relationship to that type of body to make her more ideal. Nice top pair of heifers, good third. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Class 8A Charlays, first place to entry number 38, PCC Miss Dream Girl 906A, exhibited by Wolf Ridge and Kelly Long Show Cattle, Hillsboro, Ohio. Second place, entry number 36, LJR Miss Fire Away 3320, exhibited by Doug Satry, Montague, Texas. Third place, entry number 34, exhibited by Rachel Clark, Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. We're now ready to select our senior heifer calf champion in the Charlay show.
Let's go ahead and let these young ladies get these back around and get them posed for you, but it's an outstanding division, you know. Kudos to the Charlay breeders, you know, for breeding cattle like this, you know, and have this kind of quality all the way through for not very many numbers, but these are three outstanding females. You know, the young ladies heifer that I told talked about it as a single entry. You know, she's going to fit right in this lineup, and she certainly does. Kind of gets outmassed here today. You know, maybe not quite as good off her back two, good enough as the two heifers right behind her. I mean, it's a good heifer, but got to keep these two paired up. It was a coin flip to me anyway, so we got to keep them together. Two outstanding females. Congratulations to all three of them.
Back here in your SimAngus ring, early January born heifers here, and I'm just going to be honest with you, really a challenging class for Carly and I to put together. I guess we went back to the fundamentals in this class, and you know, as we did so, this is the heifer that surfaces for us. I think without doubt, here's a heifer that has the most internal volume and dimension to her. Along with that, she's a heifer that suits us best in terms of the way her hips laid into her tail head, the way she drives off her rear leg. I'll be quite honest with you, here's a heifer we'd like to green up in her condition as we compare to some of the cattle we've seen earlier, and we think that would make this heifer move better out of her front end. We're going to call her Soundo today, and I think she really is. Maybe, again, with some time and maturity, we need to just lean this heifer up a little bit. We thought the heifer that was most similar to our class winner comes here in two, and here's one on the stand. Boy, you can maybe build a case to run her in first. We like a lot of things about this heifer in terms of her looseness, the pliability of muscle that she has. You get up on top of this one gets to be just quite a bit more A-framed in terms of her top. Just like to give her more natural width and spread out of that front shoulder, down her top and out through her hip. She's wanting to funnel just a little bit in terms of her width of pins and not quite as square in terms of her pin width and the width that she has from her hock down to the ground. From there, it gets really interesting to us. We opted to go ahead and go with the greener condition, more feminine designed heifer next here in class. She's obviously given up a lot in terms of internal dimension to the heifers in 1 and 2, but we think this heifer has a good basic build, a good brood cow look to her, and that's why we slid her in the third hole. Boy, this heifer coming next, if you like them stout, big-ended, powerful, big-ribbed, here's your heifer, and again, we appreciate that about her on the stand. We just think we just need to elongate this heifer. She's just a little bit more jammed up in her kind. She's a shorter face, shorter hipped heifer that won't gap her stride as we get her out on the move. Much can be said about the next heifer. Boy, big-ended and beautifully presented out here, and when the young lady gets her on the stand, you really like this heifer. Offers a bit more moderation of frame, as does the heifer in front of her. Here's one, though, that really wants to swing and twist out of that rear end. She gets a bit more tight hinged up about her hip. We just got to make this heifer looser in terms of her stride to go any higher. Next heifer, refined and feminine in her kind, like to stouten this heifer up from her hock down to the ground. But we thought this heifer was the next soundest heifer in terms of her mobility, and that's why she's in this spot. Big, stout, robust heifer coming next. Heifer that wants to get really close at the hock and really shorten her stride. We just need to make this heifer sounder off both ends of her skeleton. And much can be said about the two cattle that close the class. Big, stout, high-performance sort of cattle. They're just cattle that just quite simply aren't sound enough on their feet and legs to rival those other animals in this particular grouping.
We got this early summer division over here in the Charlays, and within this class we're going to have a division also, so I'll just talk them like that. And, you know, the two different types of heifers in my mind. The one that's going to win the division's going to be the young ladies heifer. You know, certainly one that a lot like the ones I picked here today. Balance, completeness, smoothness, strength of lines, love her top line, and how she holds it not only on the stand but also on the travel. Cowy fronted, you know, not really a long neck, but got a cow look to her. Like to maybe see her just a little nicer off her back too. Maybe get up and maybe grab the ground just with a little more ease. You know, she's just maybe not quite as comfortable out here as what I'd like, but she puts the most good pieces together from what I prefer and the type I say. The big stout June heifer here is going to be reserved. Long bodied, extra shape, you know, got a lot more true muscle mass than our division winner. You know, to me, not on the stand she kind of does, but on the move she just doesn't tie those pieces together. She kind of rolls her hip down a little bit, gets a little softer in her top, gets a little higher in her loin. You know, I just like to see her transition all those pieces together in that nice smooth package like we had in the May heifer. But two outstanding females. You know, ones that are useful to go down the road for breeding pieces. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Thanks, sir.
In our Charlay show, our senior heifer calf champion was entry 38, PCC Miss Dream Girl 906A, exhibited by Wolf Ridge and Kelly Long Show Cattle, Hillsboro, Ohio. Your reserve senior heifer calf champion out of that same class, entry 36, LJR Miss Fireaway 3320, exhibited by Doug Satry, Montague, Texas. In class 12 Charlay, first place and automatically your intermediate champion female, entry 44, PC Miss Glory 1316, exhibited by Amanda Tinkle, Tomball, Texas. Your second in class and automatically your reserve intermediate champion female, entry 42, Bar S. Miley 3737, exhibited by Ethan Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. In our Charlay show, coming in the rings, class 15A. Class 16A should be in the makeup ring along with class 19. In our Simmental show, class 13. First place to entry number 29. Entry 129, NXT. She's Barbara Lady, exhibited by Tyler Drache, Pontiac, Illinois. Second place, entry number 30, LLSF Bright Star B20, exhibited by Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. Third place, entry number 127, exhibited by Gertie Show Cattle, West Point, Iowa. Fourth place, entry number 138, exhibited by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Fifth place, entry number 122, exhibited by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Sixth place, entry number 128, exhibited by Musser and Gordon, Otterbein, Indiana. Seventh place, entry number 134, exhibited by Prestige Cattle Company and Golf Show Cattle, Crooksville, Ohio. Eighth place, entry 119, exhibited by Cameron Wise, New Philadelphia, Ohio. And ninth place, entry number 120, exhibited by Neil Wise, New Philadelphia, Ohio. We're now selecting our Division II champion female in the SimAngus show. Class 16 and 17 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 20.
Well, another beautiful division of cattle here in your SimAngus show. And again, you know, my hat's off to the exhibitors and breeders of these cattle. Again, a lot of functionality, a lot of usefulness, and boy, we're really, really proud of all our class winners as we get them back out here. That young lady that wins the first class, just if you remember that class, just dominating. Well, you talk about one with extra bulk and mass and a maternal look to her. Heifer that's just impeccably sound as she hits the surface on all four corners, and we appreciate that about her. You know, if you want to get her out here and maybe compare her to another heifer or two, you know, if you're really going to get critical of her, you might want to set her in just a touch at the top of that shoulder, but we sure believe that she's very, very appropriate in terms of having that kind of an engine with that kind of a caboose coming along behind her there. We really like this female, and we really think she thrusts herself up into immediate competition in this division. That heifer, that a class 2, well, here's one that's given up some in terms of that maternal look through her midrib today, but we think this heifer reads very genuine in terms of the depth that she has from her forerib back to her flank. We think her immaturity might be her best friend as we move on down the road and watch these cattle mature. We just love the neck shape and the way this heifer transitions from her neck back into her top. I think she's the one that, boy, you get her out on the move when she'll relax and not fight that halter. She's one that's just dead level down her top and out through her hip. And again, we think this heifer's quite good and has a lot of future to her as we move on down the road. That heifer out of Class 3, if you remember that class, a bit more challenging to put together for us. She's a bit slicker haired heifer, but as we get her out here, here's a heifer that we like her basic brood cow build. We like her functional soundness off all four corners of her body. We get her out here and compare her to some of the other cattle, maybe not quite as genuine up through her forerib, maybe wants to get just a bit deeper in the base of that chest relative to some of these other cattle and throw her out of balance a little bit up there in the front 1/3 of her body. But here's one that's good on her feet and legs, reads really nice on paper, and we think has a great future ahead of her as well. That young man's heifer that won the last class, big, bold, maternal sort of a beast here. We like that about her. Love the rear leg set on this heifer. Really like the way this heifer's hip and tail head set into her. Here's one we just like to lean up in her condition as we get her out here compared to some of these other cattle. If we could freshen her up a little bit down in the base of her chest and up through her neck, we think it'd make her move easier off the front end of that skeleton and make her more competitive as we compare her to some of these other cattle. Awesome grouping of cattle out here. Again, our compliments to these exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause here in your second division, and we'll go ahead and get you a champion in reserve.
I'll sneak in here real quick and talk these two wonderful, beautiful April heifers over here on the Charlay side. I mean, there's two real cows in the making in my mind. You know, and subtle differences between them. You know, I'm going to read this one right behind here. She's going to win the class as being just a nickel fresher in the condition, and one that's just really sharp and chiseled up front. And I like her angle. Right on top of that one, and get down her top and get right on the top of her shoulder blade and look down to the point of her shoulder. I mean, she's really nice there. And as lean as she is, you know, she transitions so nicely from the point of her shoulder back in that lower forerib. You know, she wants to keep her wing that tail head up all the time. That kind of throws me off. You know, I still think she's got a little tail head when you compare her to the one in front. I'd like to lay that tail head into her hip a little nicer, but I like that heifer quite a little bit. I like her teat placement. I like the refinement of her teats a little more so than the heifer in front of her. She's getting a little long teated on this side, but still not quite as gathered, not quite as big around. You know, that one there is fresh and good and sound and a nice heifer. Nothing to take away from the young lady's heifer right in front of her. You know, another soft-sided, big-bellied, long, and got some freshness to her. She got a little bit of chest. Got one in there in the last class. You know, that's maybe throwing them off just a little bit. Doesn't bother me. I'm not going to ever criticize one for having a little bit of chest like that and still being nice in their throat latch, because those are the kind that maintain in the real world, and I appreciate that. Gets a little coarser up to high in the point of her shoulder, maybe not quite as extended out through her front, maybe doesn't have the true angle shape that we have in the one up above them, but that's splitting hairs. Those are two really, really good heifers, and I commend the young ladies and whoever involved for bringing these two out here. Congratulations to both of them. Nice pair.
In our SimAngus SimSolutions show, Division II champion goes to entry number 80. Walmack Precious Miss, exhibited by Claire Trenopo, Middletown, Indiana. The reserve Division II champion heifer, entry number 91, HSF Chelsea B432, exhibited by Helsky Simmental Farms, Mayer, Minnesota. Coming into the ring now is Class 16 SimAngus heifers. Class 17 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 20. Placings in Class 15A, Charlay Heifers. First place went to entry number 49, TR Miss K 30A, exhibited by Andrew Hodges, Lebo, Kansas. Second place, entry number 48, Bar S. Shirley 3713, exhibited by Jace Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. In the ring now is Class 16A, Charlay females. Immediately following this, we'll select our junior champion female. Class 19 should be in the makeup ring. It's our final heifer class. Automatically will be our senior champion female as your class winner. Immediately following that, we'll be ready to select our grand and reserve grand Charlay females. We need all those division champion reserves back to the makeup ring. Charlay, division champion reserves, back to the makeup ring. Attention in the barns or in the stands. Wes Marty. Wes Marty, we need you to the Charlay picture backdrop. Wes Marty to the Charlay picture backdrop.
Nice way to start your next division here in your SimAngus show, and we sure got some differences again in this class in terms of type and kind, and as we sort through them, I guess Charlay and I land on this Baldy heifer that wins this class. We see her as the one that excels in terms of that female quality. Boy, I tell you, one that's just beautiful when you get her on the stand, just dead level down her top and out through her hip. She's sure not the boldest sprung one that we have in this particular class, and we understand that. Maybe one of the more refined heifers in terms of her bone work, but we think along with that, she's a heifer that suits in terms of her skeletal integrity, the way her joints are tucked into her. We like this heifer quite a lot. Boy, on the stand, you can make a case that this heifer here is the one that should go too because of that extra center body dimension that she has. You know, maybe not quite forerib as you'd like to have, but boy, here's a heifer in the center part of her body and back through her flank. I think she's just tremendous there. So heifer, as we get her out on the move, she wants to get a bit more hook-legged, if you will, not quite gap that stride as well as our class winner, but I think, again, a heifer with a lot of functional utility, a lot of breeding value there in that one. If you like them bold, sprung, and thick-ended, this might be the heifer you prefer in this class. We just think this heifer gets a bit too bold and proud about her front shoulder. She wants to get a bit more pigeon-toed up front, therefore bow out when we get her on the move. But she's a heifer that on the stand you really appreciate, again, the extra width, the extra muscularity that she has. Just need to give this heifer a little more female character, if you will, to compare her to those two cattle that are ahead of her. Big, stout, baldy heifer coming next, big boned, extra high performing. We appreciate that about her. Here's a heifer that gets close at her hock. We just like to tone her down in terms of her frame score, give this heifer a more genuine center body, if you will, compared to her frame size at this particular stage in the game. Then the heifer we use to close the class, again, big, stout, high performance sort of a heifer, just the most uncomfortable off both ends of her skeleton.
Over here on the Charlay side, another outstanding class, top to bottom, real cow prospects to me, but it came down to these two, and both are similar in their body type and kind. I'm reading one as being just a little longer than her makeup. I'm reading one as being just a little more comfortable when she gets out and travels, and that's the orange tinged heifer. You know, I'd like to maybe tie her together like this big heifer from that in that lower forerib. Comes in just a little bit, but that's getting pretty picky. That one there's just got a little bit more length, not only in her side profile from the point of her shoulder back and that side length, but I'm reading her as being just a little longer hipped when you get right behind her and just gaze at that and study that a little bit. Love that her developing on this one. I like her foot. She wants to go. I mean, this one here just wants to go. She's really good on the move. And I like that. The curve to her back leg is right. Their joints are right. It's really close between the two. A little stouter heifer that I'm going to use here in second. I think has just a little bit more true mass down her top, but still keeping it in that real feminine appearing package. Shortens up a little bit up in her head and neck. And not enough to not call her not feminine and to have that cow look about her, but when you compare the two, she does shorten up and it's into being just a little shorter sided, and I'm reading hers being just a nickel shorter hipped. You know, is she when she gets out on the move, you know, it's really good moving also. Maybe doesn't hold herself together on the move and putting all the parts together on the move like our class winner. But once again, coin flip, folks. You know, pick the one you like. That's how I saw them today. A nice pair of females on the top end of that class. Third place heifer. This is really a good cow. I mean, just a little plainer in her makeup, but still sound moving, good, holly fronted. You know, just gets a little plainer in her type and design than the two up above her. You know, she's got a little more condition. She's pushing a little bit more from her navel back, kind of getting into her udder a little bit, and I'd like to see it just a little bit leaner. But when you talk about putting the good things together, soundness and playing the most important part, when we decide between the next one. The next heifer, our fourth place heifer, just kills you on the stand. I mean, really good looking, right up with our two class winners. Just troubles me off her back too, you know. When we talk about cattle, when they get outside their stride and just don't want to move out of their hip quite true enough, you know, and you talk about being a cow and projecting that out for, you know, hopefully 6, 8, 10 years, you know, that concerns me on that one. And simply put, that's why she's down there. That's a good heifer on the stand. She just needs to travel a little bit nicer off her back too for me.
Placings in Class 16, SimAngus females. First place, entry number 143, Miss CCF. She's a superstar, exhibited by CNC Farms, Templeton Cattle, and Thiel Electrified CC, exhibit from Jefferson, Georgia. Third place, entry number 140, KA Roxy A14, exhibited by Kate Allen, Monroe, Wisconsin. No, excuse me. Second place, entry 442, 7451 Lucy A009, exhibited by Allie Standridge, Lindsay, Oklahoma. Third place was entry 140, exhibited by Kate Allen, Monroe, Wisconsin. Fourth place, entry 144, exhibited by Emma Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Fifth place, entry 139, exhibited by Lindsay Ferguson, Chardon, Ohio. In the ring now in our SimAngus shows Class 17. Immediately following this, we'll select our Division III champion. Class 20 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 21. In our Charlay show, Class 16A. First place to entry number 57, TR PZC Miss Angela 31A, exhibited by Michaela Blanding, Hagerstown, Indiana. Second place, entry number 53, Dreher Farms Miss Pearl, exhibited by Riley Dreher, Milan, Illinois. Third place, entry number 51, exhibited by Grady Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Fourth place, entry number 54, exhibited by Emma Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. We're now selecting our junior champion female, Charlay. Class 19 should be in the makeup ring. Start bringing those division champion reserve Charlays to the makeup ring.
Well, Charlay shows every division just keeps getting good, and the quality is impeccable out here, folks. I mean, if you can't find one out of some of these ones, whether I picked them or not, you know, and maybe some are in the barn, if you can't pick some to make cows, there's something wrong, because these are really, really good. I like all four of these. I'd take all four of them home in a heartbeat, you know, and that's what it comes down to. I'm not going to go through and describe them all. I described them already, you know. It comes down to things like this. I kind of just rank them. Which one would I take home first? Which one would I take home second? And then that's kind of the way I do it. I take that one home first. I take that one home second. Let's congratulate all these these exhibitors, an outstanding group of females.
Junior champion female in the Charlay show goes to entry number 49, TR Miss K 30A, exhibited by Andrew Hodges, Lebo, Kansas. Your reserve, entry number 57, reserve junior champion, entry number 57, TR PZC Miss Angela 31A, exhibited by Michaela Blanding, Hagerstown, Indiana. And our Charlay show coming in the rings, class 19, single class in this division, so they'll automatically be your senior champion female. We need division champion reserves in the makeup ring. Over here on the Simmental side, to take a moment to introduce to you some young folks that are helping along ringside today. Members of your American Junior Simmental Association's Board of Trustees. From the Eastern region, Miss Morgan Phillips. From Kentucky, the North Central region, Miss Maddie Udell from Iowa. North Central region, Kaylee Housengay from Illinois. And from the Western region, Miss Brittany Bynes from Utah. These young folks have been helping ringside here, and we appreciate all their help. Folks, give them a nice round of applause. Your Junior Association Board of Trustees.
Interesting class of fall heifers here in your SimAngus show. And again, boy, we made a couple changes here at the end. We'll try to tell you what we're seeing in these cattle. I guess as we go back to basic brood cow build and the cattle that sum all the parts that we're looking for together, this one here rises to the top for us. We think she's a heifer that's moderate and sensible in terms of her frame size. We think she's extra good looking, and we think she's the soundest heifer in this particular class, and that's why she comes to the front of it, in our opinion, fairly handily. You get after that, and boy, it gets a little tough. We moved this heifer up. Here's a heifer that reads the best on paper of anything in this particular drive. We think she's got a basic brood cow build to her. We think she's sound on her feet and legs. We think she's flexible in terms of her top line and out through her hip. We see some longevity in this female. We'll agree that she's not the rock star looking one out here, a heifer that maybe wants to come apart just a little bit in her top, but I think we felt like with her combination of numbers and structural integrity, we like her there. If you're into getting your picture taken at the backdrop with the one that'll pop your eyes out, it's the heifer that goes in third, and we understand that. We love things about this heifer, this feminine character that she has. You get underneath this heifer, she's just quite simply too narrow in her chest. We just like to expand her out, drop her down in her midrib, and if we could do that, make this heifer a little more comfortable off those rear two, boy, that side view profile, get that one a long, long way. Big, stout, robust heifer coming next. We appreciate a lot of things about this one as well. We like her and depth of body over the heifer in front of her, although she's a heifer that gets more tight hinged about her hip, just not comfortable the way she goes off those rear two. Excellently presented heifer coming next here in class. This young lady does an excellent job on the stand. Here's a heifer you love. As we put this one in motion, she wants to get rounder out of her hip, tuck those rear legs, and get closer at her hock. And for those reasons, we had to slip her down there into that particular hole. Young man's heifer coming next, probably one of the plainer presented cattle out here in this particular drive. Here's a heifer that's got some basic feet and leg soundness, though, just not near the overall pizzazz and side view profile and overall quality we got in those cattle ahead of her. Big, stout, robust built, black and white legged heifer coming next here in class. She just gets tighter up through her spine, wants to get more restricted out of that rear hock. Like to tone her down in terms of the amount of boldness that she has to that hock and knee as well. Then the heifer we use to close the class, she just gives up a lot of look. Heifer that wants to just really struggle pretty bad off those rear two. Nice class of cattle, interesting to sort those first 2 or 3 heifers in that class.
Within this last class of, I think it's getting close to being the last class, if it's not, of these big, stout, females out here. And going to pick one that's extra stout, but she's a little more moderate. It kind of gets to the point for me is how big is big enough in the end, and and within this class, that's getting right there to where she's plenty big enough. That's just a nice sized heifer that just ties everything together, what I've been talking about today. Ties all her parts together, transitions everything into that nice sound, balanced kind of a package. Sound moving, big hip, extended up front, looks like a lady. Little coarser teated than what I'd like to see. Her udder could be, they could be kind of big there after 2 or 3 calves. I'd like to maybe refine her teats just a little bit at this point, but still, she puts the things together I'm looking for in class. The next 2 heifers are just on the upper range for me as being plenty big enough, but still, when you compare the two, when you compare it to our class winner, this one here just has such much more upper rib design, so much more base width coming and going than the one in third. That's a big stout cow prospect, folks. If that one doesn't raise a bull someday, there's something wrong. Real refined up through her head and neck. One that gets around the ring just gets a little bigger than what I'd like to see. She's going to be a plenty big cow to maintain in the end. As is this heifer coming out here next. Dead her top, lines are right, she's sound enough on her feet and legs, she's just plenty big. Gets a little flatter when you compare her to the one in second, when you talk rib design and arch and shape to that middle part of her body, and that's why she's going to be third. Just gets a little flatter in total makeup, but still a sound moving, big, stout kind of a female. And then a real moderate heifer next, and I'm not going to take anything away from her for that. There's bulls we can breed these kind to, and she's still very useful as a breeding piece. Just really gets outperformed here in this class, and it probably just isn't quite enough to her to get up over the hump when you compare her to those other 3. Nice class winner, and a nice class also.
In Class 19, Charlay's first place, entry number 59, ADW Miss Cinderella, 338A, exhibited by Shelby Manning, Union City, Ohio. Second place, entry number 61, Bar S Bombshell, 6, exhibited by Grady Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Third place, entry number 62, exhibited by Callie Knott, Leota, Indiana. And fourth place, entry number 67, exhibited by Andrew Stelz, Sulphur, Louisiana. We're now, and that makes entry 51 automatically your senior champion female, entry 61 automatically your reserve. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand females.
Well, in this division of our SimAngus females, we have two that we like awfully well out here. In terms of the feminine, ladylike, to quote Jim over there, they look like ladies, and you know, that's my dad and I's kind, and we're awfully happy with what we have out here. Between the two, like we mentioned before, the heifer out of the first class, backdrop heifer, good line, ultra feminine in her physique. Probably gonna get an earful for saying this, but that one's pretty sexy. You know, on the stand, you really like her. When you get behind her, as we mentioned before, she reads a little flatter and not quite as robust, and that's where the heifer out of the second class really excels. And this one's maternal build, her structure, her skeleton, her look, we really like. But like I said, two awfully nice heifers out here. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these two exhibitors, and we'll go pick a champion in reserve.
Division 3 champion in your SimAngus shows, entry 158, SFPC Diana's Image, exhibited by Wyatt Snyder, Irwin, Ohio. That brings in entry 155 for the reserve selection.
Bringing in the second place heifer out of that class, like we mentioned before, she has an excellent genetic profile on paper. We moved her up a slot, and I'm pretty happy we did. She fits out here quite well. You know, not as much look and eye appeal as maybe the heifer right in front of her, but young lady, you have a really nice brood cow prospect there.
And your reserve division champion in entry 143, Miss CCF, She's a Superstar, exhibited by CNC Farms and Templeton Cattle, Jefferson, Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, you Charlay spectators, if I can get you to direct your attention here to the Charlay picture backdrop of the special presentation, I'm going to turn the mic over to Gordon Schubert.
Testing. Every year at a major national show, we give a Lifetime Achievement Award from Barb McHarg's friends. Barb McHarg was a lady in Missouri that went back to, maybe some of you don't remember, but the Jerry Litton Charlay farm in Chillicothe, Missouri. Barb was one of the hardest working ladies in the world. She could outwash anybody, outclip anybody, and she could outcuss anybody. But we try to give that to two people that have given part of their life to the Charlay breed like Barb did. The first one is Mr. Wes Marty from Cleburne, Texas. I don't think Wes is here today. Wes is a Charlay breeder down in Texas, right outside of Dallas. His mother and father imported some of the first full French Charlay. Wes was supposed to be here today, but something must have come up. The other, we're going to give two awards this year. The other one goes to a man that a lot of you saw in the Charlay breed, a lot of you saw in the Polled Hereford breed. He never wanted to take credit for anything, but when it came time to get somebody to beat you, he could beat you with his cattle. That man is Mr. Stan Romberg from Ocala, Florida. I think Stan's here. Stan, can you come on up and get your award? Thank you very much for you Charlay breeders' attention. We appreciate it, and it's going to two great people in honor of one great lady. Thank you.
And our Simmental show, we're now ready for Class 20. Continuing with placings in Class 17, that entry 158, of course, was your class winner and your division champion. Second place to entry number 155. Images Beauty Mark, exhibited by Shelby Eisen, Atlanta, Indiana. Third place, entry 153, exhibited by Diamond A Farms, Altamont, Illinois. Fourth place, entry 454, exhibited by Volk Livestock, Battle Creek, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 147, exhibited by Will Lamont and Woodlawn Farms, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry 148, exhibited by Olivia McWork, Kingman, Indiana. Seventh place, entry number 152, exhibited by Metzger Cattle and John Barty Jr., Rockville, Kentucky. Place, entry 151, exhibited by Seacross Cattle Company, Asheboro, North Carolina. In our Charlay show, we're now selecting our grand champion female. If you've just joined us, our judge today in our Charlay show is Mr. Jim Bloomberg from Berwick, Illinois. Jim and his family farm and raise registered cattle, including Simmental, Angus, and Hereford. Jim and his wife, Mary, have 3 children. And I know you've seen some of them in this ring, either judging or exhibiting livestock, Blake, Jamie, and Jake. It's indeed a pleasure to have Jim Bloomberg back with us here in Freedom Hall to evaluate our Charlay show.
Let all these ladies get these females back around and get them posed for everybody here. It's kind of odd you get out here and you got all these women showing these good cattle out here and all good showmen. You know, I think a little prejudice on my part, but it just has happened to end up that way. I don't talk divisions, never have. I've talked enough about them, and I tried to explain myself as the day went on, and I'd said it a couple times in divisions. I'm just going to pick the 2 I like the best, the 2 I'd take home, and that I'd have the what I feel would have the best chance of making money. You know, and that's what we're in this thing for. But I want to talk a little bit about the Charlay breed and the impact they've had on the industry. You know, I'm old enough now that history means a lot to me. And if all the young fitters and stuff back there that, you know, have grown up and think they know everything, I'm going to give you a little story of why the Charlays, or why we have this many cattle at the North American, and why we have this many cattle at Denver every year. You know, why the sales on the internet and the production sales are off the charts now. You know, it was 1969 up in Chicago, and Dr. Don Good kind of went out on a limb, and he picked that white Charlay steer up there, Conoco. You know, and I grew up in the same county as Brad Linskog that showed that steer. You know, and I was up there. I was young, but I was up there. Kind of gives my age away, but that's the reason that all this is crazy right now, folks, and it's because of the Charlay breed. Now, the Charlay breed, you know, at that time, you know, the emphasis was on gainability and carcass merit, you know, and then it started to boom of everybody using Simmentals and Charlays and Limousines and Main Anjou, Chianinas, you know, and it went, you know, through the late 60s, 70s, 80s, and we kind of saw them get big and tall and hard doing and hard calving, and the Charlay breed got that stigma. You know, at that time, they had all them big old French bulls that were a little coarser jointed. They're kind of a little coarser in their structure, and I just wanted to bring it back, how it's come full circle now, and we have cattle that look like this, and each and every one of the Charlay breeders, you know, ought to be commended because they kept the gainability in them through all these years. They've kept the carcass merit in these cattle for all these years, and then now they've refined them to where they got some calving ease in them. They've improved the udders on the cattle where they're good mothers, you know. The Charlay cattle, you know, are going to take a back seat to anyone and where they're at today in the beef industry, and I applaud them for that. So without, you know, kind of going on and being rambly about stuff, I just go out and pick them. You know, our two heifers are going to win today. Both come out of the same division. Right here is going to be our champion heifer. Congratulations to her. I thought it was real close. The young man, just keep on coming in. You'll be reserved. Let's congratulate those exhibitors, and thanks a lot for having me here today. We'll get these bulls showed also.
Yep. Your grand champion females, entry 49, TR Miss K 30A, exhibited by Andrew Hodges, Lebo, Kansas. Your reserve out of that same division, entry 57, TR PZC Miss Angela 31A, exhibited by Michaela Blandy, Hagerstown, Indiana. We'll get pictures of those two champion heifers with our judge. Then we'll be ready to start our bull show, start bringing those first classes of Charlay bulls to the ring. Simmental entry 185. Simmental entry 185. Scott Mings, we need that entry to the makeup ring. Final call.
The quality sure continues here in your SimAngus ring, and well, I tell you what, the heat I think went up about 5 or 10 degrees when this set of heifers came in here. You can sure do a lot of things, I think, with these cattle from a genetic standpoint. You know, we're going to show you or tell you what we like about these cattle. You know, you as breeders or prospective buyers out around the ringside, you do what you want. This heifer that's going to win this class, I think the thing we say about her, she's just the smoothest. We think she's the most genuine in terms of the width that she has, the way she comes out of that front shoulder and neck back into that top and that upper rib cage, just smooth as a rib and no indentation at all. She carries that width progressively wider back through the back part of her skeleton, and we get this heifer parked. We love the angles that this heifer has. We can identify that this heifer won't necessarily hit her track all the time. We'd maybe like to change her in that regard, but I tell you what, you get this much power and this much capacity in one. I'm not so sure there's a heifer out here that does totally gap her stride. Just a really awesome heifer, reads awfully good on paper as well. We love a lot of things about this heifer in seconds. You know, she's probably maybe a tick more maternal in her build, and I think we'll admit here's a heifer, though. You get up on top of her. You like the way she transitions out of her neck and shoulders back into that top line. We see her funneling quite a bit more as we go back towards her pins, not maintaining that width quite as uniformly back through the rear third of her body. We do like the way this heifer flexes and reaches off both ends of her body. Maybe a tick better than our class winner, but yet she wants to maybe walk outside herself just a little bit. We think this heifer's a notch heavier condition than our class winner as well. Gets pretty close for us here between 3 and 4. We're going to go with the basic build of this heifer in third. We think she's the more angular, more feminine, maybe heifer of the two, one that shows us some longevity in terms of her kind. She's not the most rock star looking one. We agree with that. We think this is a heifer that's got a lot of functionality to her. This heifer coming next, boy, I tell you what, big bone, stout featured heifer, a heifer that I think is acceptable in terms of her skeleton as well. Where we'd really like to change this one is relative to her frame size. See that mass and power down low in the lower 1/3 of this heifer from her forerib to her midrib and back through her flank, but an awfully nice heifer to be standing there. Heifer that closes the class, reads again awfully well on paper. This is the heifer that's just quite simply the coarsest in her design, a heifer that's the least mobile as we put her on the lead. Awesome set of cattle in that class, particularly two heifers up there on the top end that we like quite a lot.
Placings in Class 20, SimAngus heifers. First place, entry 499, ORF Cara 345, exhibited by Parker Reed, Galveston, Indiana. Second place, entry number 167, RCF Miss Chopper 319A, exhibited by Taylor Goring, McPherson, Kansas. Third place, entry number 170, exhibited by Zeiss Simmental's, Valley, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry number 164, exhibited by A.K. Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry 165, exhibited by Taylor Hale, Galatia, Illinois. We're now ready for Class 21 SimAngus females. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our Division 4 champion. Start bringing Class 24 and 25 heifers to the makeup ring. Ready to start our Charlay Bull Show, Class 26. Should have 3 entries. Single class in this division. Bring them on, guys.
Over here is going to start out the Charlay Bull Show, and then a couple big March calves and a little May calf going to be second. And performance is not an issue here. Really big rate of gains on all 3 individuals, but certainly the bull. You know, I like to clean the sheath up, and that's one thing I'd really like to change about this bull. But other than that, I mean, he puts all the pieces together like you're supposed to. Good moving, good legged, got a good foot under him, big old hip. Masculine up front, really a nice set of testicles under this guy. You know, he's the most complete. He's the smoothest one of the 3. Nice kind of a bull. Just like to clean his sheath up just a nickel, and that'd help him out quite a bit. You know, little May calf, you know, another one, lots of performance. This is a big stout May calf, folks. You know, just a lot of performance to him. Little straighter up through his shoulder in front. You know, that's going to be a concern. Gets a little scissor-legged behind. You know, but I still think in his structural makeup, he more closely follows our class winner with that extra amount of middle body that he possesses and that extra true base width. When he comes at you, he's going to have to be second. Big, long-bodied bull, you know, extra length here, and, you know, lots of performance. That extra length ties into performance, you know, and I applaud the exhibitor for that. Just gets a little harder in his total makeup for me, you know, need to soften him up in his middle. Need to just make him a little truer when he gets out off both ends, you know, to be mobile enough to set him in a real life situation and cover some cows. Nice class winner in that, and that'll be a division and a reserve division champion. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. And a division?
Placings in Class 26 in our Charlay Bull Show. First place and automatically your Spring Bull Calf Champion, entry 74. TCCS Rebel Without a Cause, exhibited by TC Cattle Services, Vandalia, Illinois. Second place and automatically reserved Spring Bull Calf Champion, entry 72. exhibited by Michael Langston, Huntington, Indiana. Coming into the ring now is Class 29A Charlay bulls. This is also a single class in this division, so they'll automatically be your junior bull calf champions. We need all Charlay bulls to the makeup ring. All Charlay bulls to the makeup ring. Charlay Bull 105, Charlay Bull 105, A&M Livestock. Need that bull to the makeup ring. It's the only Charlay bull not weighed in.
Well, a nice trio of January bull calves and one within this class. Certainly the bull we're going to use, you know, he dominates for performance, but then you kind of just study this bull and he's got that extra performance because of what I talked about in that last class. This is bull's long sided, long hip, long out through his front end. You know, he's not the heaviest structured one, but you know, when you get as old as me and you got to go out and check cows at night, and I'm reading some calving ease in this guy just because of his structural makeup and his angles he has up through his front end, that nice clean jaw he's got about him. You know, he's good jointed. His structure relates to the extra length that he has, and everything just ties together in a real nice package. That's a nice bull. Congratulations to the exhibitor. Now we're going to use a little smaller statured bull, and we're just going to kind of put it out because I'm just reading him as being just a little sounder out through his front end. You know, bull weighs 955 pounds. He's the smallest one in here. That's a big January bull calf. You know, that did good. Boy, that one's smooth and long, you know, and his angles are just a little nicer than the one right behind him. You know, he doesn't tie his pieces together quite as nicely as our class winner. Doesn't have the extra length. But that's a good bull. Sound moving, good footed, looks like a bull up front, nice set of testicles under him. Just shortens up a little bit more than our class winner. Young lady's bull next, you know, another high performing January bull calf. And a lot of good to this guy. You know, he can get around the ring right. You know, he's all right in his back 2/3. Just gets a little straighter, more pronounced about the point of his shoulder. You know, and to me that ties into, you know, how they're going to calve, gets a little heavier about his head. You know, when you want to change something about one, that's what I change about him. But 3 good bulls, I think an outstanding bull to win that class.
Smoking good set of yearling females here in your SimAngus ring again. And Carly and I had some discussion on a couple placings in this class, but one place where we didn't sure have any arguments on the heifer that leads the class. We feel like this is a heifer that continues the type and trend of what we've set for today. She's a sensible size, moderate framed, easy fleshing heifer, tremendously fresh in her condition. She's the heifer that we find to be the ground, the most comfortable off both ends of her skeleton. We really appreciate the freshness that this heifer has at this stage of the game. Hey, we'll take nothing away from this heifer in second. Boy, here's one that on the stand, again, she'll pop your eyes out. Probably has an added dimension of length over our heifer that wins the class, and we agree with that. She's really, really long and skinny about her neck. We find this heifer to get just a bit more three-piece, if you will, as she comes apart a tick behind her front shoulder, wants to dip about her loin a little bit. She's not quite as comfortable the way she's getting around the ring, especially off those rear two as well, but take nothing away from that one. She's an awfully nice heifer. Here's where we did have some discussion between 2 and 3, and I do like a lot of things about this Baldy female. Probably offers a little bit more moderation than our heifer that's right ahead of her. I do like that about her. She's really, really genuine down her top and out through her hip. Really square and good back from her pins down to the ground. We like the way this heifer drives off of her rear two. This is one, though, that I just need to lay this heifer in better up in the point of that shoulder, just maybe narrow her up a little bit the way she walks off that front end. She's wanting to walk outside of her skeleton. Next heifer in class, again, big, stout, robust, made sort of a female. She's not getting around the ring quite as good off of either end. Maybe just a bit coarser, if you will, off both ends of her skeleton, but with that, she has that added dimension of muscling and power that a lot of people like in these cattle. This Baldy heifer coming next, we could sure change the paperwork on this heifer. We might move her up a notch or two. She's probably plenty heavy in terms of her condition, but we like her moderation of frame. We like that extra rib and volume that she has through the middle part of her body. We project her out to be an easy fleshing cow. Just need to make that heifer read a little better on paper to get more competitive. A little bit more refinement in the heifer that's coming next, and really this last 4 cattle in this class, we'd sure like to change them quite a bit the way they get off their rear two. This heifer wants to get up about her hip, and she wants to get closer at her hock. We just need to make this heifer move a little better. Big, stout, robust heifer coming next. Again, it's laboring off both ends of her structure. Much can be said about the next heifer. She wants to get more straight up about that front end. We just need to relax her and set her back into that shoulder placement. Maybe tone her down a little bit in her framework. Then the heifer that closes the class, again, a super heavy muscled heifer that just lacks the balance and the style and the quality of those cattle ahead of her. But an excellent class of females there. Sure, a lot of things from a breeding perspective a person can do with several of those heifers.
Over here on the Charlay side, we're going to, next 2 classes will be divisions, and we're going to have single entries, and young lady brought you a nice senior bull calf. If you need to put some muscle in your calf crop and some real stoutness and some real gainability, you know, this is a good, really got some muscle down his top, really got a big old butt on him, you know, good structure kind of a bull. Maybe doesn't tie everything together in that nice, neat package like you might like to see, but a lot of good to cattle like this. I mean, there's cows that could use bulls like this. You know, if you're looking for the way these feeder calf prices are to put some pounds on, you know, and have just market them right off and have pounds. This young lady's bull will do the trick. Nice bull, young lady. Congratulations.
In our Charlay show, Class 29A, the class was won by entry 85, and he's automatically your junior bull calf champion. Art Denham, 1366, exhibited by Amanda Tinkle, Tomball, Texas. Second place, in your reserve division champion, entry number 84, AWR Ace of Diamonds, 422B, exhibited by Ace's Wild Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. Entry number 78, exhibited by Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. Class 33 Charlay bulls. First place and automatically your senior bull calf champion was entry 92, CNA Violation, exhibited by Mike Malone, Cynthiana, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 37, another single entry in the class, another single class in the division. It's entry 95, GHL Reducio 3082, exhibited by JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana. He'll automatically be your intermediate champion bull. Go ahead, Judge Bloomberg.
Let this gentleman get this big stout May yearling bull around here and get him posed for you again. And once again, single entry bull. There's an awfully good bull here, you know. Doesn't wow you as far as extra fuzz and hair, but what he is what he is, and what he is a solid, good bull. Extra length of body, extra length in his total design. You like him out through his hip, really gets out in a fluid motion when he gets out and moves, grabs his front too like he should with his back. You know, his joints are good, big footed bull, you know. And once again, let's read some calving ease into the front end of this guy. Long neck, good angles about him, you know, his jaw's right. Just an outstanding kind of a bull, and I congratulate the exhibitor.
In Class 21, SimAngus female, first place, entry number 178, Miss BHC Voltage A21, exhibited by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. Second place, entry 187, S&S Penelope's Dream 328A, exhibited by Connor Cross, Wilkinson, Indiana. Third place, entry 182, exhibited by Brianne Hegrel, Newton, Illinois. Fourth place, entry 207, exhibited by Trinopole Farms and Carmen Clout, Middletown, Indiana. Fifth place, entry 186, exhibited by Jones Show Cattle, Harriet, Ohio. Sixth place, entry 190, exhibited by Diamond A Farms, Altamont, Illinois. Seventh place, entry 180, exhibited by Young Show Cattle, Sumner, Illinois. Eighth place, entry 188, exhibited by Lindsey Ferguson, Chardon, Ohio. Ninth place, entry 191, exhibited by Madison Martin, Madisonville, Tennessee. In the ring now, we're selecting our Division 4 champion, SimAngus female. Class 24, 25, and 26 should be in the makeup ring. SimAngus, entry 192, Justin Teeter. We need that heifer immediately. Final call, entry 192, Justin Teeter.
My apologies for taking to take extra time here in your SimAngus ring, but in all sincerity, Carly and I feel like this might be the toughest decision we've had to make yet today, and we sincerely really like both of these heifers, although we think they maybe have some differences that we can sure talk about here. That Baldy heifer that wins that first class, boy, her genuineness of width from her shoulder back through her top and out through her pins is just incredible. We love all that center body and mass and power that she's got. Here's a heifer that she wants to stand a tick wide. She wants to walk a tick wide off her front end. She doesn't reach and flex quite as good as our heifer that come out of the second class, although we appreciate with all the style or all the power and all the mass that this one has, you know, it's a little bit harder for this heifer to meet her stride. And we do believe this heifer is sound. Has a lot to bring to a genetic program. She's got excellent numbers as we evaluate her on paper as well. This heifer out of the second class, well, I'll tell you what, just continues, again, the type and trend of what we've been talking about today, elegant and feminine. She's very flexible about her feet and legs off both ends of her body. She got a big old foot and foundation underneath her. We like her freshness of condition over the heifer that wins the first class, although she doesn't have as much mass and power to come along with it. So I'll be honest with you, we like both of these heifers a tremendous amount. We still really haven't made our decision totally. We're going to talk about it or argue about it, if you will, here for just a couple more minutes. Let's show our appreciation to these exhibitors of how nice we think this pair of heifers is by a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a champion in reserve.
Your Division 4 champion female in the SimAngus show, 21, entry 178, Miss BHC Voltage, AO21, exhibited by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. That brings in the second place, entry 187 for the reserve selection.
Over on the Charlay side, we have some late spring yearling bulls here, an April calf up here and a March calf here, and really, you know, they're two different types of bulls, and just depends on where you set your priorities. And here today, I think the one that puts the most good things together is going to be our March bull. I think he's a little longer pattern. I really like when I get behind him. I think that's a deciding factor. He's got a little bit more shape in his rear quarter and down his top. Quite a bit bigger pelvis on this guy, and his pin set, and when you view him up there and how wide he is in his hooks, you know, I like him behind his shoulder just a little nicer than our April bull up ahead of him. Might want to give him that softness in the middle that we have, and the one up, the April calf, he's a little harder made. You know, he doesn't have that extra hair and fuzz to make him look softer, but I mean, this bull, you know, I kind of thought he doesn't hold himself quite as well together that first time on the move. Second time, he kind of held himself together pretty nice. Just a good kind of a bull. Our April bull, you know, if you need one that's, and I'm just going to describe him maybe just being just a little more feminine, you know, and that sometimes that's a good thing. I mean, I just read calving ease in this guy all day long. You know, he's really nice in his shoulder and neck, a little nicer, and his angles about his front end than our class winner. You know, like I said, when I get behind him, I like to open him up in his hip design. I'd like to give him just a little power and shape to the product that he has for that extra amount of middle that he has. Gets a little weaker behind his shoulders, kind of rolls his shoulders up a little bit on the move. You know, and then it's little things like that. I'm just tying a few more better things, I think, in our March bull than our April bull. Both good bulls. That's how I saw them here today.
Placings in class 40, or excuse me, your reserve Division 4 champion SimAngus female went to entry 499, ORF Kyra 345, exhibited by Parker Reed, Galveston, Indiana. In our SimAngus show, in the ring now is class 24. Class 25 and 26 should be in the makeup ring. In our Charlay show, class 40, first place, entry 99. Bar S, Rapid Fire, 3859, exhibited by Grady Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas, Bianca Ranches, Gilroy, California, and Goring Farms, McPherson, Kansas. Second place, entry number 98, NS, SCF, 7 and 7, exhibited by Nathan Suttles, Hannah City, Illinois. In the ring now is class 41. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our junior champion.
Really good class over here in your SimAngus side of the ring again, and you know, sure some disparity in types in these first two heifers, but Charlay and I think both of these heifers are quite good. Almost looks like a replay of our last division there as her and I talked about these cattle, but boy, I tell you what, this heifer here is our kind of cattle, and again, I think continues the type and trend of what we've been talking about today. A little more elegant, a little more refinedness and femininity in this heifer than we find in our heifer in second. We find her to be adequately deep and maybe better in terms of being more pronounced in terms of her forerib. This is our heifer that comes second. Not quite the total bulk and mass and power that we have in our heifer in second, but again, we like the refinement, the femininity, the EPD profile that this heifer brings, and as we sum the parts together, she's the one we land on. We'll sure give this heifer here in second a whole lot of credit. Here's one that's really uniquely built. We love the way this heifer gets out of her hip and hind leg for her stoutness and size. She's maybe wanting to labor just a little bit out of her front end. We just think she's maybe just a little more advanced in terms of her condition. But I tell you what, talk about one that can add some look and some power, some balance to a calf crop. That heifer can do an awfully good job. We like things about this heifer in third in terms of her refinement and femininity. Maybe she's more like our class winner in terms of that. We just thought this heifer gave up too much overall capacity and internal dimension over that heifer right above her to go any higher in this particular class. Again, we like the EPD profile on this heifer. And then the heifer to close the class, again, a big, stout, high-performing sort of a heifer. This heifer is just coarser in her build. We just need to refine her up, make her more feminine, just give her some more of those tangible qualities to grab a hold of, like our heifer that led this particular class.
Over here in the Charlay side, we get these big, stout January, February bulls out here, and I think the two up here surface to the top for me, and there's some give and take. I like both the bulls and what they present to the industry, but when it gets down to you know, and this old guy here, that's a lot of bull. That's a lot of muscle. He's made right. He's smooth. With that extra amount of shape that he has, extended up front. You love his head and jaw. You know, and I kind of struggled a little bit. You know, he doesn't hit his stride quite right. He misses it just a nickel, but still, his angles are right in his hock. He's sitting back on his heel right. He's using all of his foot like he's supposed to. He misses it a little bit. He's still got some longevity there. That's a good bull. That's a stout, big, powerful kind of a bull, and you can't deny him in this class. And I like this one in second quite a little bit. I think he's a little longer reaching from behind, and I like that about him. But really, you get right on top of him, and if you have a chance, get right on top of these two bulls. There's not as much bull here. He's a lot narrower top. He kind of comes in a little bit more right behind his shoulders. He doesn't have the dimension of product that we have in that top bull. Real long-sided, really smooth made, really sound made. He's not going to influx as much product and muscle, in my mind, as the bull that won the class. Nice bull in third, very smooth, you know, really balanced. And when you compare him to the ones up above him, just not enough bull. He's just a little flatter ribbed, and his rib design doesn't have that good true arch and shape to the upper part of his rib cage, you know, but it's still one that's good-footed, you know, really lean, you know, like his condition, long-bodied, good line. You know, there's a lot of herds that could use a bull like that. Young lady's bull coming next, you know, hit a tough class here. Another good bull. You know, here's one that's good in his design, you know, just not enough to him. You get right behind him, you need to pull him apart from the ground up. You know, he kind of narrows up at the ground and kind of comes up a little closer in his hock. And maybe not quite as mobile, just kind of, it just gets a little tighter in a structural design. You know, if he pulled him apart, he's made it good enough. Still a useful kind of a bull. Nice class of big bulls in that class.
Placings in Class 24 SimAngus females. First place, entry number 201, Katie 114A, exhibited by Margaret Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. Second place, entry number 195, HSS Chansey, exhibited by Cole Horner, Newton, Illinois. Third place, 194, exhibited by CNC Farms, Jefferson, Georgia. In fourth place, if you're following along in your program, she'll be a write-in entry. Entry 198 is fourth. She's TRTF Splish Splash, exhibited by Pine Creek Show Cattle, Rumford, Maine. In the ring now is Class 25 SimAngus. In our Charlay Bull show, Class 41, first place, went to entry number 100, SAC, Lighten 'em Up 131, exhibited by Matthew Ballerland, Hampstead, Maryland, Rachel Hockenberry, Woodbine, Maryland, Lisa Dunaway, Dover, Delaware, and Evan Yost, Morgantown, West Virginia. Second place, entry number 104, BJCF, All in All, A262, exhibited by Bar J. Charlay, Liverpool, Texas. Third place, entry 101, exhibited by Bar J. Charlay's, Liverpool, Texas. JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana. Charlay's, Richmond, Missouri. Fourth place, entry 103, exhibited by Ashley Smith, Batesville, Mississippi. We're now selecting our junior champion bull. We need Class 44 and 45 bulls in the makeup ring.
What a nice way to start this class here in your SimAngus ring. And again, if you've been watching the show today, you know, as this heifer hits the ring, she's just pretty hard to deny, kind of what we've been looking for all day. Just absolutely sound and feminine and complete and correct off both ends of her skeleton. She's very nice in terms of the amount of midrib that she has. She's really, really uniform in that depth back through her rear flank. And again, just the flexibility, the pliability, the extra female qualities is what gets this heifer into the first hole. We really like this heifer in two, and I would tell you from the middle part of her body back, I think she rivals our heifer that wins this class. She probably is bigger ended, bigger hipped, a little bit heavier muscled, really, really functional in the way she gets off that rear leg. This heifer, where we like to change hers up through her front end, she just wants to get a bit bolder, more pronounced about that front shoulder, but we really, really like the breeding value that this heifer brings to the table in terms of what she can do. Much can be said about the next heifer, just smooth, sound, and complete. We really like this heifer. This heifer doesn't get off her front end near as nicely as the three heifers that are ahead of her. We just like to set her back in the shoulder, make her reach a little bit better off that front end. But again, a smooth, sound, and complete sort of a female. Just ran into some horsepower in this particular class. Young lady's heifer coming next. Again, just a nice basic brood cow build on this heifer. She's sound on her feet and legs, not the hair, not the presentation of some of the others. Don't quite know what's going on with her udder, whether she's just getting that close to calving or what. I'm sure like to maybe change her a tick there. But again, some good basic brood cow fundamentals in that heifer. Young man's heifer coming next. Boy, here's one that on the stand, just undeniable, the quality look that you get from the side, like that extended front, that levelness of top, that levelness of hip. She just quite simply runs out of gas down in the lower 1/3 of her body, just gives up way too much in terms of the internal dimension of those cattle ahead of her, and that's why we have to slide her down. Big, stout, high-performing heifer to close the class. Just need to smooth and refine this heifer up. Just give her more of those female qualities as them cattle ahead of her had in this class. But excellent way to start that class, really for to win.
Here in the late junior yearling division in our bull show, you know, we're out of Aprils through Januaries here, and our class winners are very good, you know, and our seconds are very good. And to me, you know, like I said earlier today, I'm not going to talk them. You know, I thought this big bull, you know, that won the last class, and you get to just analyzing a bull like that, that's a man out there, folks, and lots to him, lots of product. You know, good enough on his feet and legs. I mean, he misses a stride to nickel, but he's got a good foot. You know, he's got some calf and knees built into the way he's built up front and that extra mass. He's going to be our champion. Nice bull. We're going to just follow him up right with the second place one. I said he kind of got outmassed a little bit, but I like that bull quite a little bit also. You know, he gets outmassed in product, but I think both of them two bulls tied together a little nicer maybe than our other class winner. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Nice bull. Thank you. You betcha.
Well, just got a little excited. We come to the recollection that this is the last heifer before the champion division and grand drive. Really nice single entry heifer here. She's high performing, long bodied, good in her skeleton. I did make the comment that I'd like to see her a little bit heavier bred, but nonetheless a very nice single entry heifer. We'll see her back out here in a minute for the drive.
All right, to catch you up in the Simmental show, Class 25, first place, entry number 203, Senate Monique 26A, exhibited by Alexis Ostrom, Warsaw, Indiana. Second place, entry number 206, B Sweet A910, exhibited by Trinity Linder, Appleton, Minnesota. Third place, entry number 204, exhibited by Grass Lunning Simmentals, Leroy, Minnesota. Fourth place, entry number 213, exhibited by Morgan Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry number 209, exhibited by Tyler Dresch, Pontiac, Illinois. And sixth place, 210, exhibited by Rolling Hills Farms, Bell Center, Ohio. And your Class 26 Simmental heifer, single entry in the class. First place, entry number 214, Miss Mary 12Z, exhibited by Pleasant View Farms, Pleasantville, Ohio. We're now ready to select our Division 5 champion. This will be our final division, so we need all those division champion and reserve SimAngus heifers to the makeup ring. All division champion reserve SimAngus heifers to the makeup ring. Over in our Charlay Bull show, your junior champion bull went to entry number 100. SAC, Lighten Them Up 131, exhibited by Matthew Ballerland, Hampstead, Maryland. Rachel Hockenberry, Woodbine, Maryland. Lisa Dunaway, Dover, Delaware. And Evan Yost, Morgantown, West Virginia. Your reserve division out of that same class, entry 104, he's BJ CW, all in all, A262, exhibited by Bar J Charlay, Liverpool, Texas. We're now ready for, in the ring is Class 44, single entry in this class.
Yes, a single entry in this senior yearling bull, and folks, this is a good bull. I mean, just balance, completeness, you know, gives you a good pose when on the side. Get on top of this guy, shape down his top, ties into a really nice shoulder and very attractive and throughout through his front end. Good-footed bull. Going to be real interesting to me to see him back in here with a little bit more competition. Outstanding, you know, senior yearling bull.
Class 44, Charlay Bulls, first place, entry 105, AML Ghost Rider 210, exhibited by AM Livestock, Springfield, Missouri, and Oliver Livestock, Union City, Tennessee. Coming into the ring now is Class 45, Charlay Bulls. Class 46 should be in the makeup ring.
Really a nice division of cattle here again in your SimAngus ring, and especially these heifers that come out of these first two classes, very competitive classes. And you know, as we talk those cattle in those respective classes, just our kind of cattle. I mean, you get off the side of these cattle, just very feminine, very maternal in their look. That heifer that wins the first class, you know, we think she might be a nickel stouter down her top and out through her hip than the heifer standing directly behind her. Along with that, though, she's a heifer that's just a tick shorter in terms of her overall length of body, maybe not quite as exquisite up through her front end, but we really like the flexibility and the soundness, the look, the completeness that this female has. She gets very competitive out here for us. That heifer that wins the next class, just tremendous in terms of her length of body, and with that length, the way she maintains her top line and out through her hip. We think she's a bigger footed heifer. We think she's a heavier boned heifer, just more base, if you will, than the heifer that wins the first class. Again, just exquisite in terms of her side view profile. Both cattle read really nice on paper. Two cattle that we like awfully, awfully well. That single entry fall heifer there, again, heifer that comes out here has got some breeding utility to her. We think she's sound and functional off her rear end. I'd like to change this heifer out of her front end, maybe make her a little stud in terms of her calf presentation at this particular stage of the game, but a nice single entry there for that young lady out of that last class. Again, let's put our hands together as Simmental breeders and tell these exhibitors how good we think these heifers are, and Charlay will go out and get you a champion in reserve in this division.
Your Division 5 champion female in the SimAngus shows entry 203, Senate Monique, 26A, exhibit Ostrom, Warsaw, Indiana. That brings in entry 206 for the reserve selection.
Got a pair of bulls over here in the Charlay side. Quite an age spread between these two bulls, and we got an late August, almost a senior yearling bull, and then we've got a big late May bull. And certainly some good things about both of them. Certainly some things I'd like to change about both of them. I think the one that ties the most good things together today is going to be the younger bull. Not nearly as long in his side makeup, maybe not nearly as long out through his hip, but he sure ties everything together in a little nicer package. Strength of lines, a little stronger out from hooks to pins. When you get right in front of him, I think that shows me just a little more angle. I like it from the point of his shoulder up to the top of his shoulder, just a little nicer than the bull in second. Two nice bulls. Our bull in second, like I said, lots of length in this bull, and you can see that in his performance and what he weighs here today. You know, not carrying any more condition than he has to. There's just a lot of red meat in this guy. You know, big hip and long top. Just gets a little easier about his lines when you view him not only on the stand but also on the move. Gets a little easier topped, gets a little more bold at the point of his shoulder when you compare him to our class winner. But those are two good bulls. I mean, a little different type and kind, but both have merit to go out and service a set of cows, you know, and do a lot of good for the industry.
Placings in Class 45, Charlay Bulls. First place, entry number 106, TR Vaquero 2740Z, exhibited by Cannon, Douche Charlay, Newton, Iowa, and Thomas Ranch, Harold, South Dakota. Second place, entry 107, LVB Easy 258, exhibited by Allie Hewlett, Lancaster, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is Class 46, two-year-old bulls, our final class of the day in the Charlay Bull Show. Immediately following this, we'll select senior champion, be ready to move right in, picked our grand bull in reserve, so we need those division champion bulls back at ringside. And Charlay exhibitors, if you're interested in competing in the group classes, we'll need those animals at ringside. We'll do groups before pictures. We have a produce a dam, junior get, senior get, breeders herd, and group of 5.
Let these exhibitors get these back around and get them posed for you once again. And once again, two good bulls. I mean, two bulls that certainly have merit to go out and cover a set of cows and do the things we want to do in the industry. First and foremost is put pounds on. It comes down to structural integrity here and just the way they get around the ring. The most complete balance bulls here is this bull in the back, and then when you watch him get out and walk, and how he's sitting back on his heel right, and the way he reaches out and grabs and has that comfortable grab when he gets out with his back feet, he's going to win the class. That's just a good, complete, solid kind of bull with lots of middle, lots of easy keeping ability to him. He's got lots of shape down his top, really level in his total design. And first and foremost, I just think this old guy could walk all day long and never get tired of it. Good kind of a bull to win the class. I like the extra length of body and the extra length of design in the bull that's going to be second. He doesn't piece himself together in quite as smooth a package and balanced package, but still there's a lot of good to him because of that extra length and performance that he presents to us here today. Just like to change him off of his back too. He's just not comfortable when he gets out and grabs the ground with him. Every once in a while he'll pop that ankle a little bit, when you got that much weight, you got to get out and cover a lot of ground and cover a lot of cows. That can be a concern, but a lot of good to that bull. Really like the bull that won the class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Class 46 Charlay bulls, first place, entry number 109. WC, I'll Have Another, ET, exhibited by Bar J. Charlay's Liverpool, Texas, JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana, and Wright Charlay's Richmond, Missouri. Second place, entry 108. TCCS, Teacher's Pet, exhibited by Kelly Coaster, Elizabeth, Illinois. We're now ready to select our senior champion bull.
Well, over here in your SimAngus ring, the time that we've all been waiting for today. And, as Carly and I have been visiting out here as the day has gone on, we thought this is what it would look like. And as we get these 10 head of cattle out here, we can sincerely tell you that, boy, we'd sure like to have all 10 of these. Now, I don't know what kind of a bank you'd have to rob to probably be able to afford them, because there's some awfully good ones out here. And we know we sent some good cattle back to the barn. I guess real briefly here before we talk about the cattle, I always like to give this little talk and say that, we sure understand the heart and the soul and what goes into this to exhibit cattle at this level and at this magnitude and have them tuned in like they are, and we appreciate that. We really do. We know the emotional attachment that happens between the exhibitors and their cattle, and that's good. That's the way it should be. We don't have the same emotional attachment to this set of cattle. We're just trying to go through here and show you which ones that we'd like to put back in our breeding program. And again, as we get out here, we couldn't be more pleased with all 10 of these cattle, and I sincerely mean that, and my hat's off to the exhibitors. Let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause for this awesome set of cattle, and we'll quickly talk through this set of heifers. This calf here out of the first division, we think she's just awesome. There's just not two ways about it. One that's just easy on your eyes and very functional, very sound in terms of her build. She's very genuine in terms of her presentation coming to us at this particular age. A heifer that, from a genetic merit standpoint, reads as good as anything we got out here on paper. And again, the only thing wrong with this heifer, the only thing she's given up out here is maturity, but she sure is not giving up a whole lot of quality. We think this calf's going to get awfully good. That heifer out of the second division, we really like that heifer in that particular division. I guess we thought she won that one fairly handily. Boy, she's a big bone, stout-featured sort of a heifer. It's ironic as we get her out here. We think she's plenty good fronted and plenty good to look at as you compare to this other lineup of cattle out here. She's maybe a little bit staler up through her front end than some of the others, but we think this one's awfully good. We think she brings a lot of good things to the table. We think she's got a bright future ahead of her as well. A fall heifer calf, again, boy, really sound, really basic in her build. We like that about her. She won that division because she was the sound-structured, most cow-like, most feminine-featured one that we saw in that particular deal. That put together some maternal traits and some belly presentation out here. And again, we like this heifer, and again, we think this heifer has an awfully bright future as well. Heifer right behind her, she came out of a really, really tough division, and she won that particular division because of her freshness, because of her athleticism, because of the correctness that she has to her feet and legs. Really a big-footed heifer. She's not the biggest ended one out here, but we think this heifer offers a lot and really looks like that model sort of a SimAngus sort of a female that we really need to be striving for, and we think this heifer thrusts herself up into the competition quite well. And that senior yearling heifer down there, I tell you, for one this age, we think she's very unique. Really big boned, really big footed heifer. It's just tremendous in terms of her outline, and for one to be that long, maintain that kind of freshness, keep her top together like that, we think she's awfully good as well. So again, it's been our privilege, it's been our pleasure. We're very humbled to be out here doing this in front of a lot of people that we know. Really looking forward to a good bull show, looking forward to a nice purebred show tomorrow. So one more time, let's give these nice round of applause to these exhibitors, and we'll show you which two we like.
Well, let's hurry up and get this over here and talk of this division of some outstanding bulls out here. It's hard to get bulls and keep them around and keep them in this shape, and I'm sure most of these bulls have bred cows this year. And I sure hope so, because they're going to do a lot of good to whatever cow they bred. But I'm going to pair up a couple of them. I think you can see there's a couple bulls out here that look a lot alike. I think the one I'm going to use is just a little smoother in his total package. I think just ties all his pieces together in just a little neater package. That's our bull right up here in front will be our champion. Our last class winner will be our reserve. Two really good bulls that match up extremely well.
Your grand champion, SimAngus females, entry 203, Senate Monique 26A, exhibited by Alexis Ostrom, Warsaw, Indiana. That brings entry 201 in for the reserve selection. Over in our Charlay Bull Show, senior champion bull goes to entry number 105, AML Ghost Rider 210, exhibited by AM Livestock, Springfield, Missouri, and Oliver Livestock, Union City, Tennessee. Your reserve senior champion bull, entry number 109, WC I'll Have Another, exhibited by Bar J Charlays, Liverpool, Texas, JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana, and Wright Charlays, Richmond, Missouri. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion Charlay bull. Charlay exhibitors, if you're going to compete in those group classes, we need those animals at ringside. Produce a dam, junior and senior get, breeders herd, and group of 5.
Bringing that heifer out in this lineup, we're sure not going down in terms of quality any. She fits out here just as good as any of these heifers, and I just wanted to say that so far the day's not over with yet. Dad and I haven't gotten too many knockdown dragouts, or at least he hasn't been on the ground. So I've enjoyed myself. It's a lot of fun. Like he said, this is a very humbling experience for me, and for me being young and at this juncture of my life, I never thought I would be standing out here having this opportunity. So like I said, with that being the way that it is, I'm happy. Let's put our hands together one more time, and we'll go select your reserve champion female.
And your reserve champion Simmental female, entry 178, Miss BHC, voltage A21, exhibited by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. We'll get pictures of those two champion heifers with our judge, and then we'll be ready to start our SimAngus Bull Show. So we need that Class 31 and 32 SimAngus Bulls to the scales. Class 31 and 32 SimAngus Bulls to the scales.
Well, we come to the end of the Charlay show over here and get our division winners out here, and you got to be pleased as breeders to, like in the female show, not very many numbers here today, folks, but there's just a heck of a lot of quality in my mind. I mean, there's some bulls can do a lot of people good, whether you talk in the registered herd or commercial herd, and they got to kind of tie things to both those things together really to work within the breed, and I think you've done a wonderful job with that. I do want to kind of say thank you, of course, to the North American, the Charlay Association. You know, if you can't get excited judging down here in Louisville, and I've done it a few times, there's something wrong with you. But you just got to go out and keep them consistent, keep the kind of cattle that you like, you know, but you as breeders got to pick cattle that you like. You know, the judge is a tool, or judging these cattle and these shows are a tool. That's all it is. You know, I'm going to pick the two I'd like here, like I did in the female show, and we're going to go with that. But that doesn't mean there isn't a lot of other good cattle here that are useful for the industry. I do want to say something to the female show. You know, a good friend of mine and his daughter are judging over here in the other ring. And it's a thrill and an honor to be able to share a microphone with those two. A good friend of mine, you know, I know it's got to be a thrill to him to be able to judge with his daughter, knowing I respect more, not only for his opinion on evaluating cattle, but also because he's a breeder and he knows how to carry buckets in mud and snow and, you know, get a calf nursing when it's 10 below. So I know it's got to be a thrill, and I congratulate him, Barry, over there, for being able to judge with his daughter, and I know it's a thrill to him. We're going to pair up a couple bulls I think just are pretty identical in type and kind. I like one of them because it's just a little smoother than the other one here today. The two big bulls that came out of that last division. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. I mean, two outstanding bulls that have a lot to offer the industry.
Your grand champion Charlay bull goes to entry number 105, AML Ghost Rider 210. Exhibited by AM Livestock, Springfield, Missouri, and Oliver Livestock, Union City, Tennessee. Your reserve grand champion bull out of that same division, entry 109, WC I'll Have Another ET, exhibited by Bar J. Charlay, Liverpool, Texas, JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana, and Wright Charlay, Missouri. All right, we'll be ready to do Charlay groups. We'll do those before pictures. First off will be Produce a Down. I don't need it. Junior get, senior get. What is it? Junior get, senior get. Produce a dam. Junior get, senior get.
Gives our breeders produce.
All right, our Charlay show coming in the ring is Produce a Dam. All right, we're ready to start our SimAngus Bull Show. Class 31 should be 3 entries in the class. Bring them on, guys and gals. In our group classes and our Charlay show, Produce a Dam, first place went to the entry from Summit Farms, Alden, Iowa. Second place to the entry from Ace's Wild Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. And third to the entry from TC Cattle Services, Vandalia, Illinois. Your junior get, first place went to the entry from Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. Second to an entry from Ritt Langston, Huntington, Indiana. You get a sire, first place to an entry from Bar S Ranch, Paradise, Kansas. And your breeder's herd and group of 5, both of those also to Bar S Ranch, Paradise, Kansas. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Charlay show. We want to thank our judge again today, Mr. Jim Bloomberg. Thank all of you Charlay exhibitors for your attendance and support. And we'll invite you back next year. Everyone travel safe. Have a great holiday season. Getting started back on our SimAngus side with our SimAngus Bulls. Class 31's in the ring. Class 32 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 35 and 36 SimAngus Bulls. SimAngus exhibitors, these bull classes are small, so start bringing all those SimAngus bulls to the scales.
Down the performance pedestal here to start your SimAngus Bull Show. Really like the Baldy Bull to lead the class, obviously the one that excels in terms of muscularity and power and performance in this particular drive. You know, if we'd want to make this calf perfect, we might want to modify him just a touch out of his rear hock, but he dominates this class again in terms of that power and performance and the style and balance that he has. Going to give up some performance here in 2 versus 3. We realize the second bull is probably the most refined in terms of his features, but I think we feel like this bull just has a little bit of added soundness down at the ground over our bull in third to go ahead and go there. Make him ideal. We'd like to stouten him up just a little bit and make him a little more comfortable off those rear 2. This bull we have to close the class again. We like the width and power that he has. This calf really wants to rock up onto his toe and get a little bit more ill out of the backside of his hip. We just need to give him more balance and more correctness to run with those 2 cattle ahead of him.
Class 31. SimAngus Bulls, first place, entry 219, Prestige GSC Worldwide, exhibited by Prestige Cattle Company, Golf Show Cattle, Crooksville, Ohio. Second place, entry number 216, FSC2 Jericho, exhibited by Lindsey Ferguson, Chardon, Ohio. And third place, entry 218, exhibited by Banter Show Calves, Eaton, Indiana. Coming into the ring now is Class 32 Bulls. Immediately following this, we'll select our Division I champion. Class 35 and 36 should be in the makeup ring.
I think two very competitive bulls here in your SimAngus bull show here in the second class, and some differences in these bulls as we talk through. We see the bull that leads the class of being the one that sums the parts together the best for us. He's a bull that's deeper in terms of his forerib and back through the center part of his body. We find this bull to be acceptable off of his skeleton, off of both ends. As we go to the paper, a bull that's just impeccable in terms of his API figures as we read him out here today. We really like a lot of things about this bull in second. There's no doubt, kind of gives you that immature look today, and that's okay for a March bull calf. Just exquisite up through his front end. We think this bull is again adequate in terms of structural correctness. He may want to just not flex that hock quite as well as the bull that wins this class, get up underneath himself just a little bit, but we think this bull with that added look, that added style and balance as he projects on down the road will be a quite nice player in the future. Young ladies bull to close the class. Again, giving up quite a bit in terms of weight per day of age here. He's just a calf that simply doesn't have the overall quality, the balance, and the side view profile as those two cattle that go 1-2. First division here in your SimAngus bull show. Again, not a lot of numbers, but I think as we get these cattle out here, we sure find some cattle with some acceptable quality in our opinion. That bull that wins the first class, boy, really big and massive and stout. Lots of weight per day of age in this calf. We appreciate that about him. Bull that on the stand, you appreciate his ruggedness, his boldness, his muscularity. Get this bull, though, from a side view profile. We'd like to clean him up in his chest, maybe chisel him out just a tick more up through his front end. We'd like to see this bull move just a tick more comfortably off those rear two as we compare him to a couple of the other cattle that are out here. This calf that wins the second class, again, kind of a meat and potatoes sort of bull, not a lot of hair, not a lot of fit. We find this bull to be very adequate in terms of the way he hits the surface off both ends of his body. We like his added body length. We think the bull is really loose and pliable, and I think very usable in terms of the way he holds his top line as we get him out on the move. As we go to the paper, we really like him as well. Very, very competitive between him and the bull that were second in that class. We're going to go ahead and opt to keep those bulls together. Your bull out of class 2 is going to be your division champion. The bull that was second to him is going to be reserved. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Thank you, sir.
Class 32, SimAngus Bulls, first place to entry number 225, and he was just selected as your Division I champion. Clearwater Kinco Supervision, exhibited by Clearwater and Kinco Cattle Company, Milam, Indiana. Second place, and just selected as your Reserve Division champion, entry 228, GCC CM Stockbroker B005, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Griswold Cattle, Rockwall, Texas. Third place, entry number 222, exhibited by K&K Cattle and Weimer Family Cattle, Heineman, Pennsylvania. Coming into the ring now is Class 35 SimAngus bulls. Class 36 should be in the makeup ring. Start bringing Class 39, 40, and 43 bulls to the makeup ring.
Well, here's a case in your SimAngus ring. These 4 bull calves, we honestly like all 4 of these bull calves and maybe some of the dimensions that they could bring to a breeding program. You know, ironically enough, the bulls that we're going to run 1-2 here, they're your high API bulls, really read good on paper. They're the 2 bulls that phenotypically that we have an affinity to out here. This bull that wins the class, I mean, just a truck. I mean, just massive in terms of the amount of rib and volume and capacity that he has. We find him to be a bull that's very acceptable in terms of his soundness. You know, if you wanted to get critical of him, you might want to tuck him in just a touch in the base of his shoulder, but we think this bull with all that added dimension needs to class. This calf in second, boy, he's a little bit plainer up through his front 1/3, but you talk about one that can scoot. We love the feet and legs of this particular bull. I mean, really gets out and flexes off both ends. If we could clean him up just a little bit there in the base of his jaw, we really think he could rival our bull in first, even though he gives up some weight per day of age. Really a good looking bull coming third. This bull gets on the stand. You really love the way his neck comes up out of the top of his shoulders. We get this calf in motion. He just wants to get stiffer off that front end. I'd like to lay him back in his shoulder, just give him more angle down to his knee, make him reach a little bit better. Then the calf we have to close the class. Boy, one that's just tremendous in terms of his length of body, his smoothness. I think he's very compositionally correct, probably the leanest in terms of his condition, yet really good in terms of his weight per day of age as he comes out here. Here's a bull that just gets a bit tighter off those rear 2, just fails to gap his stride as we get him out in motion today. But I think really 4 bulls that as they mature and go on down the road, I think all of them bring some breeding utility to the table.
In our SimAngus Bull Show, Class 35, first place, entry number 235, HILB Olympus 27U, exhibited by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Second place, entry 229, SWEN Distinction B41, exhibited by Heartland Simmentals and Swenson Simmentals and Wishing Well, Nassau, Iowa. Third place, entry 231, exhibited by Woodlawn Farms and Jones Show Cattle, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Fourth place, entry 232, exhibited by Freddie Fry, Drumore, Pennsylvania. In the ring now is Class 36. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our Division II champion. SimAngus entry 161, Hudson Pines. We need that bull to the makeup ring. Simmental entry 161.
Well, back here in your SimAngus Bull Show, I think there should be some conversation that could take place on these first two bulls. I guess we'll tell you what we're thinking. We're going to go ahead and lead with the Baldy Bull. A bull that's got just a tremendous advantage in terms of length of body. He's a bigger-ended bull. He's a bull that's got more center body, more forerib, more midrib than the bull that stands in second. We like to make this bull go a little easier off of his rear two, particularly just relax him down in his pastern joint just a little bit. But we're going to go ahead and call him sound enough in this particular class. I'll be the first to tell you, this bull in second, we love this bull the way he gets off of his hind leg. What we have a problem with on this particular calf is you get off beside him, he wants to get really, really deep in his chest, then be cut out in his heart and his flank. We just need to drop this bull down, just need to balance him up, especially through the front one-third of his body. We love this bull on paper. We think he brings a lot to the table, and again, we think an awfully nice bull. If you want to switch that pair, that'd sure be your call. Baldy Bull coming third here again. Big, out-featured, high-performance sort of a bull. This bull just wants to tuck and get himself up under him on his rear leg, be more rigid in his hock, just be a little bit more hook-legged, if you will. Just gives up some balance, too, to the bulls that are ahead of him. And then the bull that ends the class, maybe the heaviest muscled bull in here. This bull just wants to get rounder off both ends of his structure. He just wants to have the least reach off those rear two of any of these four particular bulls.
Placings in Class 36 bulls. First place, entry number 240, Prestige Lethal Weapon, exhibited by Prestige Cattle Company in Gulf Show Cattle, Crooksville, Ohio. Second place, entry 242, NXT GQ B42, exhibited by Tyler Drache, Pontiac, Illinois. Third place, entry 238, exhibited by Cameron Wise, New Philadelphia, Ohio. Fourth place, entry 575, exhibited by RS&T Simmentals, Kansas City, Missouri. Now ready to select our Division II champion.
Limited numbers here in your SimAngus Bull Show, but as we get our class winners and seconds out here, I think we sure got some cattle that can contribute to the gene pool and the Simmental business out here, both on paper and both from a phenotype standpoint. This bull that wins the first class, boy, just super masculine, super rugged in terms of his design. Along with that, boy, he's sure one we like. Feet and leg presentation, really sound, really fluid the way he gets around the ring with all that mass and body. We think he's quite a nice calf. That calf out of the second class again, boy, he's a long-bodied, big-ended bull, maybe just a tick three-piecey for us as we get him out here in comparison to a couple of these other bulls. Just like to relax this bull in his pasture and set him back in his heel a little bit. And if we could do that, I think this is a bull that gets quite competitive. We really, really enjoyed that pair of bulls there in that first competitive class. We're going to go ahead and keep those bulls together. This bull out of your first class is going to be your calf champion, and the bull that was second is going to be reserved. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your Division II champion goes to entry number 235, HILB Olympus B27U, exhibited by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clare City, Minnesota. Your reserve Division II champion out of that same class, entry 229, SWEN Distinction B41, exhibited by Heartland Simmentals, Swenson Simmentals, and Wishing Well, Nashua, Iowa. Now ready for Class 39 Simmental bulls. Class 40 should be in the makeup ring. We need all Simmental bulls, or all SimAngus bulls to the scales. All SimAngus bulls to the scales.
pair of fall bulls here in your SimAngus bull show, and well, I tell you what, this bull that leads the class on the stand is just overwhelming in terms of the side view profile that he gives you. Just has that length and smoothness from end to end. I tell you what, as we evaluate these cattle from a structural standpoint, we find this bull to be very acceptable in terms of the angles that he has. We really can't explain why he's wanting to cap up there in his pasturing just a little bit. We'd sure like to modify him a little bit there, maybe just nervous or something out here, but we find him to be actually more functional in his hock and just a tremendous amount more look, more balance, more presence to this bull than we have in our bull that comes second in this class. The bull that comes second in this class, you know, he's probably better down in terms of his pasturing design, but yet he's into his hock and get his feet way up underneath him. Just runs out of balance, just runs out of quality from a side view profile standpoint to run with that calf that wins this class.
In our SimAngus show, Class 39, first place, entry number 248, TSSC, Curtain Call, exhibited by Tenon Show Cattle, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Second place, entry 249, Hill Cole, Balboa, 1327, exhibited by Hill Country Cattle Company, Fountain Run, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 40. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our Division III champion.
Really an awesome bull to lead this particular class off with. Carly and I find this one to be quite an intriguing beast. Here's one that you just love from a phenotype standpoint, particularly the softness and accuracy of feet and legs, to have all that bone, all that balance, all that correctness. Then you go to the paper and read what this bull brings in terms of his genetic indexes. Here's a bull that's just dominating in this particular class. We really find him to be an intriguing, quite an outlier sort of an individual. Bull in second, take nothing away from him. Long-bodied, slender design bull, like him up through his front end, like that extension that he has. Just in comparison, this bull just runs out of gas in terms of having enough forerib and lower one-third, enough feet and leg integrity to run with that bull that wins the class. We do like the kind that he is, the style and balance and presence that he has.
Placings in Class 40, SimAngus bulls for 253, FHEM Mr. Brilliance, a 127, exhibited by Shelby Hennessy, Teslax, North Dakota. Second place, entry 161, HPF Wide Track, a 361, exhibited by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Now ready to select our Division III champion.
pair of class winners here in your SimAngus Bull Show, and that's this calf that comes out of the first class. Again, not to be a broken record here, but man, this is one on the stand. You sure like an awful lot of things about him. You like the length, the smoothness, the sleekness that he has up through his front end. We find this bull to be good, and the angles in terms of the set to his knee and his hock, we just really don't know why this bull's wanting to pull up and cap in those rear pasterns. We sure like to change him there, and if we did, I think we could make him a lot more competitive. This bull out of the second class, again, just pretty as a picture, really got that big durable foundation, a really good foot underneath him, really, really excellent on paper. We think he's just an incredible sort of a beast. He's going to be your division champion in this particular division, and we're going to follow him up with the bull that was first in the other class. Congratulations. That's a good one, Blue.
Not what this says. Anything for money but God. Mr. Halftime. Your Division III champion comes out of Class 40. He's entry 253. He's got a new name change. He's FHEN Mr. Halftime, A127, owned by Bloomberg Cattle Company, Berwick, Illinois. Your reserve. Out of the other first class.
Is that the other first class, right? The reserve?
Your reserve Division III champion, entry 248, TSSC Curtain Call, exhibited by Tenon Show Cattle, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. In the ring now is Class 43 SimAngus bulls. Single class in this division, so your first and second will be your Division IV champion and reserves.
single class of bulls here in this particular division in your SimAngus show, and bull we find to win this class and be the champion. We think he does it quite handily, both in combination of his phenotype and as we go to the paper. We find this bull to be the big-footed bull, the best foundation bull out here, bull that's long body, long and level in his hip, got that extra amount of rib shape and capacity to him. We think he's a quite nice representation to be champion in this particular division. It does get closer than that for us as we evaluate the second and third bulls here. We're going to go ahead and use the added look and the added balance and correctness that we've got on this bull that's going to be second and then reserve in this division. We love him on the stand. We think the bull is adequate in terms of his structural soundness. As we go to the paper, this is where we'd like to change this bull, particularly in his calf and knees number, raise that API just a little bit. But we thought that added look and that added quality and presence from the side got him into the second hole. Take nothing away from the bull in third. We think this is a meat and potatoes type of bull. We think he's basically sound in terms of his feet and leg integrity off of both ends. He's one, as we get him stopped and parked from the side, gives us the least look of balance and correctness. He wants to get deeper about his chest, get staler about his front end. I'd like to clean him up back into his sheath area as well. But three nice bulls, three nice representations there in your junior division.
Class 43 bulls, first place, and automatically your Division 4 champions. Entry number 259, STCC Jimmy John, 028A, exhibited by Trinopole Farms, Top Hat, Prospect, and Wishing Well, Middletown, Indiana. Second place, and your reserve Division 4 champion. Entry 257, GGC Bugatti, 195A, exhibited by Elmore Cattle Services, Wacomas, Oklahoma. Third place, entry 256, exhibited by Hill Country Cattle Company and Drummond Farms, Fountain Run, Kentucky. Now ready for Class 46, 2 entries in this class.
Nice pair of fall-born bulls here in your SimAngus show, and again, we think quality in both of these bulls. We find your class winner to be the one that's most pleasing on the eye. He's the calf that's got the smoothness, the balance, and the correctness. We find him to be the bull that's bigger-footed, truer in his foundation. I think this bull's particular advantage over the bull in second is the trueness that he has in terms of his depth of body from his forerib back through his flank. Really a smooth, correct, awfully nice bull to win this class. We'll sure give kudos to this bull. A little more weight per day of age, a little more pounds and performance and punch in this bull, and we like that about him. This bull's not handling that front end very well, particularly off that left front, wanting to swing it out as he gets on the move. He's not as genuine in terms of the depth that he has from his forerib back to his flank. Maybe just like to smooth that bull up a touch, but an awfully nice bull to be second in that class. Just ran into an awfully nice one to win that particular class.
6 SimAngus bulls. First place, entry 260, TWCC Proud Soul Z119, exhibited by TW Cattle Company, Paris, Kentucky. Second place, entry 261, HTP SVF Live Wire, exhibited by Gertie Show Cattle, West Point, Iowa. Coming into the ring now is class 47, single entry in this class, our final class of the day. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our Division 5 champion.
We sure got a nice single entry bull here to conclude your SimAngus bull show. Bull coming to us at this particular age, and to keep himself together the way he has with that added length of body and depth of body that he has, we find this bull to be a big-footed bull with a good foundation in him. He's one to move just to touch tentatively off that front end. I think that's being very critical of an awfully nice bull coming to us at this age with all that look and all that power. So congratulations to this exhibitor. We'll see him back out here in a minute in your champion drive.
Class 47 bulls. First place, entry 262, White Star Granite Z59, exhibited by Krieger Farms, Universal, Indiana. We're now ready to select our Division 5 champion. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select Grand and Reserve. Need all those Division champion reserves in the makeup ring.
your last division here in your SimAngus Bull Show, 2 class winners and a second out here. This bull that came out of the first class, as we talked to him, boy, just smooth as a ribbon. Just really love the correctness that this bull has down his top and out through his hip. He's the bull that suits us the best in terms of his foundation, his structural integrity out here. We just think just a pretty awesome sort of a bull coming out of that class. Our older bull here next, again, boy, for a bull this age, we think he's holding himself together pretty good. He's going to be a nickel tentative out of that front end, and we see that. But again, I think a bull that at this stage of his maturity, we sure like the added look and presence that he's got up through his front end, and we think he's a nice representative out of that particular class as well. Then our bull that was second there in class. We'll take nothing away from these. I'm sure not smart enough to tell you which one will have the most breeding prowess out here. This is a bull, though, that just from the standpoint of balance, he just wants to get a bit crestier and staler up through his front end. I guess where we'd really like to change this bull is just drop him down on his flank a little bit. I mean, for the added depth, the middle that he has, just like to smooth him out there in that flank, maybe make him move a little bit better off that left front. Nice set of bulls. It's always a tough job to bring a big bull like this to town. Let's congratulate these exhibitors with a nice round of applause, and we'll get your champion in reserve.
Division 5 champion bull goes to entry 260 TWCC Proud Soul Z119, exhibited by TW Cattle Company, Paris, Kentucky. Your reserve, Division 5, entry 262 White Star Granite Z59, exhibited by Krieger Farms, Universal, Indiana. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion SimAngus bull. We can now announce your premier breeder, premier exhibitor of the SimAngus show, both awards to Hudson Pines, Sleepy Hollow, New York. As this champion bull drive comes in the ring, we want to thank our judges today, Barry Wesner and his daughter Carly from Chalmers, Indiana. They've done a great job sorting through our SimAngus cattle. We'll see them again in the morning for our Simmental show, which starts at 8 a.m. Folks, give them a nice round of applause. Time this evening to evaluate our show here at the North American.
limited numbers here in your SimAngus Bull Show, but as we get these division champions and reserves out here, we're sure quite satisfied with what we see. Tremendous amount of quality out here. And, you know, as we go to evaluate a bull show, I guess what always goes through my mind is to try to get some of these cattle that'll affect change within you know, the breed population that's out there. And I sure think we've got several bulls out here that are candidates to do so. This March bull calf there out of that first division, you know, getting back out here, just tons of length of body. I think a calf that's good in terms of his structural integrity. You know, he's so long, maybe he wants to just give out just a little bit in terms of his strength of top line. Doesn't have quite the mid-rib and flank in him that some of these other bulls have, but I think a bull at this stage of maturity, I think he's quite nice. I think he brings a lot of breeding utility to the table. It's January calf next. Boy, big in bulk. It's the kind that you'd want to probably have 500 of to sell in this particular market. Really like this calf, really like how he reads on paper. We think he's really, really good at the ground as well. You know, he's not the prettiest one up through his front end that we have out here in this lineup, but we sure think that extra masculinity fits right along with that extra body cavity, muscularity, and growth that he has. I think he's quite nice as well. This fall bull calf, boy, really one of the unique ones out here, and I mean unique. I mean, this bull just knock your eyes out from the side, and we appreciate that about him, but I think it goes much deeper than that. I mean, just a calf that's tremendous in terms of his circumference of foot, in terms of the reach that he has off both ends of his skeleton. Just a beautiful hair coat on this bull, and no doubt in our minds one that could sure be a changer within this breed and this population of cattle. That January yearling bull next in class there, just a meat and potatoes kind of bull, and we liked him, and we thought he won that particular division fairly well. I think in terms of his kind, he's long-bodied, he's long-hipped. He's got quite a bit of center body in him. Again, as we get this bull out in motion, maybe doesn't want to be quite as comfortable, doesn't want to quite reach as well off those rear two as some of the other cattle out here. But I think a very, very good representation out of that division. Then our fall older bull down there at the end, again, we think a bull that's quite unique. We think he's very modern in his kind. We think he's very, very good in terms of his skeletal integrity. Really a good footed bull that takes a long, comfortable, easy stride as he gets around the ring. I think, again, one that in our opinion can sure change a lot of cows. We've enjoyed ourselves immensely today. We sure want to thank the Kentucky Simmental Association and North American for having us here. We've enjoyed ourselves quite a lot. Looking forward to a great show tomorrow as well. And again, our compliments to the exhibitors and the breeders on these cattle. We'd encourage those of you around the ring to evaluate these cattle for your respective programs and not necessarily listen to what we just had to say about them, but we have thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these bull exhibitors. We'll get you a champion in reserve.
Your grand champion SimAngus Bulls, entry 253, FHEN, Mr. Halftime, A127, exhibited by Bloomberg Cattle Company, Berwick, Illinois. That brings in entry 248 for the reserve selection.
Bringing that reserve bull out here, like I said before, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but a high-quality bull in his own regard. I just wanted to say I've had a lot of fun today. I hope it continues on for tomorrow. I'm sure it will. The cattle have been as good as I was expecting them to be, maybe just a little bit better, actually. Enjoyed myself. This is a humbling experience. Glad to be out here with my dad. Wouldn't trade him for the world, even though he kind of gets on my nerves every now and then. Once again, let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors on an awesome set of bulls.
Reserve champion bulls, entry 260, TWCC Proud Soul Z119. Exhibited by TW Cattle Company, Paris, Kentucky. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our show today. We invite you back in the morning at 8 a.m. for our Simmental show. All you exhibitors, if you're not exhibiting tomorrow, we thank you for your time and bringing cattle to the livestock show.